Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories, and tonight's story I work at a drive-in theater. The movie on screen changes when no one is looking is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away. And don't leave early. The movie changed while I was staring at the popcorn warmer. That was the first thing I could swear to. Not the time, not the exact line of dialogue, not whether the projector had hiccuped, or whether the wind had shoved the old screen enough to make the image warp. Just that I had been looking at the butter-stained glass of the warmer, watching the reflection of the long night home flicker behind me. And in that reflection, the man on screen was walking through a kitchen. When I turned around, he was standing in a motel room. Same actor, same raincoat, same blue-white lighting. Different place. Only for a second, maybe less. Then a Chevy Suburban honked from the concession lane. The fryer timer screamed behind me. And the image on the big screen was back in the kitchen, like nothing had happened. I almost let myself believe that was all it was. A reflection. A tired brain. An old movie print converted badly and streamed through equipment that should have retired before I graduated high school. That was the kind of explanation you reach for when you need your hands to keep working. My name is Eli Mercer. I was 27 that summer, male, and I worked nights at the Starlight Drive in outside Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, a little west of I-81 where the fields flatten out. And every road seems to smell faintly of cut grass, dust, and dairy farms after dark. The Starlight had one screen, a gravel lot with faded white parking humps, a snack bar with warped plywood floors, and a projection booth bolted above the concessions building like an afterthought. It was the sort of place families called classic when they were being kind and run down when they were. I liked it anyway. Mostly. The job was simple enough. Take tickets, sell popcorn, make sure nobody backed over the speaker posts we no longer used. Remind teenagers they couldn't bring in outside alcohol. Climb the metal stairs to the booth if the picture cut out or the server froze. Sweep up onion rings, sour gummy worms, and one full diaper somebody left under a minivan like an accusation against all human decency. On warm nights, when the movie had settled and the concession line died, I'd stand outside by the side door and listen to the lot. Car engines ticking as they cooled, kids giggling through cracked windows, the soft crush of tires over gravel, the faraway hum of trucks on the interstate, steady as surf. If the wind came from the south, you could smell the livestock barns. If it came from the north, it carried the fried sugar smell of funnel cake from our own kitchen and the sharp chemical bite of the sanitizer bucket. That night, June 14th, we were showing a double feature for Father's Day weekend. An older family comedy first, then The Long Night Home, a low-budget thriller from the early 2000s that people rented on DVD when they couldn't get anything better. It wasn't good, exactly, but it had a loyal following in the same way a scar has a loyal following. People remembered it because it had scared them when they were 13. We had maybe 60 cars in the lot, which was decent for us. Maya Reeves was on register when I noticed the change. Maya was 24, female, from Hagerstown, with a thick streak of copper dye running through the front of her dark hair. permanently unimpressed look of someone who had worked too many food service jobs and learned not to waste facial expressions. She was counting quarters out of the till with 2 fingers, chewing mint gum, and wearing the Starlight's red polo with the collar cut open because the air conditioner had been coughing lukewarm air since Memorial Day. "You burned the pretzels again?" she asked without looking up. "I didn't touch the pretzels." "Then something's burning. That's the hot dog roller. That thing is a war crime." I glanced through the concession window toward the screen. The image towered above the dark shapes of cars, glowing pale across windshields. Rain fell in the movie, not outside. The real sky was clear enough that I could see the black seam of South Mountain beyond the screen when the picture flashed bright. Kitchen scene. The actor in the raincoat moved from a refrigerator to a sink, exactly where he should have been. I looked back at the warmer. In the curved reflection, the screen bent and shrank, colors smeared by greasy glass. The actor was in the motel room again. Beige curtains, a bedspread with a red stripe, a lamp with no shade. I turned fast enough to bump my hip into the counter. Kitchen. Maya stopped counting. "What? Nothing. Eli, I thought the picture skipped." She leaned back and looked through the window. "Looks like a guy regretting a real estate choice. You ever see this movie?" "No, because I make good decisions." "It's supposed to be in a kitchen." "He is in a kitchen." "Yeah," she waited. I hated that. Maya had a way of leaving space in a conversation until you filled it with something dumb. "I saw something in the reflection," I said. "In the popcorn glass." "Forget it. Was it Jesus? Because if he's in there, ask if he can fix the soda machine." The Suburban honked again, 2 short blasts, and a man in a Phillies cap leaned out of the driver's window with the tired anger of a dad whose children had started eating each other in the back seat. I took his order, loaded nachos and 2 blue raspberry slushies, and made myself focus on the machine sounds. The pump gulping syrup, the register drawer slamming, the fan in the hood rattling like a playing card in bike spokes. Normal things. Normal, normal, normal. That was my private flaw, though I wouldn't have called it that then. I was good at explaining things away because I needed the world to be basically reasonable. I had spent the last year crawling out of a bad stretch after my dad's stroke and my breakup. And the night I fell asleep driving home from my warehouse job and kissed the guardrail on Route 30 hard enough to crack 2 ribs. Since then, sudden problems made my chest clamp down. Not fear, exactly. More like my body had learned that life could change in one ugly second and had decided to keep one hand near the alarm switch forever. So I made things ordinary whenever I could. Bad reflection, cheap equipment, exhaustion. There, solved. The Starlight's owner, Frank Bell, came in through the back door while I was wiping cheese sauce off the counter. Frank was 62, male, broad in the shoulders and soft in the belly, with silver hair combed straight back and forearms spotted from years of sun. He had bought the drive-in in the 90s with his wife, ran it with her until she died, and now treated the place like a stubborn old dog that kept biting him, but still slept at the foot of his bed. He smelled like cigarette smoke and lemon pledge, which meant he'd been cleaning the bathrooms himself again. "Projector stuttering," he said. I looked up too quickly. "You saw it, saw the frame drop. Don't make that face." "What face?" "The face where you think I'm about to spend money." Maya snorted. Frank tossed a ring of keys onto the counter. "Go up and check the server logs. If that media box freezes during Act 3, I'm refunding half the county. The booth sat above us, reached by a narrow outdoor staircase that trembled if you took it too fast. I didn't love going up there during shows, not because it was scary, because it was cramped and hot and full of equipment that beeped in ways I didn't understand, and because Frank believed every problem could be solved by unplugging one cable and threatening another. "I can go," Maya said. Frank pointed at me. "Eli knows the sequence." That was generous. I knew the laminated instruction sheet taped above the rack. "I'm on grill," I said. "Maya can put hot dogs in buns." "I went to college," Maya said, briefly. Frank gave her a look. "Then you're overqualified." I wiped my hands on a towel and took the keys. Outside, the night had settled fully over the lot. The family comedy had ended half an hour earlier, so the smallest kids were asleep or drooping in booster seats, their faces blue from the screen. A few teenagers sat in folding chairs between cars, pretending not to watch each other. Mosquitoes orbited the yellow security light above the concession door. Somewhere near the back row, someone's portable radio played the movie audio half a second out of sync, so every line arrived twice, once clear through the FM transmitters, then again faint and tinny across the gravel. I climbed the stairs. Halfway up, the wind moved. Not much, just enough to push a dry paper tray against the fence below. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Pause, scrape. The kind of tiny sound that gets bigger when you're above everyone else. At the top, I unlocked the booth and stepped into heat. The projection booth had no romance to it. People imagined reels spinning and light cutting through cigarette smoke. But ours was a metal rack, a digital projector the size of a dorm fridge, 2 monitors, a battery backup, a router, an FM transmitter, and a rolling chair with stuffing coming out of the seat. The room smelled of hot dust, old plastic, and the mousetraps Frank refused to admit weren't working. The server monitor showed the movie timeline crawling forward. No error message. No dropped file. No playlist skip. I checked the logs like the instruction sheet said. Green entries. Timestamps. Nothing red. The projector's fan roared steadily. Through the small square window, the screen filled half the world. Kitchen scene. The actor had found a photograph in a drawer. He held it near the sink. His lips moved, delayed by the faint echo of car speakers below. I looked at the second monitor, the one that mirrored the output. Motel room. He stood beside the bed, looking down at something on the floor. I froze with one hand on the mouse. The monitor flickered. Kitchen. I leaned closer until the heat from the rack pressed against my face. "What the hell?" I said. The booth door opened behind me and hit the wall with a flat metal bang. I flinched so hard my elbow clipped the rack. "Easy," said Jonah Price. Jonah was 19, male, a local kid from Fayetteville, with sunburned cheeks, long limbs, and the nervous cheer of someone who apologized when other people bumped into him. Worked lot patrol on weekends, mostly waving cars into rows and telling people to turn off headlights. He had a flashlight in one hand and a trash grabber in the other, like a weapon he'd chosen under pressure. "Frank said you might need help," he said. "Also, a lady in row 3 says the radio's doing weird stuff." "What weird stuff?" She said she heard someone talking under the movie. "It's a thriller." "No, like under it, not actors." I looked past him through the booth window. Kitchen. Normal. On the monitor, kitchen 2. Jonah's smile weakened. "Is that bad?" Probably interference. I hated how fast I said it. From what? Phones, a trucker CB, somebody's Bluetooth speaker. I don't know. He nodded because he wanted that to be true. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Maya, you seeing this? I typed back with my thumb. ME. Seeing what 3 dots appeared, vanished, appeared again. Maya's screen looks normal from here, Maya. Reflection in Nacho machine. Doesn't I stared at the words long enough that they stopped looking like English. Then, from below, the lot reacted. Not screaming. Nothing that dramatic. A ripple. A few car horns tapped. Someone laughed too loudly and then cut off. Folding chair legs scraped gravel. A little girl's voice carried up, thin and confused. Mom, why is it our car? I moved to the booth window. The screen still showed the kitchen, rain lashing the fake window behind the actor. But several people in the first rows had turned away from the screen. They were looking at their own windshields, their side mirrors, the glossy black hoods of their cars. Reflections. Jonah whispered, "What are they doing?" I didn't answer. I was watching a white minivan in row 2. Its windshield reflected the screen in a dim, warped rectangle. In that reflection, the motel room was back. And there was something else now. A shape in the motel mirror behind the actor, human-sized, standing very still. The actual screen showed only the kitchen. The reflected motel image held for 3 seconds. Then the screen flickered, and both versions matched again. Kitchen. A laugh came over the FM audio, but it belonged to the film, canned and badly mixed. Out in the lot, no one laughed with it. The booth phone rang. We had an old beige wall phone because Frank didn't trust cell service when the lot was full. Its ring was sharp and mechanical, too loud in the cramped room. I picked up. Frank didn't say hello. Do not stop the movie. What? People are getting spooked. If you stop it, they'll want refunds and start calling it haunted on Facebook before midnight. Frank, something's wrong with the output. The output is what's on the screen, not in reflections. A pause. Below us, the concession door opened and shut. I saw Maya step outside, wiping her hands on her apron, looking toward the lot. Frank's voice dropped. What did you say? The screen shows one thing, reflections show another. Jonah made a small sound behind me. On the screen, the actor turned. In the kitchen, he faced the dark hallway. In the booth monitor's glossy black bezel, his reflection faced us. Not exactly us. Down, toward the lot. I pulled the phone cord tighter without meaning to. Frank, come up here. I'm dealing with customers. Come up here. I said don't stop the movie. There it was, his fear, as plain as a receipt. Not ghosts, not danger, not some weird technical fault. Money, reputation, losing the place one bad weekend at a time. Frank had been holding the Starlight together with duct tape and nostalgia for years, and every choice he made passed through that narrow little doorway first. Can we afford the damage? The screen flashed white as lightning struck in the movie. For half a second, every windshield in the lot lit up. In those windshields, I saw the motel room. Not one reflection. All of them. Same room. Same actor. Same human shape behind him. Then darkness slid back over the cars, and the real screen showed the kitchen again. Jonah stepped away from the window. Eli, I saw it. What is that? I don't know. The honest answer landed between us harder than any lie would have. Maya called from below, her voice rising through the open stairwell. Eli, you need to come down. I looked out. She was near row 1 now, standing beside an old blue Honda Civic with its driver's window down. A woman inside was gesturing at her rearview mirror. Other customers were getting out of their cars, not panicking yet, but unsettled in that contagious way crowds get when nobody wants to be the first person to admit something is wrong. The movie audio kept playing through hundreds of little speakers and car radios. Rain, footsteps, a man breathing, then another sound underneath it, not from the booth speakers, from the lot. A faint tapping, spread out and uneven, like fingers drumming on glass one car at a time. Jonah and I looked at each other. The tapping stopped. On the server monitor, the timeline continued as if nothing in the world had changed. We had two choices then, though none of us said it that cleanly. Keep the movie running, pretend it was some projection glitch, and hope the audience settled down before they started filming. Or shut everything off, kill the picture, and risk turning a strange problem into an incident. Frank shouted from below, "Eli, leave it." Maya looked up at me from the gravel, her face pale in the screen light, and shook her head once. Not frantic, just no. My hand hovered over the projector controls. The movie kept playing. And in the dark glass of the monitor, where the reflection should have been too distorted to show detail, the motel room door slowly opened. I didn't stop the movie. That's the part I hate admitting, because it makes everything after sound like my fault. Maybe some of it was. Maybe if I had slapped the red stop button right then, while the motel room door was opening in the black glass of the booth monitor, the night would have turned into a weird customer service story instead of something people whispered about later in the produce aisle. But Frank was yelling from below. Maya was shaking her head. Jonah was breathing through his mouth beside me, and my hand just hung there over the controls like it belonged to somebody waiting for permission to touch a live wire. The motel door opened another inch in the reflection. On the actual screen, the actor in the raincoat stood in the kitchen, listening to movie rain batter a fake window. His face had that flat, bluish look older digital transfers get when the blacks are crushed and the skin tones go dead. Normal, cheap, predictable. In the monitor glass, he was not in the kitchen at all. He was in the motel room, and the door behind him opened without making a sound. Then Jonah leaned too close, and his shoulder bumped mine. The reflection broke. Kitchen again. "Sorry," he said too quickly. "Don't be sorry." My voice came out rough. "Go down and tell Maya to get people away from their cars." "Why?" "I don't know. Just do it." "That's not really an answer." "No, Jonah, it is." Swallowed and looked out the booth window, down at the gravel lot, where small groups of people were forming between bumpers and open doors. Most were still acting annoyed more than scared, which somehow made it worse. Fear has a shape. Annoyance is loose and stupid. It wanders around, talks over itself, gets in the way. A man in a Steelers hoodie had his phone out, filming his rearview mirror. Two teenagers near the third row were laughing as they aimed their flashlights at their windshield, daring each other to look away. The woman in the blue Honda Civic had both hands clamped on her steering wheel, like she was holding the car in place by force. Maya stood beside her, bent at the waist, listening. Then Maya looked up again and made a cutting motion across her throat. "Stop it." Frank saw her do it too. He was coming across the lot from the concession building, moving faster than I'd seen him move in months. His limp got worse when he hurried, the old knee injury turning his gait into an angry side-to-side thrust. He pointed at me through the booth window. "Leave it." That was Frank. Even under the screen light, even with half the lot watching reflections that didn't match the film. His first instinct was still to preserve the show. The starlight had survived storms, streaming services, a pandemic shutdown, roof leaks, and a drunk man trying to drive over parking humps in a lifted Ram. It had survived because Frank treated every night like a test he could not fail. I understood that too well. I had my own test going. Keep steady. Don't overreact. Don't be the guy who panics because glass shows him something strange. After my accident on Route 30, I had become allergic to being the cause of a scene. Police lights, a tow truck, my dad crying without realizing he was doing it because the stroke had made his face slack on one side. Since then, I could handle emergencies only if nobody called them emergencies. Give me a list, a job, a broken thing to fix. Don't make me name the danger out loud. The booth phone rang again. I grabbed it. Frank's voice was low and furious. Do not touch that projector. Customers are getting out of their cars. Then tell them to get back in. Maya wants it stopped. Maya does not own this place. Frank, I checked the refunds drawer today, Eli. There is $86 in cash and a stack of rain checks. You stop this show over reflection, and by breakfast tomorrow, everybody from Chambersburg to Hagerstown is making haunted drive-in jokes. We'll have kids jumping the fence for TikToks all week. That sounded so small compared to what I had seen, and still it was real. Rent was real. Insurance was real. Reputation was real. A bad viral clip could bury a place like the Starlight faster than a fire. I saw a door open, I said, on the screen. No, then it isn't part of the output. Frank, that's not how video works. Exactly. He hung up. I stood there holding the receiver until the dial tone buzzed in my ear. Jonah hadn't moved. Go, I told him. He nodded, but he didn't go fast. He backed out like the equipment might lunge at him, then turned and rattled down the stairs. The metal steps shook with each footfall. I looked at the server. The movie had 29 minutes left. 29 minutes. That became the time limit without anyone announcing it. 29 minutes before the feature ended, and the lot lights came up automatically. 29 minutes before people started their cars and tried to leave through one narrow exit onto a dark 2-lane road. 29 minutes to figure out whether this was a projector issue, a prank, interference, or something else with enough moving parts to make 60 cars all see the wrong movie in every reflective surface at once. I opened the booth cabinet and found the laminated sheet Frank had made for projection problems. If image FREZS, restart media server. If audio drops, check FM transmitter channel 88.7. If screen goes black, verify projector lamp status. Do not change playlist during show unless authorized. Nothing about reflections. I checked the mirror output setting on the server. Normal. I checked the HDMI chain. Normal. I checked the old backup monitor connected to the rack. It showed the kitchen. The main booth monitor showed the kitchen too. Only the glossy black border, dark enough to act like a mirror, gave me that stretched, dim motel room when I tilted my head just right. The door in that motel room was open now. No figure behind it. Just a dark rectangle. From below, Maya shouted, "Eli." I stepped to the window. She was waving both arms. Jonah stood near her with his flashlight up. Frank was arguing with a man in a fishing vest who had gotten out of a silver pickup and was pointing toward the back rows. Then I heard the first real scream. Not movie audio, not kids playing. A woman. The sound came from somewhere near row 5, back toward the left side, where the grass met the gravel, and the old playground sat roped off beyond the split rail fence. It cut through the drive in cleanly. Engines stopped revving. Conversations snapped shut. I was moving before I decided to move. Down the stairs, one hand sliding along the rail slick with evening damp. My right knee complained when I hit the gravel too hard, a leftover ache from the accident that showed up when the weather changed or I got stupid. The air outside smelled like popcorn oil, exhaust, and the sweet moldy rot from the drainage ditch beyond the fence. Maya met me near the first row. "Little boy's missing," she said. "What?" "Blue Civic." The mom looked in her rear view and saw something in the back seat that wasn't there when she turned around. She freaked, got out, and now her kid's gone. "How old?" "6, maybe 7. Name's Owen." The woman from the Civic stumbled toward us. She was 36, female, with blonde hair pulled into a messy knot and a sweatshirt that said Gettysburg Soccer in cracked white letters. Her face had gone shiny with sweat. She clutched a phone in one hand, but the screen was black. "My son," she said. My son was in the back. He was right there. Maya put a hand near her elbow, but didn't touch without permission. "Karen, this is Eli. He works here too." Karen Whitcomb, 36, female, mother of the missing boy, looked at me with the terrible expectation people get when they think an employee must secretly control the whole world. "The door's locked," she said. "I had the child lock on. He couldn't just get out." "Was anyone with him?" "My daughter's asleep. She didn't see." Karen turned toward the Civic. A little girl, maybe 4, lay curled in the front passenger seat under a pink blanket, crying softly without lifting her head. I looked in the mirror because he said there was a man behind us. I thought he meant outside. I looked back and he was there, but not there, like in the mirror. Then I turned around and Owen was gone. Frank arrived, breathing hard. "Kids wander," Karen rounded on him. "He does not wander. I'm not saying he has asthma. He gets scared in the dark, and he knows not to leave the car." The word asthma changed the air around us. Maya's eyes moved to mine. Time limit, revised. Not 29 minutes until the movie ended. Now it was however long a scared 6-year-old with asthma could run around a dark drive-in, maybe hiding, maybe locked somewhere, maybe near the ditch or the road, or under a car whose driver might decide to leave. "We need lights," I said. Frank's jaw tightened. "Lot lights come up after the show. Turn them on manually. That'll wash out the screen and people will start." "Frank," he looked at Karen, then away. That small hesitation cost him. Karen saw it. "You care about the movie," she said. "No, ma'am, I care about keeping people calm." "Then find my kid." Maya stepped in, voice low and even. "We're going to find him." Eli, booth key. Frank lights Jonah. Start row by row and tell people not to move their cars. Nobody leaves. "Can we legally stop them?" Jonah asked. "No," Maya said, "so ask nicely first." That was Maya's strength. Not bravery in a movie sense, structure. When everyone else began flailing, she put rails under the moment. I should have been grateful. Mostly, I felt ashamed that she had taken command while I was still fighting the urge to explain the whole thing into something manageable. Frank muttered, "Police." Karen lifted her dead phone. I tried. "It won't call." "Mine too," Maya said. "No service." "We always lose signal when the lot's full," Frank said too fast. "Landline," I said, the beige phone in the booth. Frank nodded. "I'll call from concessions." Booth phones closer. Concessions has the emergency list. He started toward the building. His limp dragged through the gravel. Maya watched him go, then leaned close to me. He's lying about something. About what? I don't know yet. That sentence sat badly in my stomach. The movie kept playing above us. The actor's voice came through 100 car speakers, saying, "There's nobody here," with cheap dramatic weight. A man near row 2 shouted, "Hey, are we supposed to stay or what?" Maya turned. "Everyone please stay by your cars. We have a missing child. Do not move your vehicles. Check under and around your cars, but don't drive." That spread faster than fear. Missing child. The phrase hopped from window to window, softened by distance, distorted by concern. People who had been filming lowered their phones. Parents opened doors. Flashlights blinked on. The starlight changed shape. It stopped being an audience and became 60 small search parties, all disorganized, all stepping into each other's beams. Gravel crunched everywhere. Car doors dinged. Someone's toddler started wailing because everyone else was upset. The screen flickered over us, turning faces blue, then gray, then blue again. Jonah jogged past with his flashlight. "I'll take the back rows." "Stay away from the road," I said. "Yeah, okay." He didn't sound okay. Maya and I went to the Civic. Karen hovered behind us, whispering Owen's name like saying it enough times might pull him out from under the seat. The rear door was open now. Inside, the back seat had a booster on the passenger side, a pile of snack wrappers, one red sneaker, and a small plastic dinosaur wedged near the floor mat. The air smelled like crayons, spilled soda, and warm upholstery. "One shoe," Maya said. Karen made a small hurt sound. I crouched and looked under the car. Gravel, a crushed popcorn bucket. No kid. Could he have climbed into the trunk? I asked. "It's a Civic, not a magic act," Maya said, but she checked anyway, popping the trunk from the driver's side. Empty except for jumper cables, a folded stroller, and a case of bottled water. The rearview mirror caught my attention. It reflected the screen behind us. Not the kitchen. Not now. Motel room. The open door. And low in the corner of the reflection, a child's hand pressed against the inside of a closet door. I jerked upright and slammed my head against the door frame. Pain flashed white across my vision. "Eli," Maya grabbed my shoulder. I blinked hard. The rearview mirror reflected the actual lot now. People with flashlights, the screen, Karen's pale face. "What?" Maya asked. I saw a closet. In the mirror, and a hand. Karen heard. She lunged toward the car, staring into the mirror. "Owen." "No, wait." She shoved past me and climbed halfway into the back seat, reaching for nothing. Her knee landed on the red sneaker. "Owen." The little girl in the front seat started crying louder. Maya pulled Karen back gently but firmly. "He's not in there. You don't know that. He's not in the car. You said you saw him." "I saw something," I said. "Not him. I don't know." Karen stared at me with such fury that I almost preferred panic. "Then stop saying things." She was right. Maya gave me one quick look, careful. Frank's voice crackled over the old PA speakers mounted on the concession roof. They were usually for raffle numbers and birthday shout-outs, and they squealed before every announcement. "Attention, folks. We have a young boy separated from his family. His name is Owen. He is 6 years old, wearing a green dinosaur t-shirt and one red sneaker. Please remain parked and check your immediate area. Staff are contacting authorities." Static popped. Then another sound slipped through the speakers. A child coughing. 3 dry coughs. The whole lot seemed to hear it at once. Karen screamed, "That's him." The PA went dead. Maya grabbed my arm. Where's the PA mic? Concession office. We ran, not gracefully. My knee ached, and Maya nearly slipped where spilled soda had turned dust into syrup near the service window. Inside the concession stand, the kitchen lights buzzed overhead. The popcorn machine churned on with obscene cheer, kernels rattling in the kettle. The fryer oil ticked. The hot dog roller turned its tired little corpses in slow circles. Frank stood in the office doorway with the phone pressed to his ear. His face was wrong, not scared like Karen, not confused like Jonah. Caught. Did you call 911? Maya asked. Frank covered the receiver. Line S dead. Then who are you talking to? He looked down at the phone like it had betrayed him. No dial tone came from it. No voice. Just the faint, open hum of a dead line. Maya stepped past him into the office. The PA microphone sat on the desk beside the emergency binder. Its red transmit button was taped down with a strip of silver duct tape. Freshly torn, Maya looked at Frank. Did you do that? No. Who's been in here? No one. The popcorn kettle gave a hard metallic pop behind us, and I flinched. Frank saw it. His expression softened for half a second, then tightened again. Listen to me. Years ago, we had kids sneak into the booth and splice stuff into trailers. Not actual film, digital junk. They made it look like people's cars were on screen. Scared the hell out of a birthday party. This could be the same kind of thing. When, I asked, before your time, why didn't you say that? Because I don't know that it matters. A kid is missing. I know that. No, Frank, I don't think you do. His face reddened. I have kept children safe in this lot since before you were born. Then help us. That landed. He looked away first. Maya ripped the tape off the microphone. Somebody used this. Could be a customer screwing around, Frank said. Could be interference. Interference doesn't tape down a button. From outside came shouting. Jonah burst through the side door so hard it bounced off the wall. He was breathing fast, one hand braced against the soda machine. Back gate's open, he said. Frank's head snapped up. No, it is. It is. Chains cut. The back gate was beyond the last row, where the gravel thinned into weeds, and the old maintenance path led toward a drainage culvert. And then, eventually, the service road behind the property. It was supposed to be padlocked. Frank checked it every night because teenagers used to sneak in that way with lawn chairs and beer. Maya said, Did anyone see Owen go that direction? Jonah shook his head. I found this by the fence. He held up something small. A second red sneaker. Karen came in behind him, saw it, and made a sound I still hear sometimes when I'm half asleep. Not a scream. A mother trying not to break apart because breaking would waste time. The movie outside boomed suddenly through the FM speakers, louder than before, as if someone had raised the gain. The actor shouted a line, and the lot answered with startled voices. Then the screen went black. For one clean second, every car, every face, every strip of gravel vanished. The concession lights stayed on. The projector fan kept roaring overhead. The screen lit again, not with the kitchen, with the motel room. The whole lot saw it now, not just reflections. The beige curtains, the stripped bed, the open closet door. And from the PA speakers, before any of us could move, Owen's coughing came again. Closer this time. Then a small voice said, Mom. Karen shoved past Jonah toward the dark lot. Maya grabbed for her and missed. Frank reached for the breaker panel. I caught his wrist. If you kill the lights now, I said, we lose where he is. We can't leave that playing. But the image on the screen shifted slightly. the motel room camera drifting toward the open closet. In the bottom left corner of the frame, half hidden by shadow, was a green dinosaur t-shirt. Maya looked at me, then toward the booth stairs, then out toward the open back gate. We had to choose again. The projection booth might tell us who was feeding that image. The back gate might lead to Owen. And the movie had just made it clear, in the cruelest possible way, that someone wanted us to split up. Maya made the call before I could. "Jonah, you stay with Karen and keep people away from the exit," she said. "Frank, you and Eli go to the booth. I'm checking the back gate." "No," I said. She looked at me. "No, you don't go alone. Then pick, booth or gate." That was the awful math of it. The projection booth was above the concession stand, looking over the whole lot. The back gate was 200 yards away, past row 6, past the dead playground and the line of scrub trees where the property dropped toward the drainage culvert. The main entrance was at the opposite end, a single gravel lane feeding out to Lincoln Way West. And if one spooked driver decided to bolt, they could hit someone searching between cars. The starlight had always felt small to me. One screen, one snack bar, one exit. That night, it stretched out like a map drawn by someone cruel. Frank yanked his wrist free from my hand. "I'm going to the booth." "You're not touching anything alone," Maya said. "I own the equipment." "And somebody used your office to play a missing kid's voice over the PA. So forgive me if ownership isn't enough right now." Frank's mouth opened, closed. Karen stood behind Jonah, holding Owen's red sneaker against her chest. Her little daughter was still in the Civic, crying in hiccups, while another mother from row 1 sat with her. The motel room on the screen glowed over all of us, making every windshield look like a dark eye. The image had frozen, not paused exactly. The curtains fluttered from a fan we couldn't hear. The open closet door stayed black. The strip of green dinosaur shirt remained in the bottom corner, half visible. Owen's shirt, or something made to look like it. I wanted very badly for it to be fake. "Fine," Maya said. "Eli and I go to the booth first. Frank, you get the breaker keys and keep the lot lights ready. Jonah, nobody leaves. If a car starts, stand clear, don't play hero. Just get the plate." Jonah nodded too many times. "Yeah, okay, plates." Karen grabbed my sleeve as I turned. Her grip was hard and damp. "If that's him," she said, pointing at the screen without looking at it, "you get him off there." "I'll try." "No, don't try, do it." I didn't have an answer that would help her. Maya and I ran toward the concession building. Gravel slid under my shoes. My right knee had started pulsing from the earlier sprint, a deep ache under the kneecap, and every step up the metal booth stairs sent a little spark into my thigh. Behind us, Jonah's voice moved from car to car, high and shaking but loud enough. "Please stay parked. Missing child. Keep headlights off unless staff tells you. Please stay parked." At the top of the stairs, the booth door was open. I stopped so abruptly Maya bumped into me. "What?" I closed it. The booth was hotter than before. The projector fan roared. The server rack blinked green and amber. On the main monitor, the kitchen scene was back, playing normally, like the motel room had never existed. The actor in the raincoat was kneeling by a broken cabinet, doing the movie's original plot with stubborn obedience. But the screen outside still showed the motel room. Maya saw it through the booth window and whispered, "That's impossible. It's 2 outputs." What does that mean? It means what we're seeing on the monitor is what's being sent to the projector, or somebody bypassed it. I sounded more confident than I felt. My experience came from Frank's laminated sheet and 3 years of unplugging cables while sweating through my polo. We tried the simplest thing first. Attempt 1. Stop the feed. I hit pause. The monitor paused on the kitchen. Outside, the motel room kept moving. A small collective moan rose from the lot as the image drifted closer to the closet. Maya leaned over the rack, tracing cables with her fingers. Which one sends to the projector? HDMI out from the server to the scaler, scaler to projector. That one. I think, you think, Maya, I sell nachos. She pulled the cable. The booth monitor went black. The projector did not. The motel room stayed on the screen, now filling the whole night with its stained beige walls. Put it back, I said. Why? If there's a second feed, maybe the server still logs something. If we kill everything, we're blind. She shoved the cable back in. The monitor flickered, then came up with the kitchen scene, still paused. Outside, motel room, partial failure. New fact. Whatever was on the big screen was not coming through the normal server path anymore. Maya crouched behind the rack. There's another cable. Where? Back of the projector. Runs along the wall. I followed her hand. A black cable, thinner than the main HDMI, had been zip-tied to the conduit in a way that looked tidy if you weren't looking hard. It disappeared into a drilled hole near the floor, one I had always assumed was for old wiring. Has that always been there? She asked. I don't know. Eli, I don't know. My voice cracked on the second one. I hated it. Hated that a cable could make me feel stupid and small and responsible. Maya stood. Hair had come loose around her face, copper streak stuck to her cheek with sweat. Where does the hole go? Down into the ceiling over concessions, maybe the office. Then somebody installed it. Maybe Frank did. Then Frank tells us now. She reached for the booth phone. Dead. Just a hollow click. From outside came shouting near the back rows. Not one voice. Several. Maya and I looked through the window. At the far end of the lot, beyond row 6, flashlight beams jerked wildly near the playground fence. Jonah had left the front rows and was running toward them despite instructions. Karen was following, stumbling in one sneaker and one bare foot because she had kicked off her shoe without realizing it. Maya, I said. She was already moving, down the stairs again. My knee nearly buckled on the last step, and I caught the rail hard enough to scrape skin off my palm. The pain helped, weirdly. It gave me something clean and honest to focus on. We crossed the lot diagonally, from the concession building past row 3 toward the left rear corner. Cars hemmed us in on both sides. People stood in doorways with phones raised, but most screens showed no bars, no uploads, nothing but their own frightened faces reflected back. The movie audio had gone strange too. The FM broadcast carried the original Thriller's dialogue, still from the kitchen scene, while the PA speakers hummed faintly under it, as if waiting. The back of the starlight was darker. The screen light didn't reach well past row 6. There, the gravel faded into weeds and mud around the playground, which had been closed since a kid broke his wrist on the rusted slide 2 summers earlier. Yellow caution tape hung in old loops from the monkey bars. Beyond that was the split rail fence, the service gate, and the narrow maintenance path leading downhill through sumac and trash trees toward the drainage culvert. Jonah stood at the gate, flashlight shaking. The chain lay cut in the weeds. Karen was on her knees beside the fence, calling into the dark. Owen, baby, answer me. Frank arrived behind us with a ring of keys and a crowbar I'd never seen before. He was breathing in wet, ragged pulls. "What happened?" Maya asked. Jonah pointed. On the maintenance path, maybe 30 feet beyond the gate, something small moved in the brush. Green, dinosaur green. Maya took Jonah's flashlight and swept the beam over it. A t-shirt hung from a branch, not on a person, just snagged there, stretched by the wind. Karen made a sound like she'd been punched and crawled forward. "Wait," Maya said, grabbing her. "Wait, it's his shirt." "I know, let me check." Attempt 2, search the path. Maya went first through the gate, flashlight low. I followed, then Frank, then Jonah despite my telling him to stay back. Karen tried to come too, but 2 customers held her gently at the fence while she cursed at all of us. The maintenance path sloped behind the drive-in in a shallow S-curve. To the right, the rear of the screen rose like a black wall against the sky. To the left, scrub trees crowded the drainage ditch. Straight ahead, maybe 70 yards down, the culvert ran under the service road and came out near a cow pasture. Every step changed the sound. The lot noise dulled behind us. The movie became a tinny echo bouncing off parked cars. Crickets took over. Leaves brushed our sleeves. The ground was soft from a storm earlier in the week, and our shoes made sucking sounds in the mud. Maya lifted the shirt off the branch. It was a child's green dinosaur shirt, but the inside collar had no name tag. Karen had said Owens had one because he lost things at school. "This might not be his," Maya said. Frank wiped his face. "Could be planted." "By who?" He didn't answer. The flashlight beam caught something pale near the mud, a hand. Jonah yelped and stumbled backward into me, knocking my bad knee sideways. Pain shot up my leg. I grabbed his shoulder and almost dragged us both down. "Jesus, sorry," he gasped. Maya froze the beam on the shape. For 1 second, it was a child's hand reaching from under the weeds. Then the wind shifted the grass, and the fingers separated into 5 white plastic forks stuck in a wad of napkins. Nobody laughed. That was the misdirection. It should have released pressure, but it didn't. It proved our brains were ready to turn trash into bodies. Maya crouched by the mud. Tracks. Frank bent with effort. Kids. Maybe. There were footprints, but the ground had been chewed up by more than one person. Small sneaker marks, adult boot marks, a deep rectangular print like an equipment case had been set down. A drag line where something had been pulled toward the culvert. "Could Owen have walked this?" Jonah asked. "With one shoe," I said. "Maybe, but why take off his shirt?" Maya looked back toward the gate. He didn't. The PA speakers crackled behind us, faint but clear enough. Owen coughed again. And a woman's voice, low and close to the microphone, whispered, "Wrong way." All of us turned. The words had come from the drive-in, not the culvert, from behind us. Karen screamed at the fence. "Who said that? Who said that?" The screen image brightened over the lot. The motel room was still there, but now the camera had moved through the closet door into darkness. Not supernatural darkness. Lens darkness. Bad camera. Low light. A flashlight beam shook across old carpet. For a second, I saw a strip of wall with peeling paint and a number stenciled in black. B3. Frank whispered something. Maya heard it. "What?" He shook his head. "What is B3? "Nothing, Frank. It's one of the old storage rooms." My head turned toward him slowly. "What storage rooms?" He wouldn't look at me. Maya stood so fast the flashlight beam jumped into the trees. "Frank, the original owners built rooms under the screen," he said. "Back in the 70s. Maintenance, equipment, junk storage. Most drive-ins had weird little add-ons. Under the screen, behind it, concrete, half buried. I looked toward the enormous screen. From the front, it was a flat white rectangle on steel legs. From behind, there was space under the structure, hidden by corrugated panels, weeds, and stacked pallets I had walked past 100 times without thinking. "You said the cable in the booth might go down to concessions," I said. Frank's face tightened. Maya said, "Where does it actually go?" "I don't know. You knew about B3. I haven't opened those rooms in years." "Why?" "Because they're condemned." The word moved through us like a physical draft. Condemned meant rot, bad stairs, mold, rusted rebar, collapse. Places a 6-year-old should not be, especially in the dark, especially if someone had taken him there. Karen heard enough from the fence. "Where is he?" Maya didn't answer her yet. She turned on Frank. "Keys." "I don't have them." "Frank, I lost them." "You lost keys to condemned rooms under your screen. They were sealed." "With what?" "Padlocks. Sheet metal. I don't know. Years ago." Jonah's flashlight had drifted to the mud again. "Guys," he pointed to the drag mark. It didn't lead toward the culvert after all. We had been reading it downhill because the path pulled our eyes that way. But under the overlapping footprints, the line angled back toward the rear of the screen, disappearing through weeds beside the fence. Partial failure. New fact. The shirt and tracks had pulled us toward the culvert, but the likely route bent back toward the screen. Someone had used the open gate as bait. Maya swore softly. Everyone back. We hurried uphill. By then, the audience had begun to fracture. Some people wanted to help. Some wanted out. A pickup in row 4 had its engine running, headlights blazing despite Jonah shouting for them to shut off. The beams lit the backs of people's legs and threw long, panicked shadows across the gravel. "Turn those off," Maya yelled. The driver leaned out. "My wife's having a panic attack. I'm leaving. There's a missing child." "Then don't stand in the road." He put the truck in gear. For one terrible second, I saw how this could get worse in the most ordinary way possible. A frightened man, a heavy truck, bad sightlines, people moving between cars, a child somewhere unseen. I stepped in front of the pickup before I thought it through. The truck rolled an inch. Maya shouted my name. My injured knee trembled. The headlights pinned me so hard I couldn't see the driver, only the bright shape of the grill and dust floating in the beams. "Move," he yelled. "No cars move," I said. My voice didn't carry the way I wanted. Frank came up beside me with the crowbar hanging from one hand. "Shut it off, Dale." The driver hesitated. "Frank, shut it off." The engine stopped. That was when I understood Frank had history with half the county. Not all of it good, maybe, but enough to matter. Maya grabbed my arm and pulled me out of the headlights. "Don't ever do that again." "I didn't plan it." "That's not comforting." We moved behind the screen. The rear side of the starlight was a different world. Up front, the screen looked smooth and white. Behind it, steel supports crossed in rusting diagonals. Corrugated metal panels formed a low service wall at the base, tagged with old spray paint and patched in places with plywood. Weeds grew waist-high along the foundation. The projector beam shot from the booth over the lot and struck the front of the screen. But back here, the light leaked through seams, thin and ghostly. Frank led us to a section, partly hidden behind stacked pallets, and a blue tarp stiff with age. "There," he said. Maya pulled the tarp aside. A metal door sat recessed into concrete beneath the screen structure. Its paint had blistered. A small stenciled label, nearly gone, read, B3, the padlock was new. Not shiny new, but not years old either. No rust, no dust crusted in the shackle. Silver scratches showed around the hasp. Maya looked at Frank. He shook his head. Not mine. From inside the door came a faint sound. Not coughing. A soft electronic chirp, like a phone recording starting. Then Owen's voice, muffled through metal, said, "Mom." Karen screamed from the other side of the screen, where Jonah and 2 customers were trying to keep her back. Maya raised the flashlight. I saw the duct tape then, wrapped around the doorframe at knee height. A wire ran from it into the weeds. "Don't touch the door," I said. Everyone stopped. Frank lowered the crowbar slowly. "What is it?" "I don't know." Maya crouched without touching anything. The wire was black thin and taped along the concrete toward the steel supports. Not enough to be obvious unless you were already afraid of wires. "It could be an alarm," she said. "Or camera trigger," I said. "Or nothing. Or not nothing." My mouth tasted like pennies. The accident memory pushed up hard. Headlights, guardrail. The moment after impact, when I couldn't breathe and thought moving would make something inside me tear open. I had spent a year training myself not to freeze. Now I froze anyway. The PA speakers crackled again across the lot. The woman's voice returned, calm and close. 10 minutes. On the big screen, the motel room image changed. A handheld camera panned across a concrete floor, past a rusted shelving unit, past a child's red sneaker placed neatly beside a drain. Then the feed jumped to black. The projector lamp snapped off. The lot fell into darkness, except for headlights, phone screens, and the sick yellow glow from the concession stand. A chorus of panicked voices rose. Then, from the screen supports above us, something heavy clanked. The B3 door lock clicked from the inside. Maya whispered, "Everybody back." Too late. Behind us, the pickup driver who had wanted to leave slammed his truck into reverse in panic. Tires spun on gravel. People shouted. The truck's rear bumper struck the wooden barrier near the main lane with a crack loud enough to make the whole lot flinch. The only open exit was now partially blocked. At the same moment, the concession building lights went out. The starlight went black from end to end. No screen, no lot lights, no office phone, no easy exit. And behind the B3 door, in the dark under the screen, Owen started coughing for real. The dark made the drive enormous. That was the first thing I noticed after the concession lights died. Not the screaming, not the pickup truck grinding against the wooden barrier by the exit. Not even Owen coughing behind the metal door under the screen. The dark stretched everything. The lot became a field of shapes and voices. Cars sat in rows like abandoned machinery. Phone flashlights bobbed between them, weak little cones of white light that showed ankles, bumpers, hands, faces cut in half by fear. Somewhere near the front, a child sobbed into someone's shirt. Someone else kept saying, "Start the cars, start the cars." And another voice yelled back, "Don't move, there are people in the lane." Behind the screen, under the steel supports, Maya and I stood in front of B3 with Frank, all of us breathing hard. Inside the room, Owen coughed again. Not through the PA, not tinny, close. A wet, scraping cough that hit the metal door and came back at us. Karen heard it from the other side of the screen and screamed his name. "Owen," the boy coughed twice more. Then a small, thin voice. "Mom." Frank lifted the crowbar. Maya grabbed his sleeve. "The wire. I'm not waiting. You hit that door and trigger whatever it's attached to. You might hurt him." "What do you want me to do?" asked nicely. The wire ran from the doorframe into the weeds, black against black, until Jonah's flashlight beam caught little strips of silver tape holding it to the concrete. My scraped palm stung. My knee throbbed. My head hurt where I'd slammed it into the Civic earlier. Everything in me wanted to smash the lock and be done with the thinking. But thinking was all we had. Light, I said. Jonah had followed Karen around the side of the screen, despite every instruction we'd given him. His face appeared in the glow, pale and damp, hair stuck to his forehead. He held the flashlight like it weighed 10 pounds. Keep it on the wire, I told him, my hands shaking. Use both. He did. Maya crouched close to the door, not touching it. It's taped, not wired into the lock, see? It goes under the hasp, but not through it. Frank leaned over her shoulder. Camera, maybe a contact sensor. Meaning what? Meaning if the door opens, somebody knows. Somebody already knows, Frank said. From inside B3 came a metallic scrape. A small body shifting against concrete. Owen, Maya called, come in a way I knew cost her. My name's Maya. We're outside the door. Don't touch anything, okay? A pause. I can't see. I know. Are you hurt? My chest hurts. Karen tried to shove past Jonah. Let me in there. Jonah blocked her with his body, apologizing the whole time. Ma'am, please, please. I'm sorry. They're getting him, please. I looked back toward the lot. The pickup had blocked half the exit lane, its rear bumper wedged into the wooden barrier and a post. Dale, the driver, was out now, yelling at people to help push. That created a new problem. Headlights were snapping on as drivers panicked, turning the search area into a strobing mess of glare and shadow. The main lot lights were dead. The concession stand was dead. The projection booth was a black square above us, but the FM audio still hissed from some car radios. The movie's original soundtrack, faint and wrong. Rain, footsteps, a door creaking. Frank, I said, where's the generator? What? You had a generator during the storm last year. In the shed by the playground. Can it power the lot lights? Number concessions, office, maybe the PA. Can it power the landline? If the line itself isn't cut, Maya looked up. We need bolt cutters. In the shed too, Frank said, keys. Frank held up the ring. The PA speakers cracked overhead. Everyone froze. The speakers shouldn't have had power. A breath came through them, close to a microphone. Then the woman's voice again, low and smooth. Don't open B3. Karen sobbed once. The voice continued. He has less time than you think. Maya stood slowly. Who is that? Frank's face had gone gray in Jonah's flashlight beam. Frank, I said. He didn't answer. Frank. His mouth worked. No sound. The PA popped off. From the lot, someone shouted, there, by the snack bar. A flashlight beam swung wildly across the concession building. For half a second, I saw a person moving along the side wall near the stairs to the booth. Dark hoodie, baseball cap, something slung over one shoulder. Then they disappeared around the corner. Maya saw them too. That's them, she said. It should have been a clean choice. Stay with Owen or chase the person controlling the system. But the night had been built to keep making us choose wrong. Frank pushed the crowbar into my hands. Get the kid. Then he turned and ran, not toward B3, toward the booth stairs. Frank, Maya shouted. He didn't stop. His limp made him slower, but fear drove him hard. He crossed behind the screen, cut through the gap toward the concession building, and vanished into the dark. Maya cursed. Eli lock. I wedged the crowbar under the padlock hasp. The wire tugged. Stop, Maya snapped. I stopped. She followed the wire with her fingers, then pinched the tape loose at the concrete instead of the door. One strip, two, The wire slackened. Inside, Owen coughed again, longer this time, ending in a high wheeze. "Hurry," Karen said. It wasn't a scream anymore. It was worse, thin and empty. Maya held the wire away from the door. Now I pulled. The crowbar slipped and punched into my thigh. Pain bloomed hot and stupid. "Again," Maya said. I set the hook deeper under the hasp, planted my good foot, and leaned with everything I had. My bad knee trembled. My scraped palm slid on the metal. The padlock bit into the hasp, stubborn, almost casual. "Come on," I said. It didn't move. Jonah stepped in. "Let me. No, I'm heavier." He wasn't much heavier, but he had 2 good legs. I gave him the crowbar. He wedged it in, braced 1 foot against the concrete, and hauled. The hasp screamed. A thin metal shriek that ran up the screen supports. Jonah's face twisted. "It's going." Maya kept the wire pulled aside. I grabbed the crowbar with him. Together we leaned. The hasp tore free. Jonah fell backward into the weeds. I slammed my shoulder into the door. The padlock and hasp clanged against the concrete, still joined together like a useless bracelet. The door opened 3 inches. A smell pushed out. Wet concrete, mildew, old electrical insulation, human sweat, and gasoline. "Back," Maya said, too late to back all the way. I pulled the door open another foot, slow, expecting the wire to snap taut or something to spark. Nothing did. Jonah's flashlight beam slid into the room. B3 was not large, maybe 12 feet by 16. Low ceiling, concrete walls, rusted shelves along one side, a floor drained near the center, old speaker posts stacked in a corner, a blue plastic tarp hanging from the ceiling on binder clips, making a crude little partition. Owen sat behind the tarp, tied to an old folding chair with silver duct tape around his wrists and ankles. His green dinosaur shirt was gone. He wore a white undershirt and shorts. 1 foot was bare. The other had no shoe. His face was streaked with dirt and tears, and every breath made his shoulders climb. Beside him, on a shelf, a phone was propped against a paint can, recording. A small Bluetooth speaker sat under the chair. That was the cough on the PA. Some of it anyway, recordings, delays, cruel little tricks made from ordinary junk. Karen shoved past everyone. "Maya, wait." But she was already inside, ducking under the low frame, slipping on the damp floor as she reached him. There are moments when love is reckless and completely understandable. Maya lunged after her. "Don't touch the chair." Karen dropped to her knees in front of Owen and started tearing at the tape. Owen wheezed, "Mommy, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here." Maya grabbed the phone off the shelf and threw it toward me. I caught it against my chest. The screen was cracked but active. A video call was open, not recording, live. For a second, I saw a black rectangle, then the camera adjusted. A face filled the screen. Male, late 20s or early 30s, pale stubble, baseball cap pulled low, a crooked front tooth. He smiled. "Hi, Eli." I nearly dropped the phone. Maya looked back. "What?" the man on the screen said. "Tell Frank I found the old rooms." His voice matched the PA voice only in rhythm. The woman's voice had been processed, pitched, distorted. This was the person underneath it. "Who are you?" I asked. He laughed softly. "Ask Frank about 2011. Behind me, Jonah said, "Guys." I turned. The smell of gasoline was stronger. Near the door, half hidden behind a stack of old speaker posts, a red plastic fuel can lay on its side. A dark slick spread from it across the concrete toward an orange extension cord. The cord ran into a cheap power strip mounted above the drain, feeding the Bluetooth speaker, another phone, a little wireless camera clipped to a shelf, and a battered laptop with its screen half closed. Improvised, ugly, real, not a bomb maybe, but enough to start a fire in a sealed concrete room under a dry old screen with panicked customers outside. The laptop's battery icon blinked low. The power strip sparked once. Small, blue, almost pretty. Maya saw it too. Out, now. Karen had Owen half free. The tape clung to his skin and chair legs. She pulled too hard and he cried out. Slow, Maya said, there's gas. I know, slow anyway or you'll rip him open. The phone in my hand crackled. The man said, you have 3 minutes before the file uploads. What file? The whole show. I understood then, not all of it, but enough. The reflections. The screen changes. The planted shirt. The PA. The missing child. It wasn't random. It was staged for an audience, and for another audience beyond us. A revenge prank scaled up until it became a crime. Why, I said, Frank ruined my brother. Frank's voice shouted from somewhere outside, closer to the concession building. Eli, then a crash, metal on metal. The man on the phone looked away from his camera, listening to something on his end. He made it to the booth. Maya ripped the last tape from Owen's ankles. Eli, help me. I shoved the phone into Jonah's hands. Don't hang up. What do I say? Nothing. Let him talk. I ducked inside B3. The ceiling was low enough that my shoulders hunched automatically. The gasoline smell coated my tongue. Karen had Owen against her chest, but he couldn't stand. His legs folded under him. His breathing came in sharp little whistles. I have his inhaler, Karen said, frantic. It's in the car. We'll get him there, Maya said. No, I said. Not through the lot. Maya followed my look. The slick on the floor had spread toward the doorway. Jonah stood outside with the flashlight, backing away from it. If someone dropped a cigarette, if the power strip sparked harder, if the laptop overheated, any little stupid thing could make the room a chimney. We move him now, Maya said. I lifted Owen under the arms. He was lighter than I expected, all elbows and terror. He clung to my shirt with one hand, wheezing against my neck. Karen supported his legs, crying without sound. Maya kicked the power strip off the wall. It sparked. Once, a sharp pop. The room flashed blue. Everybody stopped. Nothing caught. Maya whispered, move. We moved. Outside, the night had become chaos. Frank was on the booth stairs, fighting with the man in the hoodie. Not a cinematic fight. Not punches that landed clean. It was two exhausted men grabbing fabric and wrists, banging shoulders against the rail. Frank had one hand on the man's backpack. The man swung backward with something dark in his fist. It hit Frank across the side of the head. Frank dropped to one knee on the stairs. Maya shouted, Frank. The man tore free and ran up toward the booth door. Jonah still held the phone. On the screen, the live face vanished as the call disconnected. That's him, Jonah said uselessly. I passed Owen to Karen and Maya. Get him to the Civic, inhaler, then keep him low. Maya grabbed my wrist. Eli, no, he's in the booth. Let him go. He controls the screen, the PA, maybe the upload. Eli, he's not done. That was the truth. I knew it in my body. The kind of person who taped a child to a chair under a screen didn't run because he was finished. He ran because the next step was upstairs. I went. My knee hated me. Halfway to the stairs, it nearly gave out, and I had to catch myself on the corner of the concession building. My palm reopened. Warm blood slicked my fingers. Frank was slumped on the lower landing, breathing but dazed. Blood ran from his hairline into his eyebrow. "Don't," he mumbled. "What happened in 2011? His eyes tried to focus. "Kid fell." "What kid?" "Tyler Voss, prank Booth. He fell off the stairs. The old prank. Not harmless. Never harmless." "His brother?" I asked. Frank shut his eyes. That was enough. I climbed. Inside the booth, the man was bent over the rack, yanking cables from a black backpack into the projector controls. The only light came from his laptop and the status LEDs, green and amber, blinking across his hands. He turned when I hit the doorway. Up close, he looked younger than the screen had made him. 30, maybe. Thin from bad habits and bad sleep. His cap brim shadowed eyes that were wet but not soft. "Get out," he said. "Where's your brother?" His face changed, just a twitch. "Don't talk about him." "Tyler," he came at me. No warning. I stepped back, but the booth was too small. His shoulder hit my chest. My bad knee buckled. We crashed into the rolling chair and then the metal rack. Equipment beeped. The projector image outside flickered back on, bright white for an instant, lighting the booth like lightning. He grabbed my throat with one hand and pushed, not enough to choke me fully, enough to shove my head against the rack and make sparks pop behind my eyes. "You all watched," he said. "Everyone watched." I clawed at his wrist. "I didn't work here then." Frank did. His other hand reached toward the keyboard. I saw the laptop screen over his shoulder, a progress bar. Upload 87% below it, a folder labeled SDARLITE final. Videos, edited clips, live feeds, Owen, Karen, the lot, us. A nightmare packaged for release. Maybe he wanted revenge on Frank. Maybe he wanted the world to see. Maybe both had become the same thing in his head. I drove my knee up, not hard, not well. It hit his thigh, and he grunted but didn't let go. I reached blindly along the rack and found the one thing I understood, the red stop button. I slammed it. The projector fan dipped. The outside screen went black again. The man screamed, not in fear, in rage. He let go of my throat and punched me in the mouth. My teeth cut my lip. I tasted blood immediately. Then Maya appeared in the doorway and hit him with Jonah's trash grabber. It bent around his shoulder with a ridiculous metallic twang. For half a second, all three of us stared at it. Maya said, breathless, "That worked less than I hoped." The man lunged toward her. She threw the whole grabber into his legs. He tripped. I grabbed the backpack still connected to the rack and pulled. Cables tore free. One snapped back and struck my cheek. The laptop slid off the table, hit the floor, and the screen cracked. The upload bar vanished into a web of broken pixels. The man crawled for it. Maya kicked it away. He grabbed her ankle. She fell hard, shoulder hitting the doorframe. She cried out, sharp and real. I picked up the rolling chair and shoved it into him. Not swung, shoved. It caught him in the ribs and pinned him against the rack long enough for Jonah to arrive behind Maya with Frank's crowbar. Jonah's voice shook. "Stop." The man froze. The crowbar trembled in Jonah's hands, pointed like a spear. For a second, nobody moved except the projector fan spinning down. Then the man started laughing. Softly. "You think that stops it?" Maya sat up, clutching her shoulder. "It stops you," he smiled at her. From below, a car horn blared, then another. Red light began to pulse faintly through the booth window. Not police, an ambulance, fire. No, the lot had found the road flares from Frank's emergency binder. Someone had lit them along the exit lane, guiding people away from the blocked pickup and toward the shoulder. Ordinary people doing the ordinary smart thing once the worst confusion passed. And then, far off beyond the main road, real sirens rose. Thin at first, closer. Frank must have gotten the landline working, or someone had found a signal near the road. I didn't know yet. The man heard them too. His smile failed. Jonah lowered the crowbar an inch. That was all the man needed. He shoved the chair aside and bolted through the door, knocking Jonah into the railing. Jonah caught himself, but the crowbar clattered down the stairs. The man ran down 2 steps, then Frank, still bleeding on the landing, reached out and hooked his ankle. Both of them went down. It was ugly. Bodies on metal stairs. A shoulder hitting a rail. Frank yelling. The man cursing. Maya and I stumbled after them, but by the time we reached the landing, Jonah had thrown himself across the man's back and wrapped both arms around him, crying and swearing and refusing to let go. Frank held the man's wrist with both hands. His name, Frank gasped, is Aaron Voss. Aaron spat at him. You remember now. Frank's face folded around something older than pain. I remembered every day, he said. The sirens turned into the entrance lane. Blue and red lights washed over the starlight, over the rows of cars, over Karen sitting on the gravel beside the blue Civic with Owen in her lap, while Maya pressed the inhaler to his mouth and counted his breaths. 1, 2, 3. Owen coughed, then breathed. Not well, not cleanly, but he breathed. Aaron Voss stopped fighting when the first sheriff's deputy reached the stairs with a flashlight and a drawn taser. Jonah rolled away and vomited over the side of the landing. Frank stayed on his knees, blood dripping off his chin. Maya sat beside Owen now, one arm hanging wrong, her face gray with pain. I stood there with my lips split, palm bleeding, knee shaking so badly I had to grip the rail. The big screen stayed black. For the first time all night, it showed nothing at all. And somehow that empty white rectangle, looming over us in the strobe of emergency lights, looked less like safety than a place waiting to be filled again. The first ambulance didn't drive all the way into the lot. It couldn't. Dale's pickup was still jammed crooked across half the exit lane, its rear tires sunk into gravel and loose dirt. The splintered wooden barrier, wedged under the bumper like the starlight itself, had grabbed hold and refused to let him leave. So the EMTs parked near the ticket booth and came in on foot, orange bags bouncing against their hips, flashlights cutting through the smoke from the road flares customers had set along the lane. Nobody cheered when they arrived. That's one of the details that stuck with me. In movies, rescue has a sound. Sirens, shouting, people crying with relief. At the starlight, it was mostly people stepping back in little guilty movements, making room between cars, whispering updates to strangers. The movie screen stayed blank above us. The wind pushed at it now and then, flexing the white surface with a low canvas groan. I sat on the bottom stair of the projection booth with a wad of concession, napkins pressed to my split lip, and watched a paramedic kneel in front of Owen. Owen Whitcomb, 6, male, looked impossibly small under the emergency blanket. His green dinosaur shirt was evidence now, sealed later in a brown paper bag. So he wore one of our oversized starlight hoodies from the merch rack, red and faded, sleeves rolled up to his elbows. His mother, Karen Whitcomb, 36, female, stayed on the gravel beside him with one hand hooked around his ankle, as if someone might still try to pull him away. Every time the EMT asked Owen a question, Karen answered first until the EMT gently said, "Mom, let him try." Owen's voice came out thin. "My chest hurts." "I know, buddy," the EMT said. "We're going to help with that." Karen held the inhaler in both hands, though they had already used it. Her knuckles were pale. She kept staring toward the screen supports, toward B3, but she didn't ask to go back there. She had seen enough of that room. We all had. Maya Reeves, 24, female, was on the other side of Owen, sitting on an overturned popcorn bucket because she refused to lie down. Her left arm was strapped against her body with a temporary sling, and her face had gone a flat gray color that made her freckles stand out. When a second EMT touched her shoulder, she hissed through her teeth and said, "It's probably just bruised." The EMT said, "It's probably not." Maya looked at me. "Don't smile." I wasn't smiling. My mouth hurt too much. Jonah Price, 19, male, sat near the rear tire of the blue Civic, elbows on knees, both hands wrapped around a bottle of water he hadn't opened. Someone had given him a clean towel for his face after he vomited off the booth landing. He kept staring at the trash grabber lying bent in the gravel, like he couldn't believe that had been his contribution to stopping a man. It was more than mine in some ways. Frank Bell, 62, male, had a bandage pressed to his head by a deputy who looked young enough to have bought popcorn from him as a kid. Frank kept trying to stand, and the deputy kept saying, "Sir, sit down." Blood had dried along Frank's eyebrow and into the silver hair above his ear. In the red pulse of the flares, he looked older than he had that afternoon. Not sick, hollowed. Aaron Voss was face down on the gravel near the booth stairs for maybe 3 minutes before they sat him up. He was 31, male, and looked less frightening once the deputies had him cuffed. That bothered me. In the booth, in the dark, with one hand at my throat and a laptop full of staged footage behind him, he had felt like the center of the whole night. On the gravel with his cap knocked off, he looked like a tired man with thinning brown hair, a bleeding cheek, and a jaw clenched against the fact that his plan had ended with him, pinned under a 19-year-old lot attendant. A deputy read him his rights. Aaron looked at Frank the whole time. Frank didn't look back. The sheriff's department treated the Starlight like a crime scene before any of us were ready to think of it that way. They taped off B3 first, then the booth, then the concession office, where the PA mic still had silver duct tape residue on its red button. They photographed the cut chain at the back gate. They photographed Owen's sneakers, the gasoline can, the power strip, the little wireless camera clipped to the shelf, and the cracked laptop Maya had kicked away. One deputy asked me to walk him through it. I tried. I started with the popcorn warmer reflection, which sounded ridiculous as soon as I said it. He didn't laugh. He wrote it down. "So the main screen did not initially show the altered footage?" he asked. "No. At first, it was only reflections." "Reflections in what?" "Glass. Windshields. The Nacho machine. Monitor bezel." He paused. "And later the main screen changed." "Yes. How?" "I don't know exactly." That was the answer I hated most, but it was the truest one I had. A technician from the county came around 2 hours later and gave a less haunted explanation. Aaron had tapped into old conduit between the projection booth and the storage rooms behind the screen. He'd set up a secondary wireless receiver and video switcher, the cheap kind people use for security cameras and live streams. He had also planted reflective film on parts of the concession glass, and some of the old menu covers, angled so the hidden feed could be seen in certain surfaces before he fully hijacked the projector. Not magic, angles, timing, bad wiring, human planning. The windshields were harder to explain until they found a short throw projector hidden in the bed of an old maintenance cart behind the first row, aimed low enough to splash images across reflective car glass without hitting the main screen directly. Most people hadn't seen it at first because they were watching the movie, and because the human brain is generous with confusion when it wants the night to remain normal. Mine had been especially generous. The woman's voice on the PA was Aaron's voice run through a phone app and a small audio processor. Owen's coughing had been a mix of live audio from B3 and recordings Aaron triggered from the booth. The motel room wasn't a real motel. It was B3 dressed with curtains, a bedspread, and a lamp to look like a room from the movie. He had filmed pieces in advance, then mixed live shots with pre-recorded ones so nobody could tell what was happening when. The part I could not stop thinking about was how much work it had taken. Not rage in one burst. Work. Weeks, maybe months, of buying cables and cameras, learning Frank's routines, cutting a chain at the right time, knowing where cell service failed, knowing that the landline junction box outside the office could be opened with a flathead screwdriver. Aaron had not needed anything impossible. He had only needed patience, bitterness, and a place old enough to have forgotten its own weak spots. By 3 a.m, Owen and Karen were gone in the ambulance. Maya went in the second one after the EMT finally convinced her that a shoulder could be dislocated and broken at the same time, which seemed unnecessary of her body. She tried to hand me the concession keys before they loaded her. I said, "Maya, I don't think we're opening tomorrow." She blinked at me, exhausted, then laughed once. It turned into a wince. Right, good point. Jonah refused transport, then changed his mind after he stood up and nearly fainted. The EMT said shock did funny things. Jonah said, "I tackled a criminal," with the dazed pride of someone saying it mostly to convince himself. "You did," I told him. He looked embarrassed. I was crying. "You still tackled him." Frank stayed until the deputies made him leave for stitches. Before he went, he stood beside me near the ticket booth while the tow truck worked on Dale's pickup. The road flares had burned down to little red nubs, hissing on the gravel. The first gray line of morning hadn't shown yet, but the night had thinned. Birds were starting up in the trees beyond the drainage ditch, one at a time, like they were testing whether it was safe. Frank held an ice pack to his head. "I should have told you about Tyler," he said. I didn't answer right away. Tyler Voss had been 17 in 2011. That much came out from Frank in pieces, and later from public records. He and 2 friends had broken into the booth after hours to splice crude jump scare footage into trailers for a midnight show. Film wasn't film anymore, even then, but the language stuck. They had climbed the outside stairs in the rain, drunk or high or both, depending on whose old statement you believed. Tyler fell from the landing, hit the concrete edge below, and survived with a traumatic brain injury that changed him permanently. Frank said he called 911. The records said he did. They also said the starlight settled quietly with the family, and installed better locks. Then Frank stopped talking about it. The town stopped talking about it. Tyler went into long-term care 2 counties over. Aaron grew up inside the kind of silence that ferments instead of heals. I didn't ruin him, Frank said, but there was no force behind it. But I didn't help after. The tow truck winch groaned. Dale's pickup shifted backward with a wooden crack as the barrier gave way. I'm not the person you need to say that to, I said. Frank nodded. His eyes moved to the blank screen. They'll close me down for this. Maybe they should. That was the first honest thing I had heard him say all night without fighting it. For the next week, the Starlight was on local news, and then regional news, and then, briefly, national news in the lazy way strange crimes get passed around between weather segments. The headlines all used the same words: drive-in abduction, revenge plot, horror screening stunt. None of them said what it felt like to hear a child coughing through a metal door. None of them captured the smell of gasoline in a concrete room, or the sound of Jonah trying not to cry while holding a crowbar. Owen spent one night in the hospital for observation. His asthma attack was serious, but controlled. He had bruises around his wrists from the tape, and a scrape along his shin where Aaron had dragged or forced him through the back route. Karen gave one statement through an attorney and then asked the media to leave her family alone. I never blamed her. Maya had a fractured collarbone and a dislocated shoulder. She texted me a photo of herself in a sling 2 days later with the message, "Tell Frank I am suing the ghost," I wrote back. "No ghost," she replied. "Fine." Suing the ambience. Jonah quit before Frank could close the place. He said he was going to work at his uncle's landscaping company because lawns did not usually require him to make announcements during kidnappings. He also started seeing a counselor. He told me that like he expected me to joke about it, so I didn't. I gave my statement 3 times, once to the deputies, once to a detective, once to an insurance investigator who asked if I had noticed any prior vulnerabilities in the projection system, which made me laugh so hard my split lip reopened. They asked why I didn't stop the movie sooner. I told them the truth. I thought there was an explanation. I thought stopping it would make things worse. I thought I had more time. Those were 3 different answers, and all of them were true. Aaron Voss was charged with kidnapping, aggravated assault, reckless endangerment, unlawful restraint, burglary, and a list of technical crimes I couldn't keep straight. The prosecutor said the gasoline and wiring could support additional charges. His lawyer argued he had never intended to kill Owen, only scare Frank and expose the drive-in's history. Maybe that was true. Maybe intentions stop mattering once a 6-year-old is taped to a chair beside a gas can. The Starlight never reopened that summer. By July, the sign out front said closed for REPARS in black plastic letters, though there were no repairs happening that I could see. By August, weeds had grown tall around the ticket booth. Someone stole the menu board letters. The screen stayed standing, blank and too white in the sun, with a long vertical tear near the upper right corner where wind had worried at the material after the power died. I went back once in September to collect my last. Frank met me at the concession door. He had lost weight. The place smelled stale without fryer oil and popcorn covering the damp. Inside, the floor was swept, the machines unplugged, the candy boxes stacked on the counter like nobody had decided what to do with sweetness after disaster. He gave me an envelope. "You working?" he asked. "Warehouse again, day shift." Good. It wasn't good exactly, but it was steady. We stood there awkwardly. The popcorn warmer sat between us, empty and clean. Its curved glass reflected the dark concession stand, the snack counter, Frank's tired face my own. No motel room, no open door, just us. "I'm selling," Frank said. I nodded. "To who?" "Developer. Storage units, probably." "That sounds about right." He almost smiled. Before I left, I walked out into the lot. The parking humps were still there, white paint flaking off their sides. The old playground tape had come loose and wrapped itself around the monkey bars. The back gate had a new chain, thicker than the old one, though there wasn't much left to protect. I stood in row 1 where Karen's blue Civic had been. In daylight, the distances looked smaller. The booth was close. The screen was close. B3 was just a door under a structure, sealed now with plywood and county stickers. It seemed impossible that the place had stretched so far in the dark. I turned toward the screen. For a second, I saw nothing but dirty white vinyl and bird droppings. Then a passing truck on Lincoln Way West threw sunlight across the concession window behind me. The reflection flashed onto the popcorn warmer glass inside, then bounced faintly across the screen in a warped rectangle. Just light, just angle, just physics. Still, in that brief pale smear, I thought I saw a door. Not opening, not even fully there. Only the shape of one, the way your mind finishes a picture from a few lines. I waited until the truck noise faded. The screen was blank. The concession stand was empty. The storage room stayed sealed. I told myself there was an explanation, because there was. There had always been an explanation. Cables, projectors, tape, grief, negligence, anger. Ordinary things arranged carefully enough to make the world feel impossible. That should have comforted me. It didn't. I drove out through the main exit slowly, both hands on the wheel, checking the rearview mirror only once. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, working late at the library. The books in the fiction section are bleeding, is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The first drop hit the tile with a soft little tick, the kind of sound you only hear in a library after closing, when the heat has shut off and the building starts making its own noises. I thought at first it was rain leaking through the ceiling. Then I looked up and saw the ceiling was dry, the fluorescent panel above fiction humming steadily, and the drop had come from the bottom edge of a paperback copy of The Secret History. My name is Daniel Price, 32, male, and that winter I was working evenings at the Brighton branch of the Boston Public Library, just off Academy Hill Road, close enough to the B line that the windows gave a faint tremble every time a trolley passed. I wasn't a librarian, not officially. I was a senior library assistant, which meant I shelved returns, handled the circulation desk, fixed jammed printers, explained to college kids that the computer aided was not a printing error we could refund without seeing, and locked up when the actual librarians trusted me enough or were too busy to stay. That Thursday, I was there late because I had said yes when I should have said no. It was a habit, a flaw, if I'm being honest. I liked being useful because useful people got forgiven for being quiet, for being forgetful, for not always answering texts from their younger sister until 2 days later. I had a private dread of being the kind of man who walked away from things. My father had done that cleanly when I was 14, packed 2 duffel bags, left a note on the microwave, and turned absence into a family tradition. So when someone asked me to stay after closing for inventory, I stayed, even if my stomach had been burning since lunch, even if freezing rain had started ticking against the windows before dinner, even if the fiction section smelled wrong. Not rotten exactly, not like a dead mouse in the wall, which we'd had the previous September, and which had made the entire children's area smell like warm pennies and sour insulation. This was sharper. Iron, wet paper, and the dusty glue smell of old bindings. "Dan," called Marisol from the circulation desk. "Tell me that was the pipes." Marisol Vega, 29, female, had been our children's librarian for 3 years and had the kind of bright, practical energy that made toddlers trust her and teenagers underestimate her. She wore yellow reading glasses on a chain and had a scar at her left eyebrow from, she claimed, a tragic shelving cart incident, though the story changed depending on who asked. She had stayed late because the branch manager wanted the annual missing items report finished before Monday, and Marisol hated leaving ugly spreadsheets half done. I didn't answer right away. The book sat on the lower shelf, spine out between Tart and Toybin. Its cover had bowed slightly, the pages swollen along the bottom as if someone had dropped it in a puddle and tried to dry it under a radiator. Another red bead gathered at the corner. It trembled there, fat and glossy. Then it fell. I crouched, knees cracking. The drop on the tile wasn't bright like paint. It was dark red, almost brown around the edge, and it spread slowly into the grout line. "Daniel," Marisol said, closer now. "It's probably ink," I said. That was the first lie of the night, and it wasn't even for her. It was for me. The Brighton branch was small enough that you could stand near the reference desk and see most of the public floor. Children's room to the left with its low shelves and paper snowflakes taped to the windows. Computers in the middle, DVDs and new books along the front wall. Adult fiction running in 5 long rows toward the back, where the ceiling dipped under an old ventilation chase. After closing, the place usually felt harmlessly tired. Chairs pushed in, receipts curled beside keyboards, a mitten forgotten under the copier. That night, the lights over fiction seemed dimmer, not failing exactly, just weak at the edges, casting the shelf labels in a yellowish tint. Marisol came around the end of the aisle and stopped beside me. She looked at the book, then at the floor. "Is that from inside it?" "I don't know. That looks like blood. It looks like something pretending to be blood." She gave me a quick look, That's not more comforting. From the staff room came the rattle of the ancient microwave door. A moment later, Owen appeared with a mug of tea balanced in one hand and his phone in the other. Owen McKenna, 64 male, was our part-time evening custodian, a former MBTA maintenance worker from Dorchester who moved slowly because of a bad hip, but noticed everything. He had a white beard trimmed close, thick glasses that slid down his nose, and a deep suspicion of any problem that arrived after 8 p.m. If a thing waits until closing to break, he liked to say, it wants witnesses too tired to argue. He stopped when he saw us crouched by the shelf. No, he said. Marisol straightened. You don't even know what it is. I know I'm not cleaning it until somebody tells me it isn't a biohazard. That word changed the air more than the drop had. Biohazard. It made the library smaller, made the ticking rain louder against the dark windows. I pulled a pair of blue nitrile gloves from my back pocket. We kept them everywhere because books came back with things in them. Tissues, candy wrappers, brittle flowers, a single slice of American cheese once, pressed neatly between pages 112 and 113 of a James Patterson hardcover. I put the gloves on, trying not to snap the cuffs too loudly. Don't touch it, Marisol said. I'm not going to lick it. Dan, I stopped. The second bead formed while all three of us watched. It pushed from between the pages, not from the cover, swelling at the lower edge as if pressure inside the book were forcing it out. That was the part I didn't like. Spills soaked downward, ink smeared, glue seeped. This looked expressed. The bead fell onto the shelf below, darkening the pale wood veneer. Owen muttered something under his breath. What? I asked. I said, I hate this building. You say that every night. Tonight, I mean it spiritually. Marisol took out her phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam was too white, too clinical. It made the red look thicker. We need to bag it, she said, or call Nora. Nora Ellison, 46, female, was our branch manager, though she had left at 6 to attend a community meeting at City Hall about heating upgrades and public space resiliency, which sounded like a phrase invented to avoid saying our windows leaked. Nora was calm in emergencies because she treated every emergency as a paperwork category. Burst pipe, incident report, angry patron, incident report, possible bodily fluid leaking from Donna Tart. That would probably require a new form. She's at the meeting, I said. Call her anyway. I took out my phone. No service. That wasn't unusual in the back aisles. The old brick walls turned calls into suggestions. Wi-Fi? Marisol asked. I glanced at the top of my screen. Connected, but barely. The building gave a soft clunk overhead, followed by a sigh through the vents. The smell sharpened. Owen backed up a step. That's the air handler. Could something be dripping from the vent into the books? Marisol asked. I looked up again. The nearest vent was 4 feet away, above the aisle, dusty, but dry. The shelf above the paperback was dry too. So were the books on either side. I pulled the secret history out carefully by pinching the top of the spine. The book came free with a faint, wet sound. Marisol whispered, "Oh, gross." The bottom edges of the pages were soaked red. Not all the way through, though. That was strange. The wetness concentrated in the middle, as if something had been tucked deep inside and crushed. A thin line ran down the back cover and onto my glove. For one stupid second, I thought of the paper cuts I used to get as a kid, reading under my blanket with a flashlight until the pages nicked my thumb. I remembered hiding the blood smear from my mother because she would take the book away and tell me to sleep. Then the book twitched in my hand. Not much, just a shift, a settling, like something inside had slid from one page to another. I dropped it. It landed flat on the tile with a slap that echoed down the aisle. Marisol jumped. Owen said, "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph," in a tired voice, like they were co-workers who had failed him again. For a few seconds, none of us moved. Then Marisol laughed once, sharp and embarrassed. Okay, no, that was you dropping it." "Yeah," I said, "that was me." But my right hand had curled into a fist inside the glove, and I could feel the warmth of the liquid across my fingertips. Owen pointed with his mug. "There, look." A red line had marked the floor where the book had landed, but the cover had fallen partly open, and something pale showed between the pages. Not a bookmark, not a receipt. Marisol crouched despite telling me not to. She didn't touch the book. She leaned close, her yellow glasses slipping down her nose. "Is that gauze?" The pale thing was folded into the gutter near the middle. White cotton, or what had once been white. The visible edge was stained rusty red and pressed flat. My first clear thought was that a patron had done it, not a ghost, not a curse, a person. People did things in libraries that sounded fake until you worked in one. They hid vodka in the bathroom tank. They slept in study rooms and denied it while blanket creases marked their cheeks. They watched videos without headphones and acted persecuted when asked to stop. They screamed at us over printing fees, abandoned tax documents in scanners, slipped notes into books, used books as places to stash things they couldn't take home. But blood was different. Blood meant injury or threat, or someone trying to make us think of both. I stood and scanned the row. At the far end of fiction, near the large print section, another book had a dark stain on its bottom edge. Then another. Not every book, not even most. Just a broken trail low along the shelves, at ankle height, moving away from us down the aisle. Tick. This drop came from a paperback by Tana French. Marisol saw it too. Her face changed. The brisk librarian expression fell away, and underneath was a woman calculating exits, phones, policies, liability, whether we had locked the front door, whether anyone might still be hiding in the bathroom. "Did we do the sweep?" she asked. "I did computers and children S," I said. "You did the bathrooms." "I checked the women's and the accessible." Owen said, "I checked the men's when I mopped." "What about the study room?" The study room was a glass-walled box near the back, used by tutors, job applicants, and people who wanted privacy, but not enough privacy to rent office space. Its blinds were usually crooked. From where we stood, I could see the glass reflecting strips of fluorescent light, but not the inside. "I thought you checked it," I said. Marisol stared at me. There it was, my flaw right on schedule. Not cowardice, not exactly. Worse, in a way, my faith that if I sounded calm enough, a missed thing would turn into a handled thing. Owen set his mug on the top shelf slowly. Front doors are locked. Yeah, I said. I locked them at 8. Back door, alarmed. Did it beep? I opened my mouth, then shut it. Because I had propped the back door at 7:45 to bring in the salt bucket from the alley. Freezing rain had made the staff entrance slick. I remembered the bucket. I remembered Owen telling me not to wreck my back. I remembered the phone ringing at the desk and Marisol asking if I could grab it. I did not remember pulling the wedge. Marisol caught it. Dan, I'm not sure. Not sure like maybe, or not sure like no. I'm not sure. A trolley passed outside with a muted metallic groan, and the front windows shivered in their frames. Rain scratched across the glass. Somewhere in the building, water clicked through a pipe. Normal sounds. Normal building. Normal city. The book on the floor released another drop. Marisol pulled her cardigan tighter around herself. We call Nora, then police non-emergency. If someone's hurt, that's 911, Owen said. If someone's messing with us, it's also police, she said. I looked toward the staff hallway. The landline was at the circulation desk. My phone still had one bar that came and went like it was breathing. We should check the study room first, I said. Marisol's eyes snapped to mine. Why? Because if there's someone in there bleeding, we need to know before we spend 5 minutes explaining this to dispatch. And if there's someone in there not bleeding, I didn't answer. That was the real question, wasn't it? If there was someone in the building doing this, we had locked ourselves in with them. Or locked them in with us. Either way, the library had stopped being a place where lost things waited politely to be found. Owen picked up his mug again, thought better of it, and put it back down. We go together, he said. Nobody wanders. Marisol looked at the red trail along the bottom shelf, then toward the glass study room, then toward the front desk, where the phone sat under its little taped sign that said, "Smile, you're helping someone." We call first, she said. We look first, I said. The argument hung there, small and ugly, between the three of us. Behind us, from somewhere deeper in fiction, a book shifted on the shelf with a dry, papery scrape. Not falling. Not yet. Just moving enough to ask us what kind of people we were going to be. And for a moment, all we had was the choice. Walk to the phone and admit this was bigger than a mess, or follow the red, shelf by shelf, toward the study room we might have forgotten to check. Marisol won the argument by doing the one thing neither Owen nor I had done yet. She walked away from the books. Not fast, not dramatically. She turned her back on the red trail, moved down the aisle with her phone flashlight pointed at the floor, and said, "Daniel, call Nora from the landline. Owen, stay where I can see you." Owen made a face. "I'm 64, not 4. Then don't make me count." I followed her, because there are some voices that pull you behind them without asking. Her shoes squeaked softly on the tile. The rain clicked against the front windows like thrown rice. Above us, the lights buzzed with that old fluorescent mosquito sound, and the fiction section sat behind us, close and watchful, smelling of wet paper and iron. At the circulation desk, the phone waited under the taped sign. "Smile, you're helping someone." I picked up the receiver. No dial tone. I pressed the cradle twice, harder the second time, as if the phone were holding out on me. Nothing. Marisol watched my face. "Don't." I'm not doing anything. You're making the face you make when something is worse than you want to say. Owen had followed us anyway, and now stood at the edge of the desk, leaning on his broom handle like it was a cane. Line S down. Maybe the storm, I said. Or the renovation guys cut something, he said. They were in the basement yesterday. Marisol grabbed the receiver from me and listened. Her jaw tightened. She hung up, took out her cell, and walked toward the front window with it held high. I have one bar. Call 911, Owen said. She tapped the screen, waited, then frowned. It says emergency calls only. That's fine, he said. That's literally what we need. She put the phone to her ear. A second passed. Then another, her mouth pinched. It's not connecting. Move closer to the door, I said. I am by the door. Outside, Washington Street looked rinsed and empty. The streetlights smeared long orange lines across the wet pavement. No pedestrians. No cars at the curb. The library's front door had its metal security grille pulled down inside the glass. The lock I'd turned at 8 glinting in the lobby light. Beyond it, the book drop slot on the outer wall clattered once as the wind pushed something loose. Owen said, "We pull the fire alarm." Marisol lowered her phone. For blood in a book, for a possible injured person and no phone. That brings the fire department, police, maybe EMS, she said. And if this turns out to be a patron's stupid prank with stage blood, Nora will have my head. Better headless than explaining a body in study room B. I hated that he said body. Not because it was impossible, because it was. I looked past them toward the back of the library. The study room glass showed a pale reflection of the ceiling lights, warped by the angled blinds. I could see the edge of the doorframe. Not the handle, not the floor. Nothing useful. We need to confirm if someone's in there, I said. Marisol turned on me. You want to walk deeper into the building when we can't call out? No. I want to know what we're calling about. We're calling about possible blood, a tampered book, and a missed security sweep. That last part landed where she meant it to land. My face warmed. I said I wasn't sure about the door, I said. You also weren't sure about the study room. That's not fair. No, Dan, what isn't fair is you deciding to be calm instead of careful. Owen cleared his throat quietly, not to interrupt, but to remind us the room was not empty. Marisol looked away first. Sorry, she meant it. That made it worse. The private fear I carried around was not noble. I didn't want people hurt, sure. But under that, meaner and smaller, I didn't want to be the reason. I didn't want the story later to start with Daniel forgot. Daniel assumed. Daniel didn't check. The thought of it crawled under my skin. So I did what guilty people do. I started trying to fix too much at once. I'll check the back door, I said. You two stay here by the exit. If it's open, we leave through the front after Owen pulls the alarm. No, Marisol said immediately. It's 30 seconds. No one goes alone. Then all three of us go. Owen lifted his broom a little. All three of us hobbling into the back hallway with no phone service. That's your plan. My plan is to find out if I left a public building unlocked with something like this happening inside it. Marisol's expression softened, just enough to hurt. Daniel, don't, I said, please. A noise came from behind the desk. We all froze. It was small, a mechanical tick, then a shuffle. For half a second, I thought someone was crouched under the counter. Then the receipt printer beside the checkout computer spat out a blank strip of paper. It curled forward slowly, white and useless. Marisol exhaled through her nose. Power surge. The computer screen flickered. The library catalog minimized itself, then came back with a warning box. Network connection lost. Owen looked up at the lights. That's new. Another receipt printer clicked from the self-check station near the entrance. Then the public printer woke with a grinding whine, pulled in paper, and jammed halfway through a page. The building seemed to be coughing itself awake. I moved behind the desk and checked the security monitor, an old flat screen mounted under the counter. 4 camera feeds showed the front lobby, the main floor, the staff entrance, and the alley behind the building. The picture was grainy, washed in gray-green night vision where the lights were low. Front lobby, empty. Main floor, empty rows, empty desks, fiction shelves at the back. Staff entrance, the short hallway with the coat hooks and time clock. Alley camera, black, not dark, black. A dead feed. I tapped the screen. Nothing changed. Owen, I said, the alley camera is out. Of course it is. When did you last see it working? When I came in at 5. I watched a rat drag half a sandwich past the dumpster. Big guy. Union rat. Marisol leaned over the monitor. What about the staff door feed? On the 3rd camera, the staff hallway looked still. My jacket hung from a hook beside Marisol's red scarf. The salt bucket sat inside the door. That meant I had brought it in. The wedge was on top of the bucket. My throat tightened with relief so quick it embarrassed me. I pulled it. I said, see, wedge is there. Is the door closed? Marisol asked. The camera angle showed the inside of the door, but not the latch clearly. The hallway light threw glare across the metal push bar. Owen squinted. Looks shut. Looks shut, Marisol repeated. That's not the same. The public printer made a hard clacking sound and stopped. A sheet of paper hung from it, printed with a single black smear down the middle. Not words, not a warning. Just toner dragged across the page by a bad drum or a jammed roller, completely explainable and still ugly in that moment. Then the lights dipped, only for a second. The whole library inhaled darkness and exhaled it again. The emergency exit signs stayed red. The computers beeped. Somewhere in the walls, the HVAC shuddered and cut off. The vent sigh stopped, and the building became suddenly more intimate. Rain, lights, our breathing, the faint tick of cooling metal above the ceiling tiles. Marisol rubbed her arms. Okay, fire alarm, I nodded. Okay, that should have ended it. We should have walked to the red pull station by the front doors, yanked the lever, waited outside under the awning while the alarm screamed the building awake, and neighbors looked out from apartments across the street. But when Owen limped toward the pull station, his shoe skidded. He caught himself on the end of the counter with a grunt. Careful, Marisol said. He looked down. A thin red line crossed the floor in front of the circulation desk. It had not been there before. It came from the direction of fiction, past the new books display, along the tile seam, almost neat in its path. A smear, not drops. As if something wet had been dragged slowly from the aisle toward us. I stared at it, and my brain refused to sort it. That's not possible, I said. Owen looked at me. Stop saying things like that. The line ended under the circulation desk. I stepped back. Marisol saw me do it and whispered, "What?" I crouched, not wanting to, and aimed my phone light beneath the counter. At first, I saw only dust, a fallen pencil, one of the little plastic barcode scanner caps we were always losing. Then I saw the book. It lay flat against the wall under the desk, cover down, pages open. Red fluid had soaked into the paper and pooled lightly around it, catching my phone light in a dull shine. I reached toward it, then stopped before Marisol could tell me. There was a library hold slip stuck to the inside cover. Damp, wrinkled, but readable. Pick up, ELLISON, NORA title, The Little Stranger Date. Today Marisol read it over my shoulder. Nora had a hold. She reads Sarah Waters, I said stupidly. That book wasn't under the desk 10 minutes ago. Nobody disagreed. Owen shifted his weight with a pained little breath. Maybe it fell from the cart. The cart S by returns, Marisol said. Then maybe someone put it there. That was worse because it made sense. A person could have moved while we argued. A person could have slipped from fiction to the desk while the lights dipped and the printers chattered. A person who knew how to stay low. A person who had listened to us talk about phones and exits and the missed sweep. I stood too fast and clipped my shoulder on the underside of the counter. "Dan," Marisol said, "I'm fine. You're bleeding." I touched my shoulder. Not blood, dust, and a line of grime from the counter. Owen said, "We pull the alarm now." He reached the pull station. Nothing happened. Not because he didn't pull it. He did. The plastic handle came down with a sharp crack. No siren. No strobes. No mechanical shriek. Just the hollow click of a switch connected to nothing. Owen stared at the box. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me." Marisol crossed the lobby and opened the small alarm panel beside the vestibule. She knew where the key was because Nora trusted her with everything that made no sense to trust anyone with. The panel showed 3 yellow trouble lights. "AC power phone line ground fault." Marisol's voice went tight. "The alarm system is on trouble." "What does that mean?" I asked. "It means it may not report out. It means it may not sound. It means..." She shut the panel harder than necessary. "It means this building is a lawsuit wearing bricks." Owen looked through the glass doors at the empty sidewalk. "Then we leave." He grabbed the front door key ring from the hook behind the desk and went to the security grill. The key didn't turn. He tried again, slower. Metal clicked, resisted. "Wrong key?" I asked. Owen gave me a look that would have peeled paint. "I lock this door every night I'm here." Marisol joined him. She took the keys and tried the brass one, then the longer silver one, then the one with the red plastic cap. Each slid into some part of the lock assembly and refused to do the useful thing. The grill rattled but didn't lift. "Maybe pressure on the gate," I said. I put both hands on the metal and pulled up while she turned the key. My injured stomach tightened. My shoulder pressed into the cold bars. The grill rose half an inch, then stopped with a hard metallic clank. A chain. Someone had looped a chain through the bottom rung of the security grill and around the inside door handle. From our side, a hardware store chain, bright zinc, with a small laminated padlock snapped through it. Marisol stared at it. "That's not ours," Owen said softly. "No, it is not." There was a tag on the padlock, a tiny paper tag tied with string, the kind we used in storage to label mystery keys. Marisol leaned close without touching it. Written in black marker were 4 words. Check the book drop for a second. None of us spoke. The book drop was outside, built into the front wall of the library, accessible from the sidewalk. But its interior bin sat behind a locked metal door in the vestibule, just inside the security grill. During open hours, returns slid through from outside and landed in a rolling cart. After closing, we usually emptied it once, locked it, and ignored it until morning. Usually, rain tapped the glass. A bus hissed somewhere far down the street and sighed to a stop. The city was out there, close enough to see, too far to touch. Marisol backed away from the chain. No, absolutely not, Owen swallowed. His face had gone pale around the beard. Somebody chained us in and left instructions. Which is why we don't follow them, she said. If they have someone hurt in the book drop. No, she snapped. That's exactly how you make people move where you want them. She was right. Owen was right too. That was the sick part. I looked at the chain again, then toward the red smear under the desk, then down the long room to fiction. I could see the study room glass from here, still reflecting, still unreadable. The concrete problem had narrowed itself to a point. We had no working landline, unreliable cell service, a dead alarm, a front exit chained from inside, and a possible trespasser or injured person somewhere in the building. The back door might still work, but getting to it meant passing the staff hallway near the basement stairs. The book drop might hold evidence, a message, or a person. The study room might hold the source of the trail, and I had been the one responsible for the sweep. Marisol looked at me, and whatever anger she had been holding shifted into something more frightened. Daniel, don't. I have to check. No, you don't. You want to make it your fault so you can make it your job. That landed so cleanly, I almost hated her for it. Owen said, quieter, kid, if we split, we're idiots. If we stand here, we're trapped idiots. From deeper in the library came another sound. Not a book this time. A thud, heavy, human height. It came from the direction of the study room. Then 3 quick knocks on glass. Marisol grabbed my arm hard enough to hurt. The knocks came again. 1, 2, 3. Then a voice, muffled by distance and walls, said something we couldn't make out. It sounded young. It sounded scared. Or it was meant to. Owen's hand tightened on the broom handle. Marisol whispered, "We call out first." I turned toward fiction, toward the glass room and the red trail, and the voice that had arrived exactly when we were trying to leave. "Hello," I called. The library swallowed the word and gave back only rain, lights, and the soft drip from somewhere among the books. Then the voice called again, clearer this time. "Please," a pause, "help me." And just like that, the choice stopped being between smart and stupid. It became a choice between risk and shame. The voice came from the back of the library, but the building made it hard to trust direction. Sound bent around shelves. It flattened against carpet. It bounced off the glass of the study room and came back thinner, younger, more frightened than it might really have been. "Help me." Marisol's fingers were still locked around my arm. Owen stood between the circulation desk and the front doors, broom handle raised halfway, not like a weapon exactly, more like a man trying to convince himself a broom could become one. I said, "Who's there?" No answer. The red smear across the tile seemed darker now that we knew the front exit was chained. It cut from the fiction stacks, past the new books display, to the circulation desk where Nora's hold slip had been tucked inside that wet copy of The Little Stranger. The smell of iron and soaked paper had spread. Without the HVAC running, it just sat in the air, touching the back of my throat. Marisol let go of my arm. "We do this carefully." "We don't do this," Owen said. "We go to the staff entrance." "The staff entrance means passing the basement stairs," she said. "Everything in this building means passing something." He was right. The Brighton branch was shaped like a crooked L. The public entrance sat at the front, with the circulation desk just inside. To the left was children's. To the right were computers and DVDs. Straight back were the adult stacks. Fiction ran along the rear wall in 5 rows, ending near the glass study room and the hallway to staff-only spaces: break room, office, utility closet, bathrooms, basement stairs, then the rear staff door to the alley. The voice had come from that same back corner. So had the trail. So had whatever we had failed to notice during the closing sweep. Marisol took one slow breath. "First attempt, call out. Keep distance. No hero stuff." "That's your official plan?" I asked. My official plan was to pull the fire alarm. The building declined. Owen gave a dry little laugh, then winced and shifted his bad hip. We moved together, which sounds braver than it felt. Owen on the left with the broom. Marisol in the middle with her phone light. Me on the right, holding the key ring and a metal bookend I'd grabbed from the returns cart without thinking. The bookend had Brighton branch written on its bottom in fading black marker. It felt ridiculous in my hand until I imagined having nothing. At the mouth of the first fiction aisle, we stopped. The lower shelves held the stained books like bad teeth in a smile. Not every title, not random either. A line ran across authors in alphabetical order, F through M, mostly paperbacks, mostly copies that circulated often. A red bead clung to the bottom of an Ian McEwan. Another drop had dried halfway down a Louise Erdrich spine. Marisol whispered, "These were selected." "How can you tell?" I asked. "They're all high circulation, easy to handle without looking suspicious. Also all on bottom shelves where someone could work crouched." That was her mind trying to save us, classify, label, understand. Owen looked toward the study room. "Kid," the voice did not answer. We reached the end of the first row. The study room was 20 feet ahead, across a strip of low gray carpet. Its blinds were tilted downward, not closed fully. A rectangle of weak light glowed inside from the desk lamp we left there for patrons. Through the slats, I saw movement. I raised the bookend. Marisol whispered, "Wait." The movement came again, a pale flicker low to the floor. Then a face slid into view between 2 blinds. I stepped back so fast my shoulder hit the shelf. Marisol gasped. The face was flat, paper white, eyes black, mouth stretched open. Then it collapsed sideways and bounced once against the glass. Owen swore loud enough to wake the whole city. For 3 seconds, I believed someone had pressed a dead face to the study room window. Then the thing swung back. It was a child's mask, a cheap paper craft mask from Marisol's Storytime Supplies, the kind kids colored during Halloween week. White cardstock, yarn ties, 2 round holes for eyes, mouth cut open too wide by safety scissors. It dangled from the inner blind cord, twisting slightly in the draft from under the door. Misdirection. Stupid. Cruel, explainable. Marisol pressed a hand to her chest. "That's from my cabinet. Could a kid have left it there?" I asked. "My cabinet is locked," Owen muttered, not well enough. We approached the study room door. The glass was smudged from inside at waist height. The handle had a red smear on it, not a lot, just a thumbprint dragged toward the latch. "Hello," Marisol said, louder now. "We're staff. If you're hurt, say your name." Nothing. I put my ear near the glass, not touching it. I heard a faint shuffling, a wet little sniff. Then the young voice said, "Don't open it." We all froze. Owen leaned in. "What? Don't open it," the voice said again, so faint it could have been a recording through bad speakers. Marisol turned her phone light toward the study room doorframe. "There's no one standing." I crouched and angled the light under the door. Shoes, small sneakers, toes pointed toward us. A child, or a small adult, was sitting on the floor just inside the study room. Marisol went pale. The fight went out of her posture, and something older replaced it, something instinctive and trained from years of helping lost kids find parents in the stacks. "Honey," she said softly, "my name is Marisol. Are you hurt?" The sneakers shifted backward. The voice said, "He said you'd open it." Owen looked at me. There was a person behind this, not a leak, not a building failure, a person. I tried the study room handle. Locked. Marisol snapped, "Daniel, I'm not opening it. It's locked." The study room lock was simple. A thumb turn inside and key access outside. The same key ring I had in my hand should have opened it. I found the small brass key, slid it in, and turned. It didn't move. I tried again. The key went in but would not rotate. Something had jammed the cylinder. From inside, Owen asked. "Maybe. Or glue," Marisol said. I looked at her. She pointed. Around the lock, barely visible, a clear shine had dried in a crescent. Super glue, maybe. Epoxy. Something fast. "That's attempt 1 dead," Owen said. The sneakers inside moved again. "Are you alone in there?" I asked. A pause. "No." Marisol stepped closer to the glass. "Who is with you?" No answer. Then a thump came from behind us. Not the study room, the fiction stacks. All 3 of us turned. A book fell from the lower shelf in aisle 3, landing open on the carpet. Then another. Then 3 more, sliding outward one after the other with dry, papery slaps. For one breath, it seemed like the shelves were throwing them at us. Then I saw the reason. A length of fishing line, nearly invisible under the fluorescent lights, pulled tight along the bottom shelf. It ran from the end of aisle 3 toward the study room area and disappeared behind the metal end cap. As it tightened, it tugged books forward from where they had been loosely hooked by the covers. Owen saw it too. Trip line. Marisol's expression hardened. He wants noise. Panic. "Just looking the wrong way," I said. A small sound came from inside the study room. A sob, cut off quickly. The second attempt was the obvious one. Force the door. Owen wedged his broom handle through the study room handle and pulled upward while I shoved my shoulder against the frame near the latch. Marisol kept her light aimed low, talking steadily to the person inside. "We're not leaving you. Keep your feet away from the door. If you can move back, move back." "I can't," the voice said. "Why can't you?" A pause. "My hand." The word was muffled, but I heard enough. Hand. I drove my shoulder into the door. Pain flared across the spot I'd clipped earlier under the desk. The door rattled, glass buzzing in its frame. Again. The lock held. Again. This time the bookend slipped from my sweaty hand and clanged against the carpet strip, somehow louder than metal should be on fabric. Owen said, "Move." He lifted his bad leg with visible effort and kicked low near the latch. The impact made the glass shake. He grunted and nearly folded. Marisol caught his elbow. "Owen, stop. I'm fine. You are not fine." He was breathing through his teeth. His face had gone gray. The study room door had not opened. The lock had been jammed, and the hinge pins were on the inside. Whoever had done this knew that, or had chosen the room because of it. Inside, the voice whispered, "He's coming back." "Who?" Marisol asked. No answer. The lights dipped again. This time they did not fully recover. Half the fixtures over fiction went dark, leaving the back of the library striped with weak yellow pools and gray shadow. The emergency exit signs stayed red. The lamp inside the study room flickered and steadied. My phone buzzed in my hand. 1 bar, then 2. A text notification appeared at the top of the screen from my sister, Rachel. "You alive? Mom said you never called her back." It was so ordinary that for a second I almost laughed. Then the signal disappeared. The failed call attempt had taught us the front was useless. The failed door attempt had taught us the study room was deliberately sealed. So the third attempt became the back door. Get out through staff. Get into the alley. Run to Washington Street. Flag someone down. Or get enough signal to call 911. We had to pass the study room to reach the staff hallway. Marisol didn't want to leave the person inside. Owen argued that help outside mattered more than standing beside a locked room apologizing. I stood between them, saying nothing useful, because the guilt had become physical, like a hand pressing between my shoulder blades. Finally, Marisol turned to the glass. "We're going to get help. We'll be right back." The sneakers shifted hard enough to squeak. "No," the voice said. "Don't go back there." "Why?" He said, "The back is for Daniel." My name in that small voice made the room tilt. Owen looked at me. "You know this person?" "No." Marisol's eyes searched my face. "I don't," I said. "I swear." But my mind was already digging through patrons. Men I'd asked to leave. Teens I'd caught vaping in the restroom. The woman who screamed at me over a lost romance novel fine. The man who had waited outside after closing last month because the public computer timed out before he could finish a benefits form. Libraries collected anger quietly. You never knew which small humiliation someone carried home and sharpened. We moved anyway. Past the study room, the staff hallway stretched left, narrower and darker than the public floor. Coat hooks on the right. Nora's office door on the left. Break room after that. Utility closet. Restrooms. Basement stairs at the far bend. Rear door beyond them, with the panic bar and alarm sensor above. The salt bucket sat inside the staff entrance, visible at the end like proof I had not left the wedge in the door. The wedge rested on top. The door was closed, maybe locked, maybe salvation. We were halfway down the hallway when the smell changed. Less iron, more bleach. "Stop," Owen said. On the floor near the utility closet was a wet patch, clear under Marisol's phone light. It spread from beneath the closet door and ran in thin streams toward the basement stairs. "Cleaning solution?" Marisol asked. Owen crouched stiffly and sniffed without getting too close. "Bleach, strong." The utility closet held mop buckets, disinfectant, toilet paper, and the little rolling ladder we used for top shelves. It also held the breaker panel. Of course it did. I tried the closet door. Locked, not with the usual staff key. With another padlock looped through the hasp someone had installed years ago after teenagers stole paper towels for a prank. This padlock was ours. Owen patted his pockets. "Keys on my ring." "Where's your ring?" He looked back toward the circulation desk. His keys were in his coat, on the hook, at the front of the building. Marisol closed her eyes. Perfect. A noise came from below us. The basement stairs were just past the bleach spill, descending into a square of darkness. We stored archives down there, old tax forms, folding chairs, holiday decorations, boxes of donated books waiting for the friend's sale. The renovation workers had been in and out all week because the basement had the phone junction, alarm wiring, and heating controls. The sound came again, a dragging scrape, then a soft bump. Owen whispered, "Could be pipes." We all knew he didn't believe it. I stepped over the bleach stream, careful not to slip. My shoes squeaked. The air at the stairwell felt colder. Damp concrete smell rose from below. "Daniel," Marisol said, "I'm just looking." That was another lie. I leaned far enough to shine my phone down the stairs. At the bottom, something sat on the landing. A library tote bag, canvas, blue, our logo printed on the side. It was bulging, darkened in patches, and a red line ran from one corner across the concrete toward the shelves in the basement. Owen made a sound in his throat. Then the rear door handle rattled, not from our side, from outside. 3 hard shakes. Marisol clapped both hands over her mouth. The handle stopped. A fist pounded the metal door once. Then a man's voice called from the alley, muffled by the storm and the door. "Open up." We didn't move. The voice came again. "Library staff, open the door." Owen limped past us, nearly slipping in the bleach. "Thank God." "Wait," Marisol said. He stopped with his hand inches from the panic bar. "What?" he snapped. "How does he know we're in here?" The rain hammered the alley door. The man outside pounded again. I saw the lights. "Open up." "Who are you?" Marisol called. A pause. "Maintenance." Owen looked at us. "Renovation guys." "At 9 at night?" she asked. "Emergency call maybe." The man outside said, "Door S chained from the outside. I can cut it, but you gotta open from your side." My stomach dropped from the outside. The front grille was chained from inside. The rear door was chained from outside. The building had been sealed both ways. Owen looked through the tiny reinforced window in the rear door. I can't see him. Too much rain. The door had no camera feed now. Alley camera was black. I pressed my phone against the window. using the screen glow to cut reflection. For half a second, I saw a yellow raincoat shape beyond the wire glass. Hood up, face hidden, bolt cutters in one hand. Then the figure turned his head toward the alley camera above the door and raised one gloved finger to where his mouth would be. SHH. I yanked Owen back from the door. At the same moment, something slammed against it from outside, hard enough to rattle the frame. The man laughed. Not loudly, not crazily. Just once, a low, amused breath that came through the metal like warm air through a vent. Then he said, in a completely different voice, higher and softer, "Please help me." The same young voice from the study room. Marisol whispered, recording the study room voice. The alley voice, bait. The realization was cold and practical. A speaker, a phone, a recorder. Someone had planted sound where they wanted us to move. Owen backed away, dragging his bad leg. "We're not opening that door." "No," I said. Then the lights went out. Not all of them. Emergency power clicked on after one black second, bathing the hall in red from the exit sign and faint battery lights. In that second, Marisol screamed because something brushed her ankle. When my phone light snapped back on, the explanation lay at her feet. Fishing line again. It had been tied low across the hallway, nearly invisible, and when Owen stumbled backward, he had pulled it loose. It dragged a cluster of paperback books from a box near Nora's office, spilling them around Marisol's shoes. One had brushed her leg. Terror, then explanation. Explanation, then worse terror, because the line ran not toward the study room this time, but down the basement stairs. Someone had set traps in both directions. Then sprinklers burst over fiction. We heard them before we saw them. A hard metallic cough, then a rushing hiss. Water hammered the shelves at the back of the public floor. Fire suppression triggered somewhere in the system, soaking the books, the floor, the red stains, the evidence, everything. Marisol stared past me. No, the water spread fast across the carpet, carrying red with it in thin pink fans. At the front, chained exit. At the back, someone waiting outside. Basement below us. Study room sealed with someone or something inside. The sprinklers would flood the public floor, trip electrical hazards, destroy evidence, and maybe force the fire department to respond if the alarm reported, though the panel had already told us not to trust it. More immediately, the water was moving toward the power strips under the public computer tables. "We have to cut power," Owen said. "The breaker panel, S, in the locked utility closet," Marisol said. "And the key is in my coat at the front," he said. We all looked back through the red-lit hallway toward the public floor. The way we had come was now slick with water and crossed by whatever lines we hadn't seen. Behind the rear door, the man in the raincoat tapped once on the metal, then twice, then 3 times. From the study room, the young recorded voice answered faintly, perfectly timed. "Help me." That was the point when retreat stopped being a direction. It was just another trap. Water reached the first row of public computers in a thin, glittering sheet. It didn't look dangerous at first. That was the worst of it. It looked like a spill. Something you could throw towels over. Something Owen would curse about while dragging out the yellow wet floor signs. Then one of the power strips under computer 3 gave a sharp blue snap. The monitor blinked off. Marisol flinched so hard her shoulder hit the staff hallway wall. "Breaker," Owen said. Now, his voice had changed. No jokes. No grumbling. Just the flat tone of someone who had seen enough broken systems to know when a building was about to hurt somebody. The utility closet was 10 feet away, padlocked. Owen's keys were in his coat at the front, past the flooded fiction section, the circulation desk, and the chained grill. The rear door had a man outside it in a yellow raincoat, waiting with bolt cutters and a borrowed child's voice. The basement stairs had a blood-dark tote bag at the bottom and fishing line running into the dark. I looked at the closet lock, then at the broom in Owen's hand. "Give me that," I said. Owen didn't ask why, he handed it over. The broom handle was cheap aluminum, hollow but stiff. I wedged it through the padlock shackle and twisted. The hasp creaked. My palms slipped on the wet metal. The handle bowed. "Daniel," Marisol said, "careful." I twisted harder. The broom handle bent, then sprang free and cracked me across the cheekbone. White pain flashed behind my left eye. I staggered back, tasting blood where my teeth had cut the inside of my mouth. Owen grabbed my coat. "You idiot." "Again," I said. "No, move." He took the bent handle, planted one foot against the bottom of the utility door, and leaned his weight into the makeshift lever. His bad hip trembled. His face went gray. For a second, nothing happened. Then the screws tore out of the soft old doorframe. The hasp popped loose. Owen nearly went down. Marisol caught him under one arm. He sucked air through his teeth, eyes squeezed shut. "Hip?" I asked. "Everything," he said. "Open the damn door." I yanked the closet open. Bleach fumes hit us so hard my eyes watered. The floor inside was wet with it. Jugs had been tipped over, their caps unscrewed, the liquid spreading around mop heads and paper towel rolls. Whoever had done it had known exactly how to make the closet unpleasant, but not impossible. The breaker panel was on the back wall. I stepped in and my right shoe slid. My shoulder hit a shelf. Something plastic clattered down. I caught myself on a mop sink, then reached the breaker box and flipped the metal cover open. Rows of switches, half-labeled tape, public PCs, stacks, HVAC, CIRC, basement, old heat, in Nora's handwriting. "What do I kill?" I asked. "Public computers first," Owen said from the doorway. "Then stacks. Leave exit lights." "Which one is exit lights?" "Don't touch anything that says EMER." My fingers shook. The fluorescent light above the closet flickered, then steadied with a sick yellow buzz. I found public PCs and snapped it off. From the main floor came another electrical pop, smaller this time than nothing. "Stacks?" Marisol asked. I flipped stacks. The library behind us went darker. The red exit signs became brighter by comparison, smearing color across the wet tile. The sprinklers kept hissing. "That didn't stop them," I said. "Sprinklers aren't electrical," Owen said. "Water main valve S in the basement." Of course it was. From the rear door came 3 knocks. 1, 2, 3. Then the man outside said, in his own voice this time, "You're doing pretty good." Nobody moved. His voice was calm, close to the door, amused in a way that made him sound less drunk than I wanted him to be. "Daniel Price," he called. "You always this helpful after closing." Marisol looked at me. I shook my head once. I didn't know him. I didn't. The man tapped the door again, softer. "You got the power, smart. But water's still running, and that little room back there is filling up around the edges." Marisol's face changed. The study room. The study room sat on the public floor near Fiction, with a gap under the door. If sprinklers were flooding that area, water would seep in. If someone was sitting on the floor with their hand trapped or tied, they couldn't get away from it. The voice from the study room had said, "My hand." Owen said, "He wants us back out there." "Yes," Marisol said, "and there still might be someone in there." The man outside laughed once. "Might be." I grabbed a screwdriver from the utility shelf. Flathead, rust on the shaft. Then a box cutter. Then a roll of duct tape. My brain was finally moving, not well, but in straight lines. "We need the water valve," Owen said. "Basement." "We need the study room open," Marisol said. "We need police," I said. Owen gave me a look. "Got any in your pocket?" "No." "But maybe we had a way to make noise." I looked toward the front of the library. "The book drop." Marisol stared at me. "No, the tag said check it. That means he wants us to. But the book drop opens to outside. If we can shove something through, make noise, throw a note. The outer slot is narrow, wide enough for books. Not wide enough for a person," Owen said, "but wide enough for a phone." My phone had no reliable signal inside. Outside, maybe. Marisol understood at the same time I did. "Record a 911 call." "No, text Rachel," I said. My sister's message still sat on my screen, waiting in the dead service gray. "You alive?" I typed fast. "Trapped inside Brighton Library. Call 911 now. Possible attacker. Front chained. Rear alley blocked. Fire sprinklers on. Send police fire, not joke." I took a photo of the chained front grille from where we stood, zoomed badly, then attached it. The sending bar stuck at nothing. "We get it into the book drop," I said. "If it catches signal outside, it sends." "And then we don't have your phone," Marisol said. "If we keep it, we don't have help." Owen nodded once. "Do it." We moved back toward the public floor. The library had become a different place, under emergency lights. The front windows were black mirrors. Water fell in hard silver lines over Fiction, pounding the carpet, running down shelves, bleeding red from the staged books, until the aisles looked smeared with diluted rust. The air smelled like wet paper, bleach from the hall, hot plastic from the power strips, and that iron tang that still refused to become harmless. Halfway to the circulation desk, the first shelf shifted, not moved by itself, pushed. A hand appeared low between two rows in Fiction, just long enough to pull a fishing line. The new books display tipped over. Hardcovers slid across the wet tile in a crashing wave. Marisol slipped. I grabbed her sleeve and felt fabric tear under my fingers. She hit one knee anyway, hard, gasping. A book skidded into Owen's bad leg. He barked a curse and nearly fell. At the far end of Fiction, a figure moved. Yellow raincoat. Inside now, not outside. He had come through the rear. The basement, the alley door. My brain tried to solve it and failed. He was average height, maybe 5'10", hood up, face covered by a white respirator mask spattered dark around the filter. Yellow rain pants, black gloves, bolt cutters in one hand. He stood near the study room. The glass was fogged with moisture. The paper mask still hung crooked from the blind cord, its cut-out mouth trembling in the sprinkler spray. The man lifted the bolt cutters and pointed them at me. Then he stepped out of sight behind the shelves. "Run," Owen said. We ran toward the front, not gracefully, not heroically. Marisol limped from the knee. Owen dragged his leg and used the wall for balance. I held my phone in one hand, screwdriver in the other, and kept slipping on wet tile. At the circulation desk, I dropped to my knees by the interior book drop door. The metal compartment sat below the counter, locked with a square latch. Owen shoved me aside, pulled a ring of small maintenance keys from his belt, not his full coat keys, but enough, and tried one. No, second. No, third. The latch turned. Inside was the rolling returns bin. It was not empty. Books lay piled at the bottom, soaked at their edges with red. On top of them sat a clear plastic evidence-style bag, not police issue, something bought online. Inside it were library cards, a dozen of them, maybe more, each with a name, a barcode, a face. Marisol leaned over me. "Oh my God," she whispered. The top card was mine. Daniel Price. An old staff ID photo from 5 years ago, back when I still wore my hair too long and smiled like I was apologizing. Under it, Marisol Vega. Then Owen Mcknna. Then Nora Ellison. Then patrons I recognized in flashes. A college student who used the scanners. A man who came in for large print westerns. A teenager who charged his phone near the DVDs. This was not random. I shoved the bag aside and opened the exterior slot from inside. Rain blew through the narrow mouth. Cold air hit my face. I wrapped my phone in a plastic holds bag, left the top open enough for signal, and shoved it through the slot. It stuck halfway. "Come on," I said. The yellow raincoat man appeared at the end of the central aisle. Closer now, walking, not rushing, bolt cutters swinging lightly at his side. Owen grabbed the returns bin and shoved it hard into the book drop mechanism. Again, I pushed my phone. The plastic snagged. Marisol snatched the screwdriver from my hand and jammed it under the slot flap, levering it wider. The phone slipped out. Gone, outside, maybe into the rain, maybe onto the sidewalk, maybe nowhere useful. The sending bar was out of our hands now. The man in the raincoat called, "That won't help fast enough." His voice echoed under the sprinklers. Marisol stood slowly, holding the screwdriver. Owen picked up the metal bookend from the floor where I had dropped it earlier. I had nothing but the box cutter. The man stopped 10 feet away on the far side of the new book's display wreckage. His respirator hid his mouth, but I could see his eyes behind clear safety goggles. Pale eyes, not wild, focused. That was worse. "Who are you?" Marisol demanded. He tilted his head. "You don't remember." "Try us," Owen said. The man looked at me. He might. I stared at the eyes, the hood, the mask. Strip away the rain gear. Add a winter hat, a beard maybe, a patron at a computer, a man angry about something small. Then I saw the lanyard around his neck, not library staff, contractor badge, one of the renovation workers. My mind found him then, the man at computer 3 weeks ago, filling out forms, asking if we could extend his session. He had been told no because other patrons were waiting. He had argued with me, not loudly, just with a kind of trembling humiliation. Later, he had asked Nora about a maintenance posting. Later still, I'd seen him in the basement with the renovation crew, carrying spools of wire. "Calvin," I said, his shoulders lifted slightly. Marisol glanced at me. "You know him, contractor. He was here with the phone crew." The man's gloved hand tightened on the bolt cutters. "Temporary subcontractor. No benefits. No badge access, except when somebody feels like opening a door." Owen said, "So you flooded a library?" Calvin's head snapped toward him. "You people think this place is kind." The sprinklers hissed between us. "You sit at that desk," he said to me, "and you make rules sound polite. 30 minutes on the computer. No, you can't stay after closing. No, you can't print without credit. No, we can't hold your things. No, no, no. But you smile. Smile, you're helping someone." The sign behind me felt suddenly obscene. Marisol said, "If you were angry, you could have filed a complaint." He laughed into the respirator. "I did." He lifted the bolt cutters and pointed toward fiction. "Nobody reads complaints. People read blood." "It's not blood," I said. Calvin looked at me. "Some is." The words opened a pit under the room. Marisol whispered, "Who is in the study room?" He didn't answer. Owen shifted to my left, bookend low. Calvin noticed. "Old man, don't." Owen threw the bookend anyway. It hit Calvin's shoulder, not his head, but hard enough to make him stumble sideways into the display table. "Move," Owen shouted. Marisol ran toward fiction. I ran after her. Calvin lunged. The bolt cutters caught the back of my shirt and yanked me off balance. I twisted, slashed backward with the box cutter, and felt it catch raincoat fabric, not flesh. Calvin drove his elbow into my ribs. Air left me. I hit the wet tile on one hip. Pain shot down my leg. The box cutter skittered away. Marisol reached the study room door and began hammering the screwdriver into the glued lock. "Move back," she shouted through the glass. "If you're real, move back." The sneakers inside shifted. A small hand slapped the glass once. Real. The sound made Calvin turn. That was enough. Owen came from behind him with the bent broom handle and jammed it between Calvin's ankles. Calvin fell hard, bolt cutters clanging away. His head struck the tile with a heavy, awful sound, but not enough to stop him. He rolled, grabbed Owen's pant leg, and pulled. Owen went down. His hip hit first. He screamed. Not a grunt, not a curse. A raw animal sound that cut through the sprinkler hiss and made Marisol look back. Calvin crawled toward the bolt cutters. I crawled too. My ribs burned. My cheek throbbed. I got one hand on the cutters just as he grabbed the other handle. For a second, we were children fighting over a toy, both of us slick with water, teeth bared, knees sliding. Then he punched me in the mouth. My head snapped back. He wrenched the cutters free. Marisol shouted from the study room. "Daniel." Calvin rose to one knee. Owen, still on the floor, grabbed the fishing line stretched near his hand and wrapped it around Calvin's ankle. Then he pulled with everything he had. Calvin tried to stand and went down again. This time, his chin hit the edge of the display table. His goggles cracked. He groaned, dazed. I got to him first. I took the duct tape from my pocket, the stupid roll from the utility closet, the one I'd grabbed because my brain wanted tools, and wrapped it around his wrist before he could orient. Marisol dropped beside me, pressing her knee into his forearm, face twisted with fear and fury. "Hands," she said. Calvin bucked under us. Strong. Not movie strong. Real strong. Panicked strong. Owen dragged himself closer, pale and sweating, and used the fishing line like a cord around Calvin's boots. It cut into his own fingers. Blood appeared there, bright and actual. We got one wrist taped to the other, messy, not secure enough. Then more tape, around gloves, around sleeves, around the bolt cutter handles, trapping them between his arms so he couldn't swing. Calvin spit through the respirator. "You don't know what's downstairs." "Then tell us," I said. He smiled with his eyes. From the study room came a weak cry. "Please." Marisol left Calvin to me and Owen. She went back to the door. The lock was mangled but still holding. "The cutters," she said. I looked at Calvin. The bolt cutters were taped against him under his wrists. He laughed. So I did the only thing I could think to do. I grabbed the cutters by the handle and pulled, dragging his taped arms with them until he howled into the mask. "Daniel," Marisol shouted. "I'm not asking him." The tape stretched. One strip tore. Owen held Calvin's shoulder down with both hands, his face wet with sprinkler water and tears from pain. I ripped the cutters free. Marisol jammed the jaws around the study room handle, not the lock, and squeezed. Nothing. I got up dizzy and helped. Together we leaned into it. The metal handle bent, then snapped off with a crack. The latch stayed seated. "No," Marisol said. Owen pointed from the floor. "Strike plate, frame, break the frame." We attacked the wood around the latch with the screwdriver and cutters. Not elegant, not fast. Splinters flew. Marisol's hand slipped, and she sliced her palm open on jagged metal. She hissed, wrapped it in her cardigan sleeve, kept going. Finally, the latch tore loose. The study room door opened inward. Inside, a boy sat on the floor with his left wrist zip-tied to the leg of the study table. He was maybe 13. Thin, brown hair plastered to his forehead. A strip of duct tape hung loose from one cheek where he had worked it partly off. One sneaker was missing. The other was the one we'd seen. His right hand clutched a small Bluetooth speaker. Not his choice. It had been taped to his palm. Marisol made a sound that was almost his name, though she didn't know it. "I'm okay," the boy said, then immediately started crying like someone who was not okay at all. "Name?" she asked, kneeling. Eli Harper." I knew the last name. A patron. His grandmother brought him on Saturdays. His wrist was swollen around the zip tie, not bleeding badly, but raw and purple. Marisol cut him free with the box cutter I found under the table. Her own hand bled onto the carpet. The sprinkler water lapped at the study room threshold. Eli looked past us at Calvin, taped and groaning on the floor. He said if I didn't talk, he'd put me downstairs, Eli whispered. "What's downstairs?" I asked. Eli shook his head hard. The lady, Nora. No one said it, but all three of us understood. A distant siren rose outside, faint, then louder. My phone had sent. Calvin heard it too. His body went still. Red and blue light flickered across the front windows, distorted by rain and water running down the glass. Someone outside shouted. The chain on the front grille rattled. A firefighter's voice boomed from beyond the door. Boston Fire. Step away from the entrance. For the first time all night, the building sounded occupied by the world again. Calvin turned his cracked goggles toward me. You should have checked the basement first, he said. Then the firefighters hit the front chain with their cutter, and the sound of metal giving way filled the library like a verdict. The conflict was over in the practical sense. Help was there. Calvin was down. Eli was alive. But Owen was on the floor with a hip that looked wrong under his work pants. Marisol was bleeding through her sleeve. My mouth was full of blood. And below us, under all that concrete and water and old donated books, Nora might still be waiting. The sirens grew louder. The sprinklers kept falling. And none of us felt saved yet. The firefighters cut the front chain in less than 30 seconds. That was the part that stayed with me later. Not because it was dramatic, but because it was so ordinary. A hydraulic cutter bit down, metal popped, and the thing that had trapped us became junk on the wet tile. All night, that chain had felt like a wall. To the fire crew, it was hardware. The grill rattled up. Rain blew in from the street. Red and blue light slid across the ceiling panels, the soaked carpet, the scattered books, Calvin's yellow raincoat, Eli Harper's white face behind Marisol's shoulder. 2 firefighters came in first, then a police officer with one hand on his holster and the other held out low, telling us not to move, not because we had done anything wrong, but because nobody knew yet what the room was. Hands visible, he said. Owen, lying on the floor with one leg twisted wrong beneath him, lifted both hands and said, "If I could move, son, I'd be at home." That was Owen, hurt badly enough that his face looked made of ash and still annoyed by procedure. The officer's eyes moved from him to Calvin, whose wrists were bundled in our ugly layers of duct tape. Calvin was face down now, cheek against the tile, respirator knocked loose, and one cracked goggle lens filled with sprinkler water. He looked smaller without motion. Not harmless. Never harmless. Just smaller. Suspect restrained, I said, though my mouth was swollen enough that restrained came out thick. Another officer knelt on Calvin's back and cut our tape away, only to replace it with cuffs. Calvin did not fight. He watched me from the side of his face, one pale eye open, as if we were still having a private conversation. "You're Daniel," a firefighter asked me. I nodded. "Your sister called it in. Said you texted her from inside. Rachel." I had not thought of her once after the phone slipped through the book drop. Now, the thought of her seeing that message, of her deciding in whatever fraction of a second not to call me back first, not to ask if it was a joke, made my knees feel loose. "She okay?" I asked, which was stupid. The firefighter looked at me for half a beat. "She's not the one bleeding." I touched my mouth. My fingers came away red. Marisol had one arm around Eli Harper, 13 male, though we didn't learn his exact age until later when his grandmother arrived shaking in a raincoat over pajamas. Eli kept saying he was sorry. Sorry for talking. Sorry for holding the speaker. Sorry for not being able to untie himself. Marisol answered each apology with the same steady sentence. "You did what you had to do." Her right hand was wrapped in a dish towel from the staff room, already soaked through at the palm. She had cut it deeply, breaking open the study room door. It would take 7 stitches and leave a pale crescent scar that later curved across her lifeline, which she joked was too literary even for us. At the time, she wasn't joking. She was looking at Eli like she could keep him in one piece by refusing to blink. Paramedics came in with a backboard for Owen. He argued until they touched his hip. Then he stopped arguing and made a sound through clenched teeth that I still hear when a chair scrapes too hard against tile. Dislocated, they told us later, with a small fracture near the socket. Surgery was discussed, then avoided. Recovery took months. Owen called it my involuntary vacation from all you lunatics. But before they carried him out, he grabbed my sleeve. "Basement," he said. "I know." "No," he said, fingers digging in. "Listen, don't go down there being you." I knew what he meant. Don't go because of guilt. Don't go because Calvin had named the place. Don't go because you think finding the worst thing first makes you responsible enough to be forgiven. A fire lieutenant heard us and looked toward the staff hallway. Water was still running in sheets off the fiction shelves, though someone had finally found the valve to stop the sprinklers. The public floor had become a shallow map of everything that had happened. Red diluted into pink veins. Book pages swelling open like ruined flowers. Toppled displays. Boot prints, our blood, Calvin's blood. Bleach from the utility closet, creeping in thin, ghostly trails from the hall. "You said someone may be in the basement," the lieutenant asked. "Nora Ellison," Marisol said immediately. "Branch manager, 46, female. She left at 6 for a meeting, but her hold slip was planted in one of the books, and the boy said there was a lady downstairs." The lieutenant pointed to 2 firefighters and 1 officer. With me, I started after them. The officer put a hand on my chest. "Not hard enough. You stay here. I know the basement." So does the guy in cuffs, apparently. That shut me up. They went down without us. The staff hallway looked narrower with them in it. Helmets brushing the exit sign glow. Flashlights cutting across the bleach spill. The broken utility closet door. The fishing line still caught around the stair rail. One firefighter paused to photograph the line before stepping over it. Practical, careful, the opposite of how we had moved. Marisol sat on the floor with Eli and let an EMT unwrap her hand. She didn't look away from the basement stairs. I stood by the circulation desk, useless for the first time in hours. A police sergeant took my name, then Marisol's, then Owen's while the paramedics loaded him. She asked what Calvin had said, what we had touched, whether we had moved the books, whether we knew what fluid had been used. Her pen scratched steadily. Rain tapped the windows. The building dripped. Every few minutes, Calvin said something from where they had him seated against the wall. Not loud, not raving. He kept asking if the news crews had arrived. Nobody answered him. That seemed to bother him more than the cuffs. When the firefighters brought Nora up, she was alive. That is the cleanest way to say it. They carried her in a soft stretcher, oxygen mask over her face, gray hair wet at the temples, one sleeve cut open. Nora Ellison, 46, female, our branch manager, who who had not been at City Hall after all. She had returned early through the rear staff door to pick up budget files before the meeting moved online because of the weather. Calvin had been waiting in the basement, where he had asked her to inspect a leak near the phone junction. He struck her once with a flashlight, zip-tied her to a shelving post, and left her behind the old tax form boxes with a shallow cut along her forearm, draining into a plastic tubing setup that made me sick when police later described it. Not enough to kill quickly, enough to provide real blood for his display, enough to make the word bleeding technically true. The blue library tote bag on the basement landing held more stained gauze, 2 bottles of stage blood, fishing line spools, spare padlocks, Nora's broken glasses, and several books with small holes drilled through their page blocks so liquid could seep out slowly. He had prepared them like props. That was one of the legal words used later. Props. Another was grievance. Another was escalating behavior. Nobody said monster in the reports. Reports are too tidy for that. Nora spent 3 nights in the hospital with a concussion, blood loss, dehydration, and nerve bruising in her wrists. Eli had sprains, abrasions, and nightmares bad enough that his grandmother stopped bringing him to the library altogether. Owen healed badly and complained better. Marisol went back to work after 2 weeks because she said staying home made her imagine Calvin walking through every room of her apartment. I did not go back for 6. Part of that was medical. 2 cracked ribs, 3 stitches inside my mouth, a bruised cheekbone that turned yellow-green before it faded. Part of it was the investigation. Police interviews, library administration interviews, insurance interviews, a lawyer asking me to explain why the sweep had not included the study room, then asking it again with different words, then again with softer ones, as if my guilt might change shape if he approached it from the side. The answer was simple. I thought someone else had done it. Marisol thought I had done it. Owen thought both of us had done it because we always had before. Calvin had counted on exactly that. He had learned our routines while working in the basement with the renovation crew. He knew where the cameras were weak, which doors were alarmed, where Owen hung his full key ring, which cabinet Marisol used for craft supplies, how poor the cell signal was in the back stacks, how the fire panel had been throwing intermittent trouble codes for weeks. He had filed complaints, yes, about computer time limits, about printing fees, about not getting hired full-time for maintenance after his subcontract ended, about being treated like a trespasser in a public building. Then, on the night of the storm, he decided to make the building prove him right. He lured Eli from the vestibule just before closing. The boy had come to return books for his grandmother and stayed under the awning to avoid the freezing rain. Calvin told him there was an emergency inside, that a staff member needed help with the book drop. Eli was a decent kid. That was the awful part. Calvin used decency the way he used fishing line. He caught Nora when she returned. Then he staged the books. Then he waited for us to notice. I asked the detective once why Calvin hadn't just left after trapping us. Why stay close? Why risk being caught? The detective, a tired woman named Helen Marsh, 51, female, who drank vending machine coffee like punishment, looked at me over her paper cup and said, because the point wasn't escape, it was audience. That answer did not help me sleep. The branch stayed closed for 4 months. When it reopened in spring, everything looked both new and wrong. New carpet, new security cameras, new panic buttons under the desk, new locks, new phones, new alarm panel, new policy that no one closed with fewer than 3 staff members, and no one, under any circumstances, skipped a room on the sweep because somebody else probably checked it. The fiction section had been rebuilt. Same location, rear wall, 5 long rows, though the shelves were metal now instead of wood veneer. The library replaced hundreds of damaged books. Some patrons donated money. Others donated books we could not use and had to thank them for anyway. The Friends group held a fundraiser with cupcakes and a banner that said Brighton reads ON, which made Owen roll his eyes so hard Marisol threatened to document it as a medical incident. The first night I returned, I arrived early. That surprised people. It surprised me too. Marisol was at the desk, scanning returns. Her hair was shorter. Her yellow glasses were the same. When she saw me, she held up a paperback. You shelving, or are you just here to haunt us? Depends on the benefits. She smiled, but carefully. We were careful with each other now. Trauma did not make us closer in any clean way. It made us familiar with versions of each other we had not asked to see. Owen was still on light duty, which meant he sat near the entrance with a clipboard and bossed around anyone carrying more than 1 box. He had a cane with a rubber tip and had taped a label to it that said emotional support stick. Nora was in her office, back part-time. She moved slower. Her laugh had become rarer, but not gone. The first thing she said to me was, "Daniel, I need you to know I don't blame you." I had rehearsed answers to that for weeks. "I'm sorry, I should have checked. I know, I don't know how to make that true." What came out was, "I blame me a little." She nodded, like that was an answer she respected. A little is survivable. Don't make a career of it. That evening, before we opened, Marisol and I did the sweep together. Children's room, clear. Bathrooms, clear. Study room, clear. Staff hall, clear. Utility closet, new lock, new frame, clear. Basement stairs. We stood at the top longer than necessary. The basement had been cleaned, painted, and reorganized. The old tax forms were gone. The phone junction was boxed behind a locked panel. The shelves were labeled in Nora's neat handwriting. Nothing smelled like bleach or iron. Nothing moved. Still, neither of us went down alone. Together, Marisol asked. Together, we checked every aisle. At the bottom of the stairs, near where the blue tote had sat, someone had painted over a rust-colored stain on the concrete. The new gray paint was slightly lighter than the old floor. You would not notice unless you knew exactly where to look. I knew exactly where to look. We returned upstairs and unlocked the front doors at 10. Patrons came in as if libraries were normal places. A mother with a stroller. 2 college students arguing about a charger. A man who needed help printing a boarding pass. An older woman asking if we had the new Tana French yet. The building filled with small human sounds. Scanner beeps, page turns, whispered directions, the soft knock of books in the return bin. Ordinary returned not all at once, but by accumulation. Near closing, I shelved fiction. I made myself do it. F through M French, Erdrich McEwen, Tart. The new copy of The Secret History sat clean and dry on the shelf, its spine uncreased. I touched it with one finger, then moved on. At 7:55, 5 minutes before closing, the book drop clattered. I flinched. Nobody saw except Owen, who pretended not to. After the doors were locked and the sweep was done, I emptied the book drop alone. That was not policy. I did it because fear can become a room you refuse to enter, and I was tired of giving Calvin architecture. 3 returns sat in the bin: a cookbook, a romance paperback, and an old library copy of The Little Stranger. Not ours, not anymore. Our damaged copy had been evidence, then destroyed. This one had a different barcode from another branch, edges worn soft from years of hands. A normal transfer, a normal book. There was a hold slip tucked inside. For Nora Ellison. I stared at it too long. Then I laughed once, quietly, because the alternative was not better. Nora had requested it again. Of course she had. Nora liked Sarah Waters. That was all. I set it on the holds cart. As I turned away, something dark marked the bottom edge of the pages. Not wet, not red, just a small brown stain, dry and irregular, probably coffee, probably age, probably one of 1,000 substances books collect as they pass through the city. I did not touch it. I did not call anyone over. I stood there under the clean new lights, listening to the rain begin again against the front glass, and let the ordinary explanation stay ordinary. Then I wrote it on the damage slip. Stain on lower page edge. Monitor condition. I put the book where it belonged, and for the rest of the night, I kept looking back. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is I'm a baker who comes in at 3 a.m. The flour dust reveals footprints that aren't mine. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first footprint showed up between the 50-pound flour bin and the walk-in cooler, pressed clean into the dust like somebody had stepped there barefoot after coming out of a shower. At first, I told myself it was mine. That was the easiest lie available. And at 3 a.m, in the back of a bakery, with the ovens still cold, and the street outside looking blue-black under the sodium lamps, easy lies have a way of sounding practical. Flour got everywhere. Flour made ghosts of everything you touched. A sleeve brushed the prep table. A hip bumped a sack. A palm landed where it shouldn't. And suddenly there were smears, loops, fingerprints, shapes that looked deliberate when they weren't. But this print had toes. 5 of them. Narrow heel, high arch. The soft ball of a foot angled toward the rear delivery door. I stood there with a bench scraper in one hand and the key ring still hooked around my finger, listening to the hum of the proofing cabinet and the tired tick of the wall clock above the dish sink. The bakery smelled the way it always did before sunrise: old yeast, stainless steel, lemon cleaner, and the faint sour tang of yesterday's rye starter. The place was normal in every direction except for that one patch of floor. My name is Hannah Kessler, 32, female, and I bake for a place called Marlowe's Bread and Coffee in Burlington, Vermont, 3 blocks off Church Street, and close enough to Lake Champlain that winter mornings sometimes bring a damp cold through the cinderblock walls. I'm the person who unlocks the back door at 2:58 a.m., starts the ovens, feeds the starter, shapes baguettes, while the rest of town is either asleep or making the kinds of decisions that look worse under daylight. I like the hours because they're honest. Flour, water, salt, heat. You do the work or the dough tells on you. I also like the hours because not many people are around to ask questions. That part matters. The back room at Marlowe's is narrow and badly arranged because the building used to be a dry cleaner sometime in the 70s and still acts offended that anyone expects it to function as a bakery. The mixer sits too close to the flour racks. The 3-deck oven faces a wall with peeling white paint. There's one security camera over the register out front, one fake camera dome above the back door that our owner swears used to be real, and a little office with a desk so crowded with invoices that opening the drawer feels like trespassing. The footprint sat in the one strip of floor we kept decently clean because the health inspector always checked there. I crouched, slow. The flour was fresh, soft-edged, but not blown around. Whoever had stepped there had done it after Marco mopped last night and after I dusted the table for croissant lamination. There was no matching print beside it, no obvious trail leading in from the door. Just the single bare footprint pointed toward the back exit like a quiet instruction. Behind me, the compressor under the lowboy fridge kicked on with a cough. I stood too fast and knocked my hip into the corner of the prep table. "Idiot," I said to the room. My voice sounded small against the tile. I checked my own shoes next, because there was still a sensible explanation hiding somewhere, and I wanted badly to find it. Black non-slip clogs, dry soles, a smear of flour along the right toe from where I'd nudged open the flour bin, but nothing bare, nothing wet, nothing that could make toes. I looked under the table, behind the rolling racks, around the mop bucket. The mop head was still damp. The yellow caution sign leaned where Marco always left it, half folded and useless. The back door was locked. I knew because I had just unlocked it, come in, and locked it behind me. It had one deadbolt and one push bar, and both were in place. The little metal plate around the latch was scratched from years of deliveries, but not bent. No broken glass, no spilled trash, no dark figure crouched between the sugar sacks waiting for me to play stupid in a horror movie. Just a footprint. At 3:04 a.m., my phone buzzed in my apron pocket, and I nearly flung the bench scraper across the room. It was a text from Marco. "Running 10 late. Plow buried my car again. Don't start bagels without me or I'll cry. Marco D'Angelo, 26, male, was my opener on Tuesdays and Thursdays. A broad-shouldered culinary school dropout with tattooed wrists, a laugh that showed up before he did, and a gift for pretending not to be anxious when he was very clearly anxious. He'd been at Marlowe's 8 months and still apologized to the dough when he overworked it. I liked him. He made the early hours feel less like punishment. I typed back with my thumb hovering over the screen. There's a footprint back here. Then I deleted it. That was another thing about me. I hated sounding dramatic. I had spent years of my life being told I overreacted. First by my father when I was a kid, and later by a man named Trevor who once locked me out of our apartment in February because I needed to learn not everything is an emergency. Trevor is not in this story yet, not really, but the shape he left in me is. I second-guessed locked doors. I rehearsed complaints before making them. I took photos of stove knobs before leaving the house. I carried proof like other people carried lip balm. So instead of texting Marco, I took a picture of the footprint. The camera struggled in the dim light. I turned on the overhead fluorescents, and they blinked twice before catching, filling the room with that cold grocery store glare that makes everything look guilty. The footprint became sharper, more human. There was a faint ridge where the big toe pressed harder than the others. I took 3 photos. Then I opened the back door and checked the alley. Marlowe's shared its delivery alley with a sushi place, a florist, and a dentist's office that had a mural of smiling molars on its rear wall. The alley was plowed into dirty ridges at both ends. A dumpster sat beneath a crust of frozen lids. The air smelled like old fryer oil and snowmelt. Somewhere far off, a truck made a low, dragging sound over slush. No footprints near the door except mine. Mine were deep and square-treaded, leading from my Subaru to the bakery entrance. Beyond them, the snow was pocked by salt and tire marks, but not bare feet. Not unless somebody had floated across the alley, which was the kind of thought you throw away immediately because it isn't useful. I locked the door again. The bakery seemed louder after that. The fluorescent hum, the water heater clicking in the utility closet, a faint rattle inside the vent above the sinks, probably wind, probably the same rattle that had been there all winter. I washed my hands, even though I hadn't touched anything but my keys and my phone. I scrubbed under my nails. Warm water ran pink over my knuckles because I'd split the skin there on the sourdough baskets the day before. Work helped. Work always helped. I fed the starter in the big plastic tub labeled MAUDE in Marco's handwriting. I weighed bread flour into the mixer, then salt, then water at exactly 78 degrees. The digital scale flickered once, which it did when the old outlet got moody. I set the timer. The dough hook began its heavy circular slap, pulling flour into water, turning powder into something elastic and alive. For 10 minutes, I almost convinced myself the print was from yesterday. Maybe Marco had changed socks and stepped in spilled flour as a joke. Maybe Leela had come back for her wallet and taken her shoes off because her boots were wet. Maybe one of the cleaning crew had a weird habit. Maybe I was tired. I hadn't slept well. The apartment upstairs from mine had hosted a party until midnight, all bass and boots, and one woman laughing like she was trying to break something with it. Then the mixer stopped. Not the timer, the machine. The hook jerked, groaned once, and went still. I looked over. The red emergency stop button was pushed in. I stared at it for a few seconds, waiting for my brain to supply the missing step. I had not touched it. I was 6 feet away, standing at the sink with wet hands. The only other person due in was still somewhere digging out his car. The dough sagged in the bowl. "Okay," I said. That was all, just okay. I walked to the mixer and twisted the emergency stop to release it. It popped out with a plastic click that sounded absurdly loud. My pulse beat in my split knuckle. I started the mixer again and stood there watching it for a full minute, as if a 60-quart Hobart could confess under pressure. At 3:17, someone knocked on the front glass. I froze. Nobody used the front entrance before 6. Customers knew better. Deliveries came through the alley. The front of the bakery faced a narrow side street with metered parking, bare trees, and a bus stop where college kids sometimes huddled after last call. Through the pass-through window, I could see only a blurred reflection of the back room and the faint glow of the pastry case out front. The knock came again. 2 taps, pause, 1 tap. I wiped my hands on my apron and picked up the rolling pin from the end of the prep table, not because it was the best weapon available, but because it was the nearest thing my hand trusted. The floorboards changed sound under my clogs as I moved from tile to the old wood behind the counter. Out front, the bakery felt staged and empty. Chairs flipped on tables, menu board chalked with yesterday's soup, the espresso machine blinking in standby mode. Streetlight slid through the windows and made pale rectangles on the floor. A man stood outside in a parka with the hood up. I got close enough to see his face and lowered the rolling pin. It was Daniel Price, 41, male, the owner of Marlowe's, though he never looked like anyone's idea of an owner at 3 in the morning. He had gray in his beard, a permanent squint from reading spreadsheets on his phone, and the stiff posture of a man who thought rest was a moral failure. He lifted both hands when he saw what I was holding. "Jesus, Hannah." I unlocked the door but kept the chain on. "Why are you here? Good morning to you too, Daniel. My alarm company called," he said. Backdoor sensor tripped at 2:44. The chain suddenly felt very thin. I looked past him to the street. His truck idled at the curb with its hazards blinking. Exhaust drifted white behind it. "I got here at 2:58, I said. "I know. I checked the app. It logged your code." "You checked the app?" He gave me a look through the gap. "The alarm company called me at 3 in the morning, so yeah, I checked the app." I shut the door, slid the chain free, and let him in. Cold air came with him, sharp enough to cut through the butter smell lingering in the cafe. He stamped his boots on the mat. "Door was locked when I came in," I said. Nothing looked broken. Daniel's eyes moved over my face, then to the rolling pin in my hand. "Something happened," I should have said yes cleanly. I should have shown him the photos right away. Instead, I said, "There's a footprint in the flour." His expression shifted a little, but not enough. Owner math began behind his eyes. Delay, cost, explanation, liability. A footprint, bare footprint, bare, in the back. He followed me through the swinging door. The bakery's work lights made him look older. He had thrown his coat over pajamas and a flannel shirt, and there was a pillow crease running down one cheek. I led him to the flour bin, already annoyed by the part of me that wanted him to tell me I was right to be scared. He crouched over the print. For once, Daniel didn't speak immediately. The mixer thumped behind us, kneading dough that had no interest in human problems. Steam whispered from the hot water tap where I hadn't closed it all the way. Outside the back wall, a truck beeped as it reversed somewhere on the next block. "That wasn't their last night," Daniel said. The words made my stomach tighten because I had expected resistance. "You're sure?" I closed with Leela. Marco mopped. I checked the floors because of the spill by dry storage. He leaned closer, but didn't touch the print. Could be from the cleaner. "We don't have cleaners on Wednesdays." He rubbed a hand over his mouth. Leela Hammond, 29, female, came up then because Daniel called her before I could tell him not to. Leela was our front of house lead, sharp-eyed, practical, and allergic to panic. She could calm down an angry tourist, fix a jammed grinder, and shame a supplier into replacing bad produce without raising her voice. She lived 10 minutes away in Winooski and answered on the 5th ring with the thick, dangerous calm of someone dragged out of sleep. "What's on fire?" she said through Daniel's speaker. "Nothing," Daniel said. "That's not an answer." Hannah found something in the back, a footprint, bare. "Did you come back after close?" A pause. "At what point in our professional relationship have I given you the impression I would come back to this building barefoot?" I almost laughed. It came out wrong. Daniel looked at me. "The alarm says the back door opened before Hannah arrived." "Call the police," Leela said. Daniel winced. "Let's not, Daniel. We don't know anyone broke in. The alarm says the door opened, and there's a bare footprint in the flour. It could be a sensor error. Then you'll enjoy explaining that to the officer while they stand in our creepy little dough cave." Daniel's jaw worked. I liked Leela more in that moment than I had ever liked anyone before breakfast. Marco arrived while Daniel was still deciding whether protecting the bakery's reputation was worth all of us possibly being stupid. Came through the back door using his code, cheeks red from cold, curls shoved under a knit cap. Marco D'Angelo, 26, male, brought with him the smell of snow and car heater dust, and he stopped with one boot inside when he saw Daniel and me staring at the floor. "Why do we all look like somebody died in the focaccia?" "Don't step there," I said. He lifted his boot midair, wobbled, and grabbed the doorframe. "Okay." Weirdly specific. Daniel shut the door behind him and threw the deadbolt. Marco saw the footprint. His face changed first into confusion, then embarrassment, as if he had walked in on something private, then fear he tried to cover by talking. "Nope," he said. "No, thank you, I don't like that." "Did you make that?" Daniel asked. "With what, my secret third foot?" Marco. "No, I did not come in barefoot and lovingly press one little foot stamp by the cooler." He looked at me. "Did you?" I shook my head. The mixer timer beeped. All 4 of us flinched. That tiny shared movement did something to the room. It made the situation official. Not catastrophic. Not even dangerous, necessarily. But no longer mine alone. The The bakery, which usually ran on practiced motion and small complaints, had become a place where everyone listened before moving. Daniel finally called the non-emergency line, then got transferred, then explained the alarm, and the print in a voice that kept trying to become casual and failing. While he talked, Marco and I turned out the first dough into a tub because the bread did not care about evidence. His hands shook once when he scraped the bowl, and he tucked them under his arms afterward like he could hide it. "You okay?" I asked. "Yeah," he said. "I'm just trying to remember if tetanus covers haunted feet." "Not haunted." "I know, joking, poorly." I glanced at the footprint. "It's probably somebody hiding, or a delivery guy messing around." That was supposed to make me feel better. "No, cool," Daniel hung up. "Officer S going to swing by. Could be 20 minutes. "Swing by," Leela said from the phone, still on speaker. "Lovely. Meanwhile, nobody touches anything." "We have to bake," Daniel said. "We have to not contaminate whatever that is." "The health department would love that sentence," Marco muttered. I went to the office for masking tape so we could mark off the area. The office light flickered when I pulled the cord. Daniel's desk was its usual landslide. Payroll folders, coffee-stained receipts, a half-eaten sleeve of antacids. The alarm panel by the door blinked green. On the floor beneath it was a dusting of flour. Not much, just a thin crescent against the baseboard, as if someone had brushed against the wall, carrying a floured hand or sleeve. Above it, the framed staff photo from last summer's street festival hung crooked. I stepped closer. The office smelled different from the rest of the bakery. Paper, old coffee, the burnt plastic warmth of electronics. I touched the frame with 2 fingers and straightened it. It rocked back crooked again. Behind it, in the narrow gap between frame and wall, something pale was wedged. I pulled my hand back. "Hannah," Marco called. I didn't answer right away. The thing behind the frame was a folded strip of parchment paper, the kind we used to line sheet pans. It had been tucked there deliberately, out of sight unless the frame shifted. One corner showed a greasy thumbprint and a dusting of flour. My first thought was that one of us had hidden an order note there as a joke. My second thought was that I did not want to be the person who touched it. "Hannah," Marco called again, closer now. I stepped back into the doorway before he reached the office, blocking his view without meaning to. "What?" he said. "There's something behind the staff photo." He looked over my shoulder. His joking expression drained away. Daniel came in behind him, still holding the tape. "What now?" None of us moved. Out front, the espresso machine clicked itself fully awake and began heating, releasing a low metallic hiss into the empty cafe. Dawn was still hours away. The first batch of dough sat waiting in its tub. The footprint by the cooler faced the back door, and the alarm panel blinked green as if the building had nothing to apologize for. Daniel lifted the masking tape. "We wait for the officer," Marco swallowed. "Or we look now." I thought about Trevor, about February cold through a locked door, about all the times I had needed proof before anyone would believe me. I thought about the footprint's toes, the emergency stop button, the alarm at 2:44. The folded parchment waited behind the crooked frame. Leela's voice crackled through Daniel's phone from where it sat on the desk. "Don't be idiots," she said, softer than before. But don't let Daniel talk you out of checking what's in your own office, either. So we stood there in the little doorway, 3 people in aprons and winter boots, caught between doing the safe thing and doing the human thing, while the bakery warmed around us, and something we hadn't found yet seemed to settle deeper into the walls. Daniel reached for the parchment like he was reaching into a mouse trap. "Wait," I said. His fingers stopped an inch from the frame. That was the first argument. Not loud, not dramatic. Just 3 tired people in a cramped office, all of us pretending the bakery wasn't suddenly too warm, too bright, too full of little noises. The mixer thumped in the other room. The water heater clicked. Somewhere under the desk, the old receipt printer made a dry insect sound, even though nobody had touched the register. Daniel looked at me. "We need to know what it says. Police are coming. You want me to tell an officer there's something hidden behind my staff photo, and I didn't look?" I said. "That is exactly what I want." Marco stood behind me in the doorway, arms folded tight against his chest. He had flour on his sleeve already, a white stripe across black cotton. "I'm with Hannah. I don't love mystery wall notes, but I love evidence contamination even less." Daniel gave a short laugh with no humor in it. "You watch too much TV, and you ignore too many problems until they become payroll emergencies," Marco said. That landed harder than he meant it to. Daniel's face tightened. Marco saw it and looked away. The phone on the desk crackled. Leela was still on speaker, her voice thin from the bad connection. "Daniel, don't touch it barehanded. I'm not an idiot. No one said you were." Marco basically did. "I implied you were financially reckless," Marco muttered. "Different category." I should have laughed. On a normal morning, I would have. Instead, I kept looking at the edge of parchment tucked behind the photo, at the little flowery thumbprint near the fold. It was not old. That was the thing I could not stop noticing. Parchment yellowed when it sat around too long, especially near the ovens. This was fresh from our stack, clean where it wasn't smudged, torn, not cut. Daniel took a pair of blue nitrile gloves from the first aid kit in the desk drawer. He pulled them on too hard, snapping one at the wrist. "Daniel," I said again. He didn't answer. He lifted the frame away from the wall with one hand and pinched the parchment with the other, careful now that he had decided caution had been his idea. He unfolded it on the desk. There were 3 words written in black Sharpie. Check the PROOFER for a few seconds. No one spoke. Then the proofing cabinet beeped in the back room. It was a small sound, familiar. The cabinet did it whenever the humidity setting drifted and corrected itself. On any other morning, it would have disappeared under the larger machinery of the bake. But right then, it cut through the office like a timer running out. Marco said, "Nope." Daniel moved first. I went after him, because of course I did. That was the stupid thing about fear. It didn't always make me freeze. Sometimes it pushed me forward, because standing still gave my imagination too much room. The proofing cabinet stood along the back wall near the walk-in, tall and stainless, with a fogged glass door and a digital display that never quite showed the right humidity. We used it for croissants, brioche, and the first trays of cinnamon rolls that regulars lined up for before work. Its interior light glowed weakly through the condensation. The display read 104 degrees F. It should have been 78. Jesus, Daniel said. He yanked the door open. Heat rolled out, wet and sweet and yeasty, carrying the smell of butter starting to soften too far. The croissant trays sat inside on speed racks, the laminated layers beginning to slump at the edges. Butter had leaked onto the parchment in glossy yellow crescents. If we didn't chill them immediately, they were done. Not imperfect, not rustic. Done. Daniel swore under his breath. How long has it been at that temperature? I asked. I don't know. You have the maintenance app, Marco said. It logs alarms, not every temperature dip. Leela, from the phone Daniel had brought with him, said, kill the proofer. Move everything to the walk-in. Now, that snapped us into motion. This was the concrete thing, the thing we could understand. In less than 90 minutes, we had morning customers, 2 standing cafe orders, a wholesale drop for the hotel near the waterfront, and a school board breakfast order Daniel had begged for because January sales were thin. 36 croissants, 2 dozen morning buns, 4 trays of brioche knots, and the cinnamon rolls that paid half our weekday rent by themselves were sitting in a metal cabinet that had decided to become a sauna. Or someone had decided for it. I hit the proofer power switch. Marco grabbed oven mitts. Daniel took the top trays bare gloved until I barked at him to use towels because the metal was hot enough to sting. We moved fast, clumsy with adrenaline. Sheet pans rattled. Butter slid. One of the brioche trays clipped the cabinet door, and Marco caught it against his forearm. Hot, he hissed. Sink, I said. I'm fine. Marco. He shoved the tray into the walk-in and went to the sink jaw tight, where I saw the red mark blooming along the inside of his arm. Not a serious burn, but enough. Wet skin, angry and shiny. Daniel checked his phone. Officer still isn't here. Call back, Leela said, for a proofer malfunction, for an alarm trip, a footprint, a hidden note, and now equipment tampering. Daniel didn't answer. He was staring at the ruined edge of a croissant, pressing a thumb against the butter, leak like he could will it back between the dough layers. That was Daniel's flaw, though I didn't have the language for it then. He treated every crisis as a math problem because math had rules and fear didn't. He could count lost product. He could count labor. Could count how many bad Yelp reviews came from opening late. But he could not look directly at the idea that someone had been inside his bakery while we trusted the locks. We can still salvage some, he said. I stared at him. Somebody left us a note telling us to check the proofer. And if we don't open in 3 hours, we lose the hotel account. Marco turned from the sink, arm under cold water. I'm sorry. Are we voting between pastries and being murdered? No one is being murdered. You don't know that, Daniel snapped. And you don't know that anyone is even here. The words bounced off the tile. A second later, he looked ashamed, but he didn't apologize. Daniel was good at invoices and bad at retreating once he'd made himself sound certain. I dried my hands on my apron. The proofer didn't set itself to 104. It's old. It was set to 78 when I turned it on. You're sure? There it was. Not accusation, exactly. Worse. Doubt dressed as procedure. My shoulders went tight. I saw Trevor's face for half a second, That patient little smile he used when he asked if I was sure I had paid the bill, sure I had locked the car, sure I hadn't misunderstood him. I hated that a single question could drag me backward years. "Yes," I said, "I'm sure." Daniel heard something in my voice and backed off. "Okay." But the damage was done. I took out my phone and opened the photos I'd been taking since I arrived. The footprint, the alarm panel, the proofer display after the note. Proof stacked on proof, because some part of me still believed I would need it before anyone would take me seriously. Leela said, "Hannah, what are you doing?" "Documenting." "Good." Daniel rubbed his forehead. "We still have to decide what to do about the bake." "Lock the front," Marco said. "Wait for the cop." "It is locked." "No, I mean don't open." Daniel looked toward the cafe, as if he could already see the disappointed faces outside. "We have wholesale commitments." "Call them," I said, "at 3:30 in the morning, leave messages." "And say what?" "Sorry, no delivery. Someone's leaving cryptic bakery notes. Say equipment failure." He didn't like that because it sounded true and expensive. The lights flickered. All of us looked up. The fluorescence dimmed to a sick gray, brightened, then dimmed again. The mixer slowed with a heavy groan. The espresso machine out front clicked off. The proofer display went black even though I had powered it down already. For one breath, the bakery seemed to inhale. Then the power cut completely. No hum, no fans, no refrigeration wine, no mixer. Just the sudden absence of all the mechanical sounds we usually ignored. And beyond that, the soft tap of sleet starting against the back door. Emergency lights came on above the exit, turning the room red at the edges. "Tell me that's the block," Marco said. Daniel took out his phone. "I have one bar." I pulled up the outage map for Burlington Electric. It spun and spun. No data. Leela's voice through the speaker broke into fragments. "Lost you, what happened?" "Power S out," Daniel said. "Oh, that is bad. It happens." "Not today, it doesn't." The walk-in cooler gave one last metallic tick. That sound changed the stakes in a way even Daniel couldn't argue with. Without power, we had dough warming in tubs, butter heavy pastries already compromised, a wok-in full of dairy and eggs, and ovens that needed preheating soon, or there would be no bread, no wholesale, no morning service. Health code gave no mercy for mysterious circumstances. Neither did customers. Neither did the bank. Daniel opened the back door and looked into the alley. Wind pushed sleet against his coat. "Sushi place is dark too." "So it's the block," Marco said, relieved. "Maybe." I joined Daniel at the doorway and saw the florist's rear security light still glowing down the alley. Not the block. Just us and maybe the sushi place. A delivery truck passed at the far end, headlights sliding over the snowbanks. For a moment, the light caught something near our electrical meter on the outside wall, the gray metal panel, its latch hanging loose. "Daniel," I said. He followed my gaze. The panel door moved slightly in the wind. Open. Not wide, but enough. He stepped into the alley. I caught his sleeve. "No, it's probably a tripped breaker. The main panel is inside. The exterior disconnect is. Then wait for the officer. If the walk-in warms up, we lose everything. You don't know what happened out there." He pulled his arm free. "I know exactly what happens if we stand here doing nothing." That was the second argument, and this one had teeth. Marco came up behind me, still holding a wet towel to his burn. "I'll go with you." "No," I said. "I'm not letting him go alone. You're hurt. It's a baby burn." Daniel had already taken a flashlight from the shelf by the delivery clipboard. The beam shook a little when he turned it on. Leela said, "Somebody tell me what's happening, because I swear to God I will get in my car." "Stay on the phone," I said, not comforting. "Just stay." Daniel stepped outside. Marco followed. I stood in the doorway for 1 second, caught between the warm red emergency lights inside and the wet black alley outside. Then I went too. The sleet hit my face in hard little grains. The alley smelled worse in the cold dumpster rot, fish, wet cardboard, exhaust from a furnace vent. Our breath showed white. Daniel's flashlight beam swept across the brick wall, over the meter, down to the slushy ground. No bare footprints. Not out here. But there were boot prints. Not mine. Not Daniel's. Not Marco's. They came from the far end of the alley where the snowbank was low, crossed behind the dumpster, and stopped at the exterior electrical disconnect. Big tread. Work boots maybe. The edges were already softening under sleet, but the pattern was clear enough. Deep heel, square toe, a zigzag grip. Daniel lifted the panel door. Inside, the disconnect handle had been pulled down. A red tag hung from it, the kind electricians used during service work. We did not have service scheduled. The tag was blank. Marco whispered, "That's not an accident." Daniel reached for the handle. I grabbed his wrist. He looked at me, angry and scared now, both at once. "We have to turn it back on. What if someone pulled it for a reason? What reason? I don't know. That's the point." Marco shone his phone light toward the dumpster. "Guys." The back of the dumpster sat crooked, one wheel sunk into dirty ice. Behind it, mostly hidden by the angle, was a black duffel bag. Not trash. Too clean, too deliberately tucked against the wall. The zipper was closed. A strip of blue painter's tape was stuck to one end. Written on it in Sharpie, in the same thick black strokes as the parchment, was one word. Sugar. Daniel's mouth opened, then shut. We kept our sugar in 50-pound sacks inside, stacked beside the flour. No reason for a bag labeled sugar to be outside behind a dumpster at 3:40 in the morning. No reason for a power disconnect. No reason for a bare footprint inside a locked bakery. The sleet tapped the dumpster lid like fingernails. From Daniel's phone, Leela's voice came small and sharp. "Do not touch that bag." Marco looked from the bag to the open electrical panel. "We need to go back inside." Then, from inside the bakery, something crashed, metal on tile, loud enough to carry through the open door and down the alley. Not a settling pipe, not a tray sliding off a rack by itself. Hard, deliberate crash from the back room we had just left. We all turned toward the doorway. The red emergency light glowed inside, painting the floor beyond the threshold. For half a second, nothing moved. Then the walk-in cooler door, which we had shut after loading the trays, swung open from the inside with a slow rubber gasp. Marco said, very quietly, "Hannah." Daniel raised the flashlight. The beam reached the doorway, caught the flour-dusted floor, and showed a new mark crossing the tile. Not bare this time. A drag line. As if someone had pulled something heavy from the office toward the walk, in while we were outside arguing about the power. And at At the edge of the beam, just beyond the cooler door, the blue nitrile glove Daniel had worn to unfold the parchment lay flat on the floor, fingers spread, dusted white. Empty. The first thing Daniel did was whisper, "Nobody move," which would have been better advice if we weren't already standing in freezing sleet with the bakery power cut, the back door hanging open, and something inside dragging across the floor. Nobody moved anyway. For 2 seconds, maybe 3, we were statues in the alley. The dumpster sat to our left with the black duffel tucked behind it. The exterior electrical disconnect was on the brick wall to our right, its little metal door clacking in the wind. Straight ahead, through the open delivery door, the red emergency light painted the bakery's back room in slices. The tile floor, the flour bin, the lowboy fridge, the walk-in door standing open like a mouth. Marco's phone light trembled beside my shoulder. "Back up," I said. Daniel didn't. He lifted the flashlight higher and stepped toward the threshold. "Daniel," Leela snapped through the phone, her voice tinny and distorted. "Do not go in there. If someone's inside, then you leave." "And let them do what?" "Live," she said. "That's what you let yourself do." That stopped him for half a breath. Not enough. He crossed into the bakery. I followed because I hated him for doing it and hated myself more for letting him do it alone. Marco came last, breathing hard through his nose, still holding the wet towel to his forearm. The sleet followed us in, ticking off the rubber mat. The back room had changed while we were outside, not in some impossible way. Worse, in small, practical ways, a person could manage quickly if they knew the place. The rolling rack beside the proofing cabinet had been shoved sideways, blocking the direct path to the office. 2 sheet pans lay on the floor near the mixer, one upside down, one tilted against the drain grate. The drag mark began at the office doorway, cut through the dusting of flour near the baseboard, then ran in a broken line past the prep table and stopped at the walk-in. The walk-in's interior light was out because the power was gone. The open door leaked cold air that wouldn't stay cold much longer. "Police," I said. "We call again." Now, Daniel already had his phone up. "No signal," Marco checked his. "Same," I looked at mine. 1 bar, then nothing. The old building did that sometimes when storms rolled over the lake, but never all 3 phones at once this badly. Maybe the outage, maybe the brick, maybe the weather, maybe panic making ordinary things feel arranged. Attempt 1 was calling for help. It failed in less than a minute. We moved to the front cafe because the windows faced the street, and sometimes phones caught a signal there. The route from the back room to the cafe was simple if you knew it. From the delivery door, straight past the flour racks on the left, and the walk-in on the right, then through the swinging door behind the counter, out into the customer area with its flipped chairs and pastry case. Office sat off the back room to the right, tucked behind Daniel's desk and the crooked staff photo. The bathroom hallway branched off the cafe near the side wall. The basement stairs were behind a narrow gray door beside the dish sink. I kept naming the spaces in my head as we moved. Back door, prep table, walk-in, office, cafe, front door. It helped until it didn't. Out front, the street was nearly empty. The windows reflected our shapes back at us, smeared by sleet. Daniel rattled the front door. Locked good. Then he cupped his hands around his face and looked outside. My truck's right there. Keys, I asked. In my coat. Where's your coat? He turned slowly. His coat was not on the chair behind the counter where he'd thrown it. Nobody spoke. Marco's voice came out flat. No, Daniel checked behind the espresso machine, under the counter, beside the pastry case, as if a dark winter coat could shrink or politely relocate itself. It was here, he said. I saw it, I said. My keys are in it. And your truck is outside, Marco said. So whoever took the coat, don't, Daniel said. Out on the street, Daniel's pickup sat at the curb with its hazards still blinking faintly through the sleet. Then the hazard stopped. The truck went dark. Daniel pressed both hands against the glass. No, no, no. A figure moved inside the cab. For one ugly second, I saw the hooded outline behind the steering wheel, and my mind filled the rest in. Someone watching us, someone who'd been inside with us, someone who had Daniel's keys and could leave whenever they wanted. Marco made a small sound, hurt and afraid. Then the driver's door opened, and a man in a reflective city jacket stepped out, holding a flashlight and a little orange parking clipboard. Not whoever had been inside. A parking enforcement officer. The relief hit so hard my knees felt loose. Hey, Daniel shouted, banging on the glass. Hey, the man outside flinched, shone his flashlight toward us, and raised one hand in a what-the-hell gesture. Open the door, Daniel said. I unlocked it, fingers clumsy. Cold air pushed in as the man stepped close, but not inside. He was maybe 50 male, with a gray mustache wet from sleet, and the exhausted look of someone who'd spent the morning arguing with a legally parked suburus. His name tag read WKEFE. You folks all right? He asked. Your truck-'s been sitting with hazards on. Battery sounded like it was dying. Daniel talked too fast. Our power's out. Someone broke in. We called police. We can't get a signal. Keith looked past us into the dark bakery. His face changed from irritation to caution. You need to come outside. There may be someone in the building, I said. Then definitely come outside. That was attempt 2. Leave through the front. Get to the street. Use Keith's radio or phone. Get away from the building. It almost worked. Keith stepped back onto the sidewalk, reaching for the radio clipped near his shoulder. Daniel went first through the door. Marco followed. I was halfway across the threshold when the alarm began shrieking. Not the normal entry beep. The full burglary alarm. Even without power, the battery backup screamed from the panel in the back. A sharp pulsing wail that seemed to hit the bones behind my eyes. Marco clapped a hand over one ear. Daniel cursed. Across the street, an apartment window lit up. The front door slammed shut behind us. I turned. The door had pulled closed in the wind, but the old deadbolt latch, loose for months, complained about by every opener, had dropped just enough to catch. From outside, it needed the key. Daniel's key was in his missing back door, Marco shouted over the alarm. We ran around the corner into the alley, with Keith following, radio crackling uselessly under the alarm's scream and sleet. My clogs slipped twice. My right knee hit the brick wall when I caught myself, sending a sharp pain up my thigh. The alley seemed longer than before, narrow narrowed by dumpsters and snowbanks, the bakery wall on one side and the backs of other businesses on the other. The delivery door was still open. For half a second, that looked like mercy. Then the wind shoved it inward, and we saw the pallet jack had been wedged across the inside threshold. Not all the way, just enough. Its metal forks were jammed under the base of a flour rack, handle angled through the doorframe like a brace. It could be moved from inside, not from where we stood without reaching deep into the dark gap and working blind. Keith took one look. Who else is in there? No one is supposed to be, Daniel said. The alarm continued screaming. Keith lifted his radio. Unit requesting PD at Marlowe's Bread-On. Static swallowed him. He tried again and stepped toward the mouth of the alley. Better signal, maybe. His boot slid on ice near the dumpster, and he grabbed the wall, swearing. Marco leaned toward the half-blocked door. We can move it. No, I said. We have to shut off the alarm. We have to get away. And go where? The front door locked behind us. Daniel's keys are gone. The cop isn't here. Phones don't work. We have a parking guy with a radio that hates us. Keith, still trying his radio near the alley entrance, yelled. I got dispatch partly. Stay outside. Stay outside. It sounded simple until a new sound rose under the alarm. A hiss. At first I thought it was the espresso machine venting again. Impossible without power. Then I smelled it. Gas. Not strong. Not movie explosion strong. A faint rotten egg thread slipping through the open delivery doorway, curling into the cold alley. Daniel smelled it too. His face emptied. The ovens, he said. They're off, I said. The pilots are electronic. Then what? The gas line. Marco backed away from the door. Please tell me gas lines don't just leak because the power goes out. They don't, Daniel said. The hiss continued, thin and steady. The choice became smaller and crueler. Stay outside, wait for help, and let gas fill the bakery with the alarm battery screaming and unknown tampering inside. Or go in through the blocked back entrance and reach the gas shutoff in the basement before the building became unsafe for anyone nearby. The shutoff was not in the back room. Of course it was. It was downstairs in the basement because the building had been renovated by people who believed future employees deserved character building experiences. The basement door was inside, beside the dish sink. Down 12 wooden steps. Past the dry storage overflow and the old mop sink. Main gas valve on the pipe near the boiler. I had turned it once during a fire department inspection. I knew where it was. That made it worse. Keith came back, breathing hard. Dispatch heard enough to send somebody, I think. You said gas. Daniel nodded. Get away from the building. We need to shut it off, Daniel said. No, fire department does that. When? Keith did not answer. Across the alley, the sushi place remained dark. Above it, apartment windows were starting to glow. People sleeping over an old brick commercial block while gas hissed into our bakery because someone had pulled power and maybe opened a valve. I can get to the basement, I said. Marco turned on me. Absolutely not. I know where the valve is. So does Daniel. Daniel looked at the pallet jack wedged in the door, then at me. The shame on his face told me he knew what he was about to let happen before he said it. Hannah's smaller. Marco barked a laugh. Oh, that's disgusting. He's right, I said. I don't care if he's right. I can fit through the gap. The pallet jack blocked most of the lower doorway, but not all. If someone held the door and I turned sideways, I might slip past the handle and rack. Might. The opening was maybe 14 inches at the widest. I am not tall, and at that point fear had shaved me down to bones and stubbornness. Leela's voice suddenly came through Daniel's phone, which still had the call alive somehow, though faint and broken. Don't you dare do this because you think you have to prove you're not overreacting. That hit too close. I looked at the dark doorway. The alarm screamed. Gas hissed. Sleet tapped the dumpster. My knee throbbed from where I'd hit the wall. Marco's burn had stopped being funny 5 minutes ago. Daniel's hands were shaking. I'm doing it because people live upstairs, I said. Leela didn't answer right away. Then, quietly, put your shirt over your nose. Don't turn any switches. Don't use your phone inside. Keith looked horrified. I cannot authorize this. Then don't, I said. Daniel and Marco pulled at the pallet jack handle from the outside, managing to shift it half an inch, maybe less. Metal scraped tile. The gap widened enough for me to get one shoulder through. I took off my apron because it could snag, wrapped it around my hand, and crouched. The floor inside was slick, with melted sleet and flour. My hip scraped the doorframe. The pallet jack handle pressed against my ribs hard enough that I couldn't fill my lungs. For one panicked second, I stuck there, half in and half out, with Marco's hand gripping the back of my shirt. Back out, he said. Hannah, back out. No, I grunted. I exhaled until my chest hurt and twisted. Then I was through. I landed on my hands and knees inside the bakery. The alarm was worse in there, a physical thing. It turned every thought into a flashing red pulse. I kept low because of the gas, though I knew enough to know that wasn't magic protection. The smell was stronger near the ovens, rotten and metallic. The route to the basement door took me past the flour bin, the mixer, the prep table, then left by the dish sink. I moved fast, but not running. Running in clogs on flour-dusted tile is how you crack your head open before the danger gets a fair chance. The walk-in door was still open. I did not look inside. That was not bravery. That was triage. I reached the basement door and pulled. Locked. For a moment, I simply stared at the knob. It was never locked, not during work hours. Not ever, because the latch barely lined up and the key hung on a hook beside the office filing cabinet. The office where the drag mark had started. I yanked again, uselessly. Behind me, something banged inside the walk-in. A hard double thud. I spun so fast my sore knee buckled. The walk-in door shifted outward by an inch. Then another. A pale shape pressed against the inside of the rubber curtain. My mind made it a hand. It was a hand. It had to be. Fingers, palm pressure against plastic. I backed into the basement door, throat closing. The shape slid down the curtain, leaving a wet smear. Then, the top tray of ruined croissants tipped from the speed rack inside and crashed onto the walk-in floor. Butter, dough, gravity, a stupid, explainable thing. I bent forward with one hand on my thigh, shaking so badly my teeth clicked. The terror didn't leave just because the cause had a name. It only changed flavor, curdling into anger. Basements locked, I shouted toward the alley, though I couldn't tell if anyone heard over the alarm. Daniel appeared as a shadow beyond the blocked back door. Keys in the office. Of course it was. I went to the office. The rolling rack that had blocked the way earlier still crowded the doorway, but I squeezed around it. Inside, Daniel's desk drawers hung open. Papers were scattered across the floor. Staff photo lay face down on the chair. The blue glove was gone from where we'd seen it by the walk-in. I found the hook beside the filing cabinet. Empty. I laughed once, a small cracked sound I barely recognized. On the desk, written in flour across the dark wood with one finger, were 2 words. No police under the words sat Daniel's coat, folded, too neatly. The keys were on top of it. The person doing this wanted us to move in certain directions. Check the proofer. Go outside. Find the disconnect. Come back in. See the gas. Find the basement locked. Come to the office. Each step revealed something. Each step closed something behind us. I took Daniel's keys with my apron-wrapped hand and turned toward the basement. Then the front of the bakery exploded with blue light. Not an explosion. Police lights. Through the cafe windows, red and blue strobed across the walls, cutting through the dark, slicing the chairs and tables into moving shadows. A siren chirped once outside. Help, finally. I started toward the front door to unlock it. From the alley, Marco screamed my name. Not scared, warning. The bakery's back door slammed shut. The sound punched through the alarm and echoed once in the sudden tight space. I ran to it, but the pallet jack had shifted when the door closed. Its handle dropped hard across the inside like a bar, wedged between the door and the flour rack. I shoved it. Nothing. Outside, muffled by the door, Marco yelled something I couldn't make out. I turned toward the cafe and saw the front door. The deadbolt keyhole was plugged from the inside with something pale and sticky. Dough, packed deep. The police lights flashed beyond the glass. An officer crossed the sidewalk toward the entrance, one hand lifted to shield her face from sleet. I could see her. She could see me. I raised Daniel's keys. The key would not go in. Behind me, at the basement door, a lock clicked. Slowly, quietly, as if someone on the other side had just turned it. And then the basement door opened inward by itself, revealing 12 dark steps descending beneath the bakery, and the faint, steady hiss of gas coming from below. There was no more retreat. Not through the back, not through the front, not with gas in the building, and people above us, and the shutoff somewhere down those stairs. I looked through the flashing glass at the officer outside, then back at the open basement door. And because the bakery had been built like a trap long before anyone decided to use it as one, I went down. The basement stairs at Marlowe's were never meant to be taken in a hurry. They were narrow and painted gray about 20 years ago, the paint worn down to raw wood in the middle of each tread. The handrail was loose at the second bracket. The ceiling dipped halfway down low enough that Daniel had cracked his head on it twice and still refused to pay someone to fix the light. I knew all of this because I had carried boxes of parchment and paper cups down there 100 times, usually half asleep, usually irritated. That morning, every flaw in those stairs felt designed. I went down sideways, one hand on the wall, Daniel's keys clenched between my fingers. The police lights flashed through the cafe windows above me, red and blue, flickering across the top, landing before the door swung wider and cut most of it off. The alarm still screamed, but down here it blurred, dulled by brick and pipes and packed earth. Under it was the hiss, steady, patient. The basement smelled like wet cardboard, old mop water, yeast from the sourdough overflow, and gas. Not overwhelming yet. Not enough to make me drop immediately. Enough to make my mouth taste metallic. "Don't turn anything on," I said out loud, though nobody was with me. My voice sounded like someone else's. Steps ended in a rectangular basement with the boiler on the far wall, dry storage shelves to the left, and an old mop sink to the right under a small window painted shut from the outside. The gas line ran along the ceiling, then down behind the boiler. The main shut-off valve was on the vertical pipe, waist high, with a yellow handle that turned 90 degrees. I could see it. I could also see the person standing beside it. For half a second, my brain refused to make him human. He was too still. Hood up, dark work jacket, disposable blue glove on one hand, bare right foot. The bare foot was gray-white with flour. Then he moved, and the whole thing snapped into place. Man, breathing hard, thin, maybe late 30s, maybe older, with a sharp nose and a patchy beard. His left boot was on. His right foot was bare, except for a strip of duct tape wrapped around the arch, darkened with blood near the heel. In his gloved hand, he held the basement key. In the other, he held a small utility knife, not raised like a movie villain, held low and practical. That made it worse. "Stop," he said. I stopped. The yellow gas handle was 2 steps beyond him. Above us, someone pounded on the front glass. Muffled shouting followed. Police. Marco. Maybe both. The alarm screamed on. "Turn it off," I said. He gave a short, bitter laugh. Now everybody cares about turning things off. People live upstairs. No one lives above this unit. Above the sushi place. Above the florist. Gas doesn't respect leases. His face twitched, like the words had landed somewhere he didn't want them. He looked past me toward the stairs. "Where S. Daniel? Outside. Liar, I'm not." He tightened his grip on the utility knife. His hand shook. Not with rage, exactly. With exhaustion. I knew him then. Not his name. His face. He had delivered our flour twice that winter. Or maybe repaired something. No, not repaired. I saw him in a gray hoodie by the back door, carrying sacks with another man, Daniel complaining about prices, and the snow making everything late. "You're with Green Mountain Supply," I said. He stared. "Flour delivery." My brother was. The basement seemed to shrink around that word. "I don't know what happened to your brother," I said. "Yes, you do. I don't. You all know. You just don't say it unless a lawyer asks." Above us, the front door rattled hard. Someone was trying the lock. Dough packed in the keyhole held. The man flinched at the sound and looked up. I moved 1 step. He saw it and swung the knife up. "Don't." I stopped again. The yellow handle was close enough now that I could imagine touching it. That was all. Imagination. Between us were 3 feet of concrete floor, a desperate man, a blade, and enough gas in the room to make every breath feel like a borrowed thing. "What's your name?" I asked. "Don't do that." "I'm Hannah. I know who you are." That chilled me more than the gas. He pointed the knife toward the ceiling. "You come in at 3. Alone most days. Daniel comes when something costs money, Marco's late if it snows. Leela closes, but doesn't clean under the racks unless she's mad. He knew the rhythms. He knew too much. You've been inside before, I said. He smiled without warmth. Your fake camera's been dead for 2 years. The fake camera dome above the back door. Daniel's cheap little lie. My stomach sank. What do you want? I asked. Want? His voice cracked. I wanted Daniel Price to answer a phone call. I wanted him to admit the load was too heavy, and the ramp wasn't salted, and the back step was broken. I wanted him to not make my brother carry 50-pound sacks over ice because he was short on time and too cheap to reschedule. I saw it then, not clearly, but enough. A delivery, winter, heavy flour sacks, the scratched latch plate, the alley snowbanks. A fall no one wanted to call anyone's fault. Your brother got hurt here. He died 3 weeks later from a clot in his lung. He tapped his chest with the knife handle. Complication. That was the word they used. Complication. Like weather, like bad luck. Like Daniel not fixing anything had nothing to do with it. The alarm pulsed. My head throbbed with it. I'm sorry, I said. He recoiled as if I had spat on him. Don't. I am. You work for him. I bake bread for him. You protect him. No, I said. I document everything because I don't trust people like him to tell the truth. That stopped him. It stopped me too. I hadn't meant to say it like that. But once it was out, it filled the room with a different kind of pressure. The man's eyes flicked to Daniel's keys in my hand, then to my apron, then to my face. You took pictures, he said. Yes. Of what? The footprint, the proofer, the note, the disconnect. His expression shifted. Not relief, calculation. Then give me your phone. It's upstairs. Liar. It's upstairs, I said again. On the prep table. It was. It was in my back pocket, powered off because Leela had told me not to use it inside. I could feel the rectangle of it against me like a pulse. The basement door above slammed open harder. Hannah, Marco shouted from the top of the stairs. The man turned his head. I moved, not toward him, toward the mop sink. I grabbed the first thing my hand found, a plastic bucket half full of old sanitizer water, and swung it at the boiler pipe. It hit with a hollow crack and burst sideways, water slapping across the concrete. Not an attack, a distraction, a stupid, desperate noise. The man flinched and stepped back. His bare foot landed in the spilled sanitizer. He slipped, only a little enough. I lunged for the yellow handle. He grabbed my apron strap from behind and yanked. The apron twisted around my throat. I hit the pipe with my shoulder, pain flashing white down my arm. My fingers brushed the handle and lost it. Marco, I screamed. The man pulled me backward. The utility knife nicked my forearm, not deep but hot, a clean line that opened fast. I slammed my elbow behind me and hit ribs. He grunted. The apron tore at the neck. Then Marco came down the stairs like someone falling on purpose. He didn't tackle the man. He wasn't built for heroics, not with one arm burned and the stairs narrow. He threw a sheet pan. It spun badly and clipped the man's shoulder with a flat metallic smack. The man turned toward him furious, and I grabbed the gas handle with both hands. It did not move. For one brainless second, I thought I was turning it wrong. Then I remembered the inspection. Quarter turn, perpendicular to pipe. I I pulled harder. Stuck. "Come on," I whispered. The man shoved Marco into the dry storage shelves. Boxes of cups collapsed. A plastic tub of sugar hit the floor and split open, spilling white crystals across the concrete. Marco cried out, clutching his burned arm against his chest. I wrapped my apron around the yellow handle, planted one foot against the wall, and pulled with everything I had. The handle moved. An inch. The hiss dropped, not gone, but changed. The man heard it. "No," he said. He came for me. Daniel appeared behind Marco at the stairs, holding the rolling pin I had abandoned earlier. He looked ridiculous and terrified. Then he hit the man in the forearm, not the head, not clean. The rolling pin cracked against bone or muscle with a sound I felt in my teeth. The utility knife fell, bounced once, and skittered under the boiler. The man howled and drove his shoulder into Daniel's stomach. Daniel went backward into the shelving, knocking down flour sacks. One burst against the concrete in a pale explosion. Flour filled the basement air. For a second, none of us could see. That was its own danger. Flour dust in the air. Gas nearby. Electricity off, yes, but police outside, radios, flashlights, static, sparks possible. I clamped my mouth shut and pulled the handle again through the dust. Hard, harder, it gave. The yellow handle snapped perpendicular to the pipe. The hiss stopped. Not faded, stopped. The absence of it was so sudden I nearly sobbed. The man did. A raw, animal sound came out of him as he dropped to one knee in the spilled flour and sugar. In the dim emergency glow from upstairs, the dust clung to his beard, his eyelashes, the tape around his bare foot. He looked less like a threat then, and more like a person whose grief had hollowed him out and filled the space with bad decisions. Then he reached under his jacket. Marco shouted, "Knife," but it wasn't a knife. It was a lighter, small, red, disposable. Everything narrowed. No one moved. Flour hung in the air. Gas still lingered, even with the valve closed. Cut forearm dripped onto my wrist. Daniel wheezed against the shelves. Marco was half crouched by the split sugar tub, eyes wide and wet. The man held the lighter in his trembling fist. "Everyone upstairs gets to say it was complicated," he said. "Fine, let it be complicated." Daniel tried to speak, coughed. "Evan." The man's eyes jerked to him. "Evan." So Daniel did know him. "You knew his name," I said, and hated how broken my voice sounded. Daniel's face twisted. His brother was Miles. Evan came with him sometimes. Evan laughed, soft and ugly. "Sometimes." Daniel swallowed. "I should have called you back. You should have fixed the step." "I know." The lighter clicked once. No flame. My body reacted before my thoughts did. I threw Daniel's keys, not at Evan's head, at the lighter hand. The key ring hit his knuckles. The lighter popped loose and skidded across the wet concrete, stopping near the mop sink. Evan lunged for it. So did Marco. Marco got there first because he was closer, but he paid for it. Evan slammed into him sideways. They hit the floor in the sugar and sanitizer water. Marco screamed when his burned arm struck concrete. Evan clawed past him for the lighter. I grabbed the split sugar tub. It was heavier than I expected, half full, jagged at one corner. I dragged it 2 feet and dumped the rest of it over the lighter and Evan's hand. Sugar poured in a gritty wave. heroic, not clever in any elegant way, just weight and mess. Evan cursed and shoved himself up. Daniel hit him again with the rolling pin, this time in the knee. Evan collapsed. The sound he made was awful, human, hurt. It cut through my adrenaline and left something sick behind. From upstairs came a crash of breaking glass. The police were coming in. For 1 second, I thought that meant it was over. Evan did not. He grabbed Marco by the shirt with his good hand and pulled him close, using him like a shield, his other hand scrabbling blindly in the sugar for the lighter. Marco's face went gray. Daniel froze with the rolling pin lifted. Back, Evan gasped. Back, or I swear, I saw the basement differently then. Not as a room, as a map. Stairs behind Daniel, boiler behind Evan. Mop sink to my right. Dry storage shelves to my left. Gas valve shut. Knife under boiler. Lighter and sugar near Evan's knee. Marco pinned. And the pallet jack upstairs, the dough in the lock, the fake camera, the notes, the flower footprint, none of it was random. Evan had planned movement, delay, panic. He had planned Daniel. He had not planned Marco throwing a sheet pan or me dumping sugar on his hand or police breaking glass while gas fumes still sat low in the room. He had not planned exhaustion. His chest heaved. His bare foot bled through the tape. His injured arm shook. He was reaching the end of whatever story he had written for us. Evan, I said. His eyes snapped to me. You wanted proof. Shut up. You wanted Daniel to admit it. Shut up. Then don't burn the proof. He blinked. I pulled my phone from my back pocket. Powered off. Safe enough. Useless as a call. Useful as a thing he could see. I have photos, I said. And I have you telling us. The alarm time. The notes. The gas. All of it. If you light anything, it becomes one more mess they explain away. If you stop, it becomes a statement. Daniel stared at me like he had never really seen me before. Marco breathed in short bursts under Evan's grip. Evan looked at the phone, looked at Daniel, looked at the sugar-covered lighter. Upstairs, boots hammered across the cafe. A woman's voice shouted, "Police, call out." Evan's grip tightened once in Marco's shirt, then loosened. He let Marco go. Marco rolled away, gasping, cradling his arm. I kicked the lighter toward the mop sink, where it disappeared under the metal basin. 2 officers came down the stairs with flashlights and weapons drawn, shouting commands that overlapped and bounced off the concrete. One was the woman from the window, a tall black officer in a wet navy jacket, eyes sharp above her flashlight. The other stayed on the stairs, covering the room. Hands. Show me your hands. Daniel dropped the rolling pin immediately. I raised my hands, phone still in one, blood running down my forearm. Marco could not raise both. He lifted his good hand and sobbed, "Burned. I'm burned." Evan stayed on his knees. For a second, I thought he would reach for something. The knife, the lighter, Daniel, me. Instead, he placed both hands flat in the spilled sugar. The officer moved fast. She pinned him, cuffed him, and pulled him away from the boiler. Evan did not fight. Not anymore. The alarm finally stopped upstairs. The silence after it was not peaceful. It was thick, full of ringing ears and ragged breathing, and water dripping from my torn apron. The gas smell remained, faint but real. The officer on the stairs ordered us up one at a time. Fire department was coming. Ambulance too. Nobody was allowed to touch anything else. As they hauled Evan past me, he looked at my bare, bleeding forearm where the utility knife had opened the skin. "I didn't mean you," he said. I didn't know what answer he wanted, so I gave him the only true one. "You still did." His face folded inward. Then he was gone up the stairs. Marco went next, helped by Daniel and the second officer, teeth clenched against the pain. His burn had blistered. His wrist might have been sprained from the fall. Daniel could barely stand straight where Evan had driven into him. Flour coated his beard, his hair, his flannel. He looked old and small and guilty. I was last. At the top of the stairs, the bakery looked wrecked in the emergency lights and police strobes. The front door glass was broken. Chairs were shoved aside. The pastry case reflected red and blue in jagged pieces. The walk-in stood open, ruined croissants slumped inside. Flour marked the floor everywhere now, so many prints and smears that the first bare footprint had disappeared into the chaos. But I knew where it had been. I could still see it. Outside, sleet had turned to wet snow. Firefighters moved through the alley toward the disconnect and the duffel bag behind the dumpster. One of them called out that the bag was full of flour sacks and old delivery paperwork, not explosives, not poison, just evidence Evan had collected or stolen or staged. The word sugar had been bait. Another little push in the direction he wanted us to look. Keefe stood near Daniel's truck, pale and shaken, talking to an officer. Leela arrived in a coat thrown over pajamas, hair tied badly, boots unlaced. She stopped on the sidewalk when she saw Marco being led toward the ambulance. "Oh my God," she said. Marco tried to smile. Morning buns might be late. She covered her mouth and started crying anyway. Daniel turned toward me. "Hannah," he said. There were 100 things he could have said next. "Sorry, thank you. I should have believed you faster. I knew more than I told you. All of them were true. None of them were enough." I looked down at my phone. My hand shook so badly the screen blurred when I turned it back on. The photos were still there. Footprint, proofer, note, disconnect. The flower message on the desk. Proof that something had happened before everyone tried to explain it into something smaller. I held the phone against my chest with my uncut arm. The conflict was over in the way police reports call things over. Gas shut off. Evan cuffed. Fire department inside. Marco alive. Daniel alive. Me alive. But when the EMT wrapped my forearm and asked me to rate my pain, I looked through the broken bakery window at the flower still hanging in the air under the lights, soft as breath, and thought about how easily a place you know by heart can become a maze when someone else learns the map. 7, I said. It was a lie, but only because I didn't know how to count the rest. By 5:12 a.m., the bakery smelled like 3 different disasters trying to occupy the same room. Gas, faint but sharp. Burnt sugar from a tray someone had knocked too close to the hot deck before the power cut. Wet wool from firefighters moving in and out of the alley, dragging winter in on their boots. And flour. Always flour. In the air, on the floor, caught in the broken glass by the front door like frost. They put me in the back of an ambulance first, even though I kept telling them Marco was worse. The EMT, a woman named Reese, 34, female, with a calm voice and a strip of pink tape wrapped around her trauma shears, told me Marco was already being handled by her partner and that I was bleeding through the towel. "It's not that bad," I said. She looked at my forearm. I looked too. The cut from Evan's utility knife ran 4 inches along the outside, cleaner than I wanted it to be. Not deep enough to show anything dramatic, deep enough that the blood kept welling up every time I moved my wrist. My shoulder had started to throb from hitting the gas pipe. My knee felt swollen inside my jeans. There was a red mark around my throat where the torn apron strap had caught me. Reese cleaned the cut with something cold that stung hard enough to make my eyes water. "Pain from 1 to 10. 7, I said again. She glanced up. "You said that earlier. I'm consistent. You're underestimating. I'm also consistent about that." She gave the smallest smile and went back to work. Across the sidewalk, Marco sat in the second ambulance with both feet dangling out, his burned arm wrapped loosely, while another EMT examined his wrist. Marco D'Angelo, 26, male, had gone gray around the mouth and kept trying to make jokes that didn't quite leave his face. Every time the EMT touched his forearm, he squeezed his eyes shut and apologized for cursing before he actually cursed. Leela stood beside him with one hand on his shoulder. Leela Hammond, 29, female, looked like she had driven from Winooski while still half inside a nightmare. Her pajama shirt showed under her coat. One boot was unlaced. Her hair had been shoved into a knot that leaned badly to one side. She kept her voice level when she talked to Marco, but her hand shook against his shoulder, and when she thought no one was looking, she wiped her cheek with her sleeve. Daniel sat on the curb near the smashed front window. Daniel Price, 41, male, had refused the ambulance twice, until a police officer told him refusal would not make the night less documented. He had a bruise already darkening along one side of his ribs, flour in his beard, and a look on his face I had never seen there before. Not panic, not business math, recognition. The kind that arrives late and charges interest. A firefighter came out through the broken front door, carrying the black duffel bag in gloved hands. It looked smaller now, less ominous, just nylon and tape and slush on the bottom. The word sugar had begun to blur where snow hit the marker. Officer Marin Cole, 38, female, the officer I had seen through the front glass, took it from him and set it near the open trunk of her cruiser. She had cut herself on the forced entry, a small line on her cheekbone, and hadn't seemed to notice. Her partner photographed the alley, the electrical disconnect, the boot prints softening under fresh snow, the spot behind the dumpster where the duffel had been wedged. Firefighters checked the basement with meters and fans. They opened doors, propped windows, shut valves, and spoke in clipped, practical phrases that made the whole thing feel both serious and ordinary. That was one of the strangest parts. A person could try to turn your workplace into a trap, and afterwards someone still had to fill out forms, test the air, sweep glass out of a doorway, and ask who had keys. At 5:36, They loaded Evan into the back of a cruiser. Evan, late 30s or maybe early 40s male, looked smaller in handcuffs and a thermal blanket. One boot on, one foot wrapped in gauze now, his face streaked with flour and sanitizer water. He did not look at Daniel when they walked him past. He looked at the bakery. That bothered me. Not because he seemed proud. He didn't. Not because he seemed sorry. He didn't. Not in any way I knew how to use. He looked at the building like he was leaving something unfinished inside it. Officer Cole came over after the cruiser pulled away. Hannah Kessler, I nodded. You able to answer a few questions? Reese said, briefly. Cole accepted that with a little nod. She took out a notebook already softened at the corners from weather and use. Walk me through what you saw when you arrived. So I did. The first footprint, the back door locked, the alarm trip Daniel later told us about, the emergency stop button, the hidden parchment, the proofer at 104, the disconnect outside, the boot prints, the duffel, the crash, the blocked exits, the gas, the basement. I spoke carefully, not because I felt calm, but because the old part of me still believed precision was armor. If I said everything in order, maybe no one could sand the edges off later. Maybe no one could call it a misunderstanding, an equipment failure, a complicated morning. Cole did not interrupt much. When I got to the basement, my voice changed. I heard it happen and hated it. Reese taped gauze over my stitches, 3, done in the ambulance, because the hospital was backed up, and the cut was straightforward, and pretended not to listen. He said his brother died after a delivery here, I said. Miles, Daniel knew him. Cole looked over at Daniel. We'll verify. He said Daniel didn't call him back. He said the ramp wasn't salted. The back step was broken. Was the back step broken? I looked at the alley. The concrete lip below the rear door had been chipped for as long as I had worked there. In summer, it was annoying. In winter, it caught ice. I had complained once after rolling my ankle with a tray of baguettes. Marco had complained more than once. Leela had put blue tape on the edge last month after a delivery guy tripped. The tape was still there, half peeled under fresh snow. Yes, I said, it was. Daniel lowered his head. Cole wrote that down too. The legal part did not resolve itself that morning. It never does. Evan would be charged with breaking and entering reckless endangerment, attempted arson, or something close to it, assault, tampering, maybe more once the prosecutor sorted through the mess. Daniel's insurance carrier would send an adjuster. The fire marshal would inspect the gas line and the exterior disconnect. Green Mountain Supply would be contacted about Miles. Someone would pull records from deliveries, maintenance complaints, texts, invoices, old incident reports, if Daniel had made any. That if sat between us like a hot pan. At 6:04, the sky began to lighten, not sunrise exactly, just the black easing into a dirty winter gray over Burlington. The street, which had felt abandoned 2 hours earlier, began to collect witnesses. A woman in running tights stopped at the corner with one earbud in and one hand over her mouth. A man from the apartment above the florist came down in slippers and argued with a firefighter about whether he could get his medication. A regular named Paul, who bought 2 sesame bagels every weekday before taking the bus to the hospital, stood across the street with his canvas tote and stared at the broken front window like we had done this to inconvenience him personally. "Closed today," Leela called to him. Paul blinked, obviously. Then, after a pause, he said, "You all okay?" No one answered immediately. Leela said, "No." Paul nodded once, awkward but sincere, and backed away toward the bus stop. That was the first honest customer interaction I had ever witnessed before 7 in the morning. Marco was taken to the ER for the burn and wrist. Leela went with him after he insisted he was fine, and then nearly fainted trying to stand. Before the ambulance doors closed, he caught my eye. "Don't let Daniel throw out Maud," he said. "Our starter survived," I said. "You checked?" "No. Lie better. The doors closed." I did check. Not right away. First, the firefighters cleared the building for limited entry with masks and supervision. Then, Officer Cole walked me through the back room to identify my phone location, the original footprint area, and where the first note had been found. The bakery looked worse in daylight. Less dramatic, more violated. Broken glass glittered under chairs. Dough had hardened in the front lock. The pallet jack still leaned awkwardly against the delivery door where it had trapped us. The walk-in was open and sweating. Croissants had collapsed into butter-slicked ruins. Flour covered the basement steps in partial prints from all of us and full prints from nobody. The first bare footprint near the flour bin was gone. Trampled, smeared, absorbed into the larger mess. I stood where it had been anyway. Cole noticed. "This the spot?" "Yes. We have your photos," I nodded. For once, that was enough. Maud, our sourdough starter, sat in her plastic tub on the prep table, lid buckled but intact. The gas hadn't touched her. The power outage hadn't helped, but starter is stubborn. People like to call it alive as a joke, but it is alive in the basic demanding way of things that need feeding and warmth and attention. I lifted one corner of the lid. Sour tang rose up, familiar and rude, still bubbling. I closed it and laughed once. Cole looked over. "Starter," I said. She nodded like that explained anything. Maybe it did. Daniel came in while I was standing there. A paramedic had wrapped his ribs and told him to get checked properly. He had not. His eyes went to the floor, the ruined product, the broken door, Maud's tub, then finally me. "I'm sorry," he said. "I was too tired to help him carry it." "For which part?" I asked. He flinched. Good, I thought. Then felt bad for thinking it. Then decided I didn't. Daniel put one hand on the prep table, careful not to touch anything marked by evidence flags. "All of it. That's broad." I knew Miles fell. There it was. Not a confession in the legal sense. Not enough, but the beginning of the shape. "He delivered during that ice storm in December," Daniel said. "He slipped at the back step. Said he was okay. I offered to call someone." "Did you?" He swallowed. "No. Did he ask you to?" He said not to make a big deal. I looked at him. Daniel's face crumpled around the excuse before he finished making it. I should have made a big deal. Yes. He called the next week about medical bills. I thought he wanted money. I told him to send paperwork. And he didn't. Evan did. I gave it to the insurance company. And then stopped answering. He closed his eyes. The oven stood behind him, cold and dark. I was scared, he said. It was such a small sentence to arrive after so much damage. Small and ordinary, almost insulting, but believable. That was what made it hurt. Daniel had not been a monster. He'd been scared of cost, blame, lawyers, losing what he'd built. So he delayed, minimized, avoided, and let someone else's grief harden in the space where accountability should have been. I was scared too, I said. You asked if I was sure. He opened his eyes. About the proofer, I said. You asked if I was sure. I didn't mean. I know what you meant. You meant you wanted another explanation that cost less. He had no answer. Outside, a firefighter shouted for someone to bring another fan. A police radio crackled. Snow slid off the awning in a wet slap. Daniel looked down at his flour-caked shoes. I'll cooperate. You'll have to. I'll fix the step. I laughed then, not nicely. He nodded once, accepting it. Not enough. No, I know. I wanted that to make me feel better. It didn't. By 7, I was at the hospital with Marco and Leela because Reese insisted my shoulder needed imaging and because none of us wanted to go home alone. The ER was bright in that harsh way hospitals are bright before the world is fully awake. Nurses moved with coffee cups. A man in a ski jacket held a towel to his chin. Someone's toddler cried behind a curtain in angry bursts. Marco had a second-degree burn on his forearm, a sprained wrist, and a bruised hip. No fractures. He was furious about the hospital bracelet and kept trying to peel it off until Leela slapped his hand. You are not defeating modern medicine with thumbnail strength, she said. He looked at me from the bed. Did Maud live? She's rude as ever. Thank God. Leela sank into the chair beside him and covered her face with both hands. For a while, nobody spoke. That was the closest we came to crying together. Not big sobs, not speeches. Just 3 people in fluorescent light, smelling faintly of flour and smoke and antiseptic, letting our bodies understand what our minds had been too busy to process. At some point, my phone buzzed. A text from Officer Cole. Please don't delete or alter any photos, videos. We'll arrange evidence download. Also, Fire Marshal confirms gas line valve at basement branch was manually opened. Main now secured. I stared at the message. Manually opened. Not a leak. Not malfunction. Not old building nonsense. A hand, a choice. I showed Leela and Marco. Marco went very still. Leela read it twice. Okay, she said, though nothing was okay. The bakery stayed closed for 9 days. That is the kind of aftermath people don't put in stories enough. The waiting, the insurance calls, the temporary plywood over the front window, the health department inspection, the fire marshal's report, the police interview where every question sounded like it might become a trap if you answered too quickly, the smell that lingered in my hair for days no matter how many times I washed it. Daniel paid us during the closure. I don't know if that came from conscience, legal advice, or Leela threatening to burn his entire reputation to the ground. Probably all 3. He also finally gave the police and Miles's family the maintenance records, texts about the broken step, delivery logs, insurance correspondence, and security notes showing the back camera had been non-functional. I know because Officer Cole told me my photos helped establish the timeline, but the paperwork would decide the rest. Evan's story hit the local news for maybe 48 hours. Grieving brother arrested after bakery gas scare. Burlington bakery vandalism linked to delivery death. People argued online with the confidence of strangers. Half of them made him a monster. Half made him a folk hero. Almost nobody seemed interested in the space between, where most real damage lives. He opened on a Thursday. Not at 3. Daniel hired a security company first. Real cameras, real backdoor sensor, new locks, exterior lighting, a repaired rear step with heated tape along the edge. The gas shutoff got a bright red sign and a protective lockbox that only staff and fire had access to. The basement door was rehung. The pallet jack was moved away from the delivery path. Every small thing we had complained about for months suddenly became urgent once police tape had framed it. On reopening morning, I arrived at 4:30 with Marco, Leela, and Daniel all there already. Nobody wanted anyone to unlock alone. The bakery smelled wrong at first because of fresh paint near the front window and the sharp rubber scent of new mats by the back door. But beneath that, slowly, the old smells came back. Coffee, yeast, butter softening at the edge of usefulness, lemon cleaner, warm metal. Marco lifted the lid on Maud. "She forgives no one," he said. "Good," Leela said. Daniel checked the repaired proofer 3 times and wrote each temperature in a log. I saw his hand pause over the clipboard when he noticed me watching. He didn't ask if I was sure. He just wrote it down. At 6:58, the first customer came in. Paul, of course, with his canvas tote and hospital badge. "Sesame bagels?" he asked. Marco looked at me. I looked at Leela. Leela looked at Daniel. Then I laughed. Quietly. Not because it was funny exactly, but because ordinary life had walked back in wearing fogged glasses and asking for carbs. 2, I said. Paul nodded. "Please," we served him. We served the next person too, and the one after that. The morning did not heal us. It just continued, which is sometimes all a morning can do. Near the end of the shift, I went to the back room alone for the first time. Only for a minute. Marco was up front arguing with the espresso grinder. Leela was counting the drawer. Daniel was on the phone with the insurance adjuster, using words like remediation and documented hazard. I stood by the flour bin. The floor had been scrubbed. The old dust was gone. The first footprint was gone. The drag mark was gone. The flour message in the office had been wiped away after photographs and samples and more photographs. I should have felt relieved. Instead, I noticed the new camera dome above the back door. Real this time. Small black lens inside a white shell. A red light blinked once, then twice. I looked down. At the base of the flour rack, partly hidden behind a fresh 50-pound sack, was a tiny crescent of flour on the floor. Not a footprint, not a message, just a curved smear, most likely from the bag settling or my own apron brushing it as I passed. Most likely. I stood there longer than necessary, listening to the bakery work around me. Ovens ticking, pipes knocking, Marco laughing too loudly at something up front, Leela telling him to lower his voice, Daniel saying yes into the phone in the careful tone of a man finally learning the cost of no. Then I bent, wiped the crescent away with 2 fingers, and took a photo of the clean floor afterward. Not because I thought anyone would need it, because I did. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is Night Shift at the Laundromat. The washing machines speak in Morse code. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first message came through at 1:17 a.m., not from a phone or a computer, but from washer number 6. 3 short thumps. 3 long, 3 short. At first, I thought the load inside had gone crooked. That happened all the time at Suds and Duds, especially with contractors who washed canvas drop cloths full of dried plaster, or college kids who stuffed queen-size comforters into machines meant for towels and underwear. The washer would get mad, rock on its bolts, and beat out its complaint against the tile floor until I crossed the room and leaned my hip into it like I was breaking up a fight. But number 6 wasn't rocking. The drum was spinning smooth behind the scratched round window, a gray blur of water and denim. The machine itself sat level. No shimmy, no scrape, no ugly metal cough. Just that pattern. Tap, 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 pause, tap, 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 pause, tap, tap, tap. I was standing behind the counter with a roll of quarters in one hand and a cheap ballpoint in the other, trying to fix the weekly cash sheet because I had written Thursday on a Wednesday night again. The overhead fluorescents hummed above me in their patient, sickly way. Rain ticked at the front windows. The whole laundromat smelled like hot lint, bleach, wet socks, and the lemon disinfectant I used too much of because the owner, Mr. Bell, bought it by the case and acted like using less was some kind of moral failure. My name is Owen Keller, 32, male, and I worked the night shift there because nights were quiet, and quiet was the only thing I could afford. I had been a school bus mechanic in Toledo until a stupid mistake with a lift crushed 2 fingers on my left hand and left me jumpy around hydraulic sounds. After that, I moved east to Erie, Pennsylvania, where my cousin knew a man who knew a man, and eventually I became the guy who cleaned lint traps at 2 in the morning for $12 an hour, and all the vending machine pretzels I could stomach. I liked machines because machines usually told the truth. A belt slipped, a bearing screamed, a drain clogged. There was cause and effect, failure and repair. People were the ones who hid the damage until something broke sideways. Washer number 6 tapped again. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. I set the quarters down. "Come on," I said, not loud. "Don't do this tonight." The laundromat was on West 8th Street, wedged between a closed vape shop with sun-bleached posters in the window and a nail salon that kept fake roses taped to its door year-round. Past the windows, the street was wet black under the lamps. Every few minutes, a car hissed by toward Peninsula Drive, tires dragging rainwater through the gutter. Lake Erie wasn't visible from there, but on damp nights, you could smell it under everything else. A cold mineral smell, like somebody had opened a basement door. I walked over to number 6. The machine was one of the older front loaders, cream-colored and dented below the coin box. A strip of masking tape above the door said 6 in Mr. Bell's blocky handwriting, because the original number plate had fallen off before I started. Inside, a pair of jeans and what looked like a dark hoodie rolled through sudsy water. No shoes, no buckles, nothing that should knock. I rested my fingers on the top panel. Smooth vibration. The tapping stopped. That bothered me more than if it had kept going. I crouched and checked underneath, expecting to see a loose leveling foot or one of the rubber pads kicked aside. The tile smelled stronger close to the floor, that old mop water smell that never really left grout no matter how much bleach you threw at it. No bolts, no pennies, no broken plastic. The tapping started again while my hand was still on the machine. Not loud, deliberate. Tap, 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 tap. I snatched my hand back and banged my elbow against the corner of dryer 4. Pain shot down into my wrist, hot and embarrassing. Idiot, I muttered, squeezing my elbow until the sting settled. From the far side of the room, somebody said, "You talking to me or the appliances?" I turned too fast. Mara Voss, 27, female, sat in the plastic chair nearest the change machine with one knee tucked up and a paperback folded in her lap. She had been there since midnight, feeding 2 dryers with uniforms from St. Vincent Hospital, where she worked patient transport. She had the exhausted posture of somebody who spent 10 hours pushing beds and trying not to hear people cry behind curtains. Her hair was dark, cut blunt at her chin, and she wore purple Crocs with little cartoon ghosts stuck in the holes. She came in most Wednesdays because her apartment dryer had been broken since November and her landlord believed repair requests were a kind of weather that passed if ignored. "You hear that?" I asked. She tilted her head. The washer gave one last soft tap and then settled back into its steady whir. "Hear what?" "That knocking." "In a laundromat." She looked around as if the answer might be printed on a wall. "Yeah, I'm drowning in a symphony of knocking." "No, I mean number 6. Mara watched it for a moment, then looked at me with a faint smile. "Owen, be honest. How much coffee have you had?" "Less than yesterday." "That's not a number. 4 cups." I didn't answer. She made a sympathetic clicking sound with her tongue and went back to her book. "It's probably a zipper." "There's no zipper making that pattern." "What pattern?" I almost said Morse code, but the words sounded ridiculous before they left my mouth. I was a man in a strip mall laundromat, holding my elbow, listening to a washing machine. There were enough sad details there without adding secret messages. "A regular one," I said. Mara lifted her paperback, then lowered it again. "You look pale." "I always look pale. It's the lighting." "That lighting makes everyone look recently unplugged." That got a small laugh out of me, which I needed. The room settled back around us. Dryer belts squeaked. A soap dispenser fan clicked every time it caught a draft from the vents. The big wall clock above the folding tables had a minute hand that jerked instead of swept. each movement a tiny mechanical shrug. For maybe 5 minutes, everything was normal. Mara folded scrub pants with fast, practiced snaps. I wiped the counter, checked the bathroom key, and took a photo of the leak under washer 2 for the 3rd night in a row, so Mr. Bell could ignore it with fresh evidence. Rain eased down to a mist against the glass. Somewhere outside, a delivery truck backed up with 3 faint beeps that bounced off the closed storefronts. Then the lights flickered. Not out, just a dip, a soft yellow sag, like the whole place had taken a breath and thought better of it. All the machines kept running except number 6. Its drum slowed, clicked, stopped. The digital display blinked 18, then 88, then went blank. Mara looked up. Power, brownout maybe. The other machines are fine. I see that. I walked over, already irritated in that forced way you get when an ease has nowhere useful to go. Number 6 had 18 minutes left on the cycle, at least before the display had its little seizure. I pressed start. Nothing. I pressed cancel. Nothing. I hit the side panel with the heel of my hand, not hard enough to break anything, just enough to let the machine know I was in the conversation. The display flashed once. Then the coin return spat out a quarter. It clinked into the tray and spun there for a second. Mara said, "Did it just pay you? Refund cycle." "That's a thing." "No, I took the quarter out. It was wet, not damp from somebody's pocket. Wet. A bead of water ran from Washington's jaw into my palm. I stared at it too long. Mara came closer, leaving her laundry half folded. Is that from inside the machine? Maybe condensation. On money, maybe somebody dropped it. In the coin return, I'm workshopping Mara. She folded her arms. There was a small ink stain on the sleeve of her hoodie. Her hospital badge hung from the pocket, flipped backward, only the barcode showing. You want to unplug it? That's what I'm doing. I was still looking at the wet quarter. The access plug for number 6 was behind the machine, which meant dragging it forward 6 inches. That meant kneeling, swearing, pinching my bad fingers, and probably discovering a mouse skeleton or a lost sock old enough to vote. I went to the utility closet for the pry bar we used when machines got stuck against the baseboard. The closet door stuck in humidity. It always did. I yanked twice before it opened, releasing the smell of detergent powder, rubber gloves, and the sour towel Mr. Bell insisted was still good. The pry bar leaned beside the mop bucket. Above it, on the shelf, sat the emergency radio that never picked up anything but country stations and police chatter broken by static. I took the bar. Something tapped behind me, not from number 6, from inside the closet wall. A light little tick, then another, then 3 together. I stood there with my hand still on the pry bar, listening. The wall between the closet and the back service corridor was thin drywall over cinder block. Pipes ran through it, hot water lines, drain lines, all kinds of legitimate reasons for a building to click and knock after midnight. Tick, tick, tick. A pause. Tick, tick, tick. No, not long taps this time. Just 6 even ticks, like a fingernail testing the other side. "Owen," Mara called, "you okay?" "Yeah." I stepped out and shut the closet door harder than I meant to. The sound cracked through the laundromat, and Mara flinched. "Sorry," I said. She studied my face. "You heard something else." I heard pipes. You don't believe that. I believe pipes exist. That's not what I asked. Before I could answer, the front door opened and dragged in cold air, rain smell, and Daniel Price, 41 male, who drove a white delivery van for a restaurant supply company and treated the laundromat like a break room nobody could kick him out of. Daniel was broad through the shoulders, with a shaved head and a beard he kept trimmed to a sharp line, the kind of man who looked tougher than he felt. He always came in wearing a reflective jacket and apologizing for taking up 3 machines, even when the place was empty. That night, he carried a blue IKEA bag stuffed with greasy kitchen towels and wore the tight, faraway expression of someone who had been awake too long and still had a route left before dawn. "You still open?" he asked. "Always open," I said. "God bless capitalism." He looked at Mara. "Hey, hospital lady." "Hey, towel guy." Daniel dropped the bag onto a washer near the front. The smell hit a second later: fryer oil, onions, bleach, and wet canvas. "Sorry, Depot had a spill. I either wash them now or let my van smell like a carnival dumpster." Mara wrinkled her nose. "It already does." "Fair." He started loading washer 3. Quarters clattered from his pocket onto the lid. The ordinary noise helped. I clung to it a little, Daniel complaining about his dispatcher, Mara teasing him, rainwater dripping from the hem of his jacket onto the tile. These were real things, people things. Washer 6 sat dead behind me. I put the pry bar on the floor and braced it gently under the front lip of the machine. "Daniel, give me a hand." He looked over. "What'd you do to it?" "It quit." "You say that like it had dreams." "It had 18 minutes. He came over and helped me rock the machine forward. It gave with a rubbery squeal. Dust and lint peeled away from the baseboard in gray ropes. There was a sock back there, a child-striped one, stiff with age, a cracked lighter, 2 pennies green at the edges, and a phone, not a new one, an old flip phone, black, wedged behind the rear leveling foot like it had been pushed there deliberately. It was swollen at the hinge from moisture, its little outer screen clouded white. Daniel whistled softly. "Ancient artifact." Mara crouched beside us. "Is that a razor?" "Knockoff," I said. "You collect customer lost and found back there?" "No, I didn't touch it right away. That was my flaw, or one of them. I could open a jammed coin box with a screwdriver and a prayer, could clear hair from a drain trap without gagging. But when something crossed from broken to strange, I paused. I waited for someone else to name it first. I had spent most of my life trying not to be responsible for the moment when inconvenience became emergency. Daniel reached for the phone. "Don't," I said. He stopped, eyebrows lifting. I added, "Could be battery acid." "Right." He pulled his hand back and wiped it on his jeans. Mara was looking at the phone, then at washer 6, then at the wet quarter still sitting on top of the machine. "How long has that been back there?" "No idea." "You clean back there?" "Not as much as I should," Daniel grinned. "Man admits negligence. Respect." "It wasn't there last month," I said. That quieted him. Because last month I had moved number 6 myself after a guy washed a rug that came apart and flooded half the floor with beige fibers. I remembered because I'd cut my knuckle on the same rear foot where the phone now sat wedged. There had been lint pennies, that striped sock. No phone. The laundromat kept making its usual sounds around us, but they seemed arranged differently now. Dryer 7 thudded with a load of work jeans. The soda machine compressor buzzed. Water rushed through pipes overhead in a sudden surge, then choked off. Outside, a car passed slowly, engine low, headlights dragging white across the windows and across our crouched shapes on the tile. Mara said, "Maybe someone dropped it today and it slid back." Behind a machine bolted almost to the wall, Daniel asked, "Fine, maybe they put it there." "For what?" She didn't answer. I went to the counter and got the yellow dish gloves and a plastic evidence bag from the lost and found drawer. It wasn't really an evidence bag. It was a sandwich bag with a zip top, but people act better around things when you give them official names. I picked up the phone with 2 gloved fingers. It was heavier than it should have been. Water dripped from the charging port. The phone vibrated. I dropped it. It hit the tile with a flat slap. Mara swore under her breath. Daniel stepped back so fast his heel clipped the pry bar and sent it skittering into a chair. The phone lay face up between us. Its outer screen glowed pale blue, 1 bar of battery, no carrier. Then the screen filled with a single line of text. Not yet none of us moved. The words lasted maybe 2 seconds before the screen went dead again. Daniel said, "Okay." "Nope," Mara whispered. "Was that a scheduled alert?" "On a flip phone from 2006, Daniel asked. "They had alarms." That said, "Not yet." I crouched again, slower this time, and picked up the phone. My heart wasn't racing exactly. It was doing something worse, something uneven and practical, like it wanted me to make a list. Phone wet, phone active, message displayed, machine tapped pattern, no carrier, possible prank, possible electrical issue, possible customer hiding nearby, possible someone watching from outside. That last thought made me look at the windows. The glass reflected the laundromat back at us. Rows of washers, rows of dryers, fluorescent light, our 3 bodies standing too close together. Beyond that, darkness and rain. I couldn't see the street clearly. Anyone outside could see us better than we could see them. I walked to the door and locked it. Mara noticed. "Owen, it's after 1. I can lock it for cleaning. Can you?" "No." Daniel looked toward his half-loaded towels. "My stuff's in there. You can stay," I said. Wasn't planning to sprint into the rain, man. The phone vibrated again inside the bag. All 3 of us heard it, a tiny insect buzz against plastic. This time the inner screen lit through the cracked hinge. A sound came from it, not a ringtone, not a voice. Just static with a rhythm buried under it. Short, 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 long, 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 short, short, short. Mara covered her mouth with 1 hand. Daniel said, "Is that SOS?" I hated that he said it. Once spoken, it became harder to pretend it was random. I had learned Morse code when I was a kid because my grandfather had been a ham radio operator who believed every Keller male should know how to call for help without relying on some damn tower. I remembered enough to know Daniel was right. 3 dots, 3 dashes, 3 dots. SOS. Simple. Famous. The kind of thing a prankster would use because even people who didn't know Morse knew that one. I sealed the bag with the phone inside and set it on the counter. "Call the cops," Mara said. "For what?" Daniel asked, too quickly. She turned on him. For the wet, dead phone behind a washing machine sending distress signals. It might be somebody messing around. Great. Then the cops can tell them their hobby sucks. I reached for the landline under the counter. It was an old beige wall phone Mr. Bell kept because the alarm company required a hard line. I lifted the receiver. No dial tone, just a faint clicking. Not static, not exactly. Click, click, click. Pause. Click, click, click. I hung up. Mara watched my hand. Don't tell me. Line S out. Use your cell. I pulled my phone from my pocket. No signal. That happened sometimes inside the building, especially in rain. The walls were cinder block. The service room was full of pipes, and my carrier was cheap enough to qualify as an act of self-harm. I held it up, walked toward the front windows. One bar appeared, then vanished. Mara checked hers. I've got nothing. Daniel patted his jacket pockets, then his jeans, then looked at washer 3 with a miserable little blink. Mine's in the van. Mara stared at him. Of course it is. I use it for GPS. It overheats if I keep it on me. Of course it does. His face tightened. You don't need to say it like that. She softened, but only a little. Sorry. And there we were, 3 adults in a laundromat with a dead landline, no cell service, a locked front door, and a phone in a sandwich bag that had no business turning on. Any one of those things had an explanation. Together, they made a shape I didn't like. The washer clicked. Number 6, still unplugged, gave a single hard knock from inside its drum. Daniel stepped away from it. No, Mara whispered. It's unplugged. I know, I said. The knock came again. Not from the machine's motor. Not from pipes. From inside the sealed drum. I looked through the round glass. The clothes had settled at the bottom in a wet, dark heap. Jeans, hoodie, a white towel twisted into a rope. Nothing moved. Then something pale pressed briefly against the inside of the glass and slid down out of sight. Mara made a small sound, like she had bitten her tongue. Daniel said, "Was that a sleeve?" I wanted to say yes. I wanted to say sleeve, towel, sock, foam, reflection, anything that belonged inside a washer. Instead, I saw the locked door mechanism above the handle and remembered another stupid detail. When front loaders lost power mid-cycle, the door stayed locked until the water drained or the manual release got pulled from underneath. I knew where the release was, behind the lower kick panel, beside the drain filter, a place you had to get on your knees to reach. The phone buzzed again on the counter. This time, no screen lit, just the vibration, then the tiny speaker crackling through wet plastic. Tap, 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 tap. Mara looked at me. Her face had lost all humor now. Under the fluorescent light, the freckles across her nose stood out sharp and dark. Owen, we need to decide what we're doing. Daniel pointed at the door. We get my phone from the van, call police from outside. Done. And leave that, Mara said, pointing at number 6. For 5 minutes, yeah. If there's someone in there, there isn't someone in there. You saw that. I saw laundry move. Laundry doesn't knock after the plug's pulled. Their voices overlapped, rising, not because they were angry at each other, but because fear wanted an argument to live in. I stood between them and looked at the machine. My bad fingers ached. They did that in damp weather, the crushed joints stiffening before storms. I flexed them and felt the familiar pinch. Machines usually told the truth. That was what I liked about them, but only if you were willing to open them. I picked up the pry bar. Mara noticed. "You're going to release the door. I'm going to check the filter first." "That's not what I asked." Daniel shook his head. "Man, don't. We go outside, get my phone, call it in. If someone's trapped, fire department handles it." "If someone's trapped, minutes matter," Mara said. "And if someone put that phone there to make us open the machine," Daniel shot back. "You ever think of that?" He had. I could see it in his face, the way his eyes kept sliding to the windows. Daniel wasn't a coward. He was a driver who made deliveries alone behind restaurants at 3 in the morning. He understood loading docks, blind corners, and the kind of people who waited where lights didn't reach. His fear was practical. That made it harder to dismiss. Mara's fear was different. She worked around emergencies, and the worst thing you could do to a hospital worker was put a possible person in danger behind a barrier and ask them to wait. She would hear that knock for the rest of her life if she walked away. And me, I was afraid of being the man who didn't act until someone else got hurt. The laundromat hummed and steamed around us. Rain traced crooked lines down the front glass. Washer 6 sat heavy and cream-colored under the lights, its black window reflecting my own face back at me, older than I felt and not nearly as steady. The phone buzzed once more. A single word appeared on the outer screen, faint and blue. Open. Nobody spoke for a moment. Then Mara said, very softly, "We either open it or we leave." Daniel looked toward the door, then at me. "Your call, Owen. You work here." That was the worst part. He was right. I stood with the pry bar in my hand, the manual release inches from my reach, while the old flip phone blinked on the counter, and the unplugged washer waited like it knew we were listening. I didn't open washer 6 right away. That is the part I still hate admitting, because in my memory, the moment stretches out long enough for a whole jury to look at me. The pry bar was in my hand. Mara was staring at me like I had a pulse under my thumb and only needed to press. Daniel had his eyes on the windows, waiting for somebody outside to move. And I just stood there. The washer knocked once. A dull, patient sound, not dramatic, not loud enough to belong in a movie. Just a single thud from behind the round glass, like someone bumping their shoulder against a locked bathroom stall. Mara's voice came out tight. "Owen, I know. Then do it." Daniel snapped. "Or don't, because this is insane." The phone sat on the counter in the sandwich bag, screen dark now. The plastic fogged around it with moisture. The laundromat's fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and the smell of hot lint had shifted into something sharper near number 6, like wet metal and sour soap. Rain smeared the windows until the street outside looked painted on. A car rolled by slow enough that all 3 of us turned to watch its headlights drag across the glass. It didn't stop. I crouched in front of washer 6 and put the pry bar down beside my knee. The lower panel was held by 2 quarter-turn latches, the kind Mr. Bell always told me to open with a flat head and never with my fingernails, which meant I had opened them with my fingernails 50 times. My left hand didn't like the angle. The 2 crushed fingers had healed crooked after the lift accident back in Toledo, and they ached whenever I had to pinch anything small. Mara crouched beside me. "What are you doing?" "Manual release is behind here. Drain filter too." "Okay, so release it. If there's water in the drum and I pop it wrong, it can dump 10 gallons across the floor. So we get wet. Water hits the outlets under the folding table. We get more than wet." She looked back at the row of old wall outlets, beige covers stained with detergent dust. Daniel followed her gaze and said, "Great, electrocution. Love the menu tonight." "I'm shutting off the breaker first," I said. Mara stared at me. "The breaker? The machine's unplugged, but the outlets are. I don't know what's going on with the line. I'm not opening a full washer with power running along the wall. That takes time. So does dying stupid." She didn't like that, but she didn't argue. Not exactly. She rocked back on her heels and wrapped both arms around herself, fingers digging into her sleeves. The breaker panel was in the back service corridor, past the utility closet where I had heard the ticking in the wall. I had been back there 1,000 times. It was 10 steps through a narrow door, past stacks of detergent boxes and the old mop sink, then left at the water heaters. Nothing special, nothing hidden. Still, when I stood, I felt the room change behind me. Daniel saw it on my face. "I'm coming with you." "No, stay here." "Absolutely not." Mara stood too. "Nobody goes alone." "There are 3 of us," I said. "If all 3 go back there and something happens out here." "Something already happened out here," Daniel said. The washer knocked again. This time twice. Mara turned toward it. Her mouth tightened into a line. "Someone could be in there." Daniel threw both hands out. "How? Tell me how a person gets into a locked washer without us noticing." "I don't know. It's not a dog crate. It's a washing machine." "I know what it is." "Then stop saying someone's in there like. That makes sense." Mara stepped toward him. "I move patients all night who got hurt in ways that didn't make sense 5 minutes before I met them." "That's different." "No, it is. People wedge themselves into dumb places. Kids hide. Drunk people crawl into trash compactors. Elderly people get locked in stairwells. You don't get to decide no one needs help because the setup is weird." Daniel looked away first. He rubbed his beard with the heel of his hand. "I'm saying someone could be making us do exactly this. That means someone is still involved," she said, "which is also a reason to call police. We can't call police from in here. I'm aware." Their argument ran over me like static. I could hear the shape of it, but I was looking at the floor behind washer 6. A thin line of water had gathered there, shiny under the lights, creeping from beneath the machine toward the grout channel between tiles. Not much water. Enough to mean the drum was draining somewhere it shouldn't. I pointed. "That's new." Mara followed my finger. "Is it leaking?" Maybe. I grabbed the flashlight from the counter drawer, clicked it on, and aimed it low. The beam skimmed over lint, the striped sock, the cracked lighter, the corroded pennies. Water pulsed from under the rear right corner of the machine in tiny surges. Not a steady leak. More like something inside was forcing it out in breaths. Daniel whispered, "Okay." "I hate that." A sharp buzz came from the counter. The flip phone vibrated again. All of us froze except the machines. Dryer 7 kept turning. Washer 3, Daniel's half-loaded one, sat open and idle. Somewhere overhead, a pipe knocked once, ordinary and insulting. The phone buzzed twice more, then lit up. Mara walked to it before I could stop her. She didn't touch the bag, only leaned over it. "What does it say?" Daniel asked. She swallowed. 8 minutes. The words sat there on the tiny screen, blue and blocky. 8 minutes. Then they vanished. For a second, nobody spoke. The wall clock jerked its minute hand forward with a dry plastic click. 1:24 a.m. Mara looked at me. 8 minutes until what? I don't know. Could be battery timer, Daniel said. Mara turned on him. Daniel, what? Phones do weird stuff when they're wet. Do they threaten appointments? It didn't threaten anything. Are you hearing yourself? I picked up the bag, holding it away from my body as if the phone could bite through plastic. We go to the breaker, kill power to this row, pull the release, drain if we need to, and check the drum. Daniel shook his head. No, we go outside. My van's 20 feet away. I grab my phone, call 911. The door's locked, Mara said, so unlock it. I looked at the front door. That was when I noticed the deadbolt thumb turn wasn't horizontal anymore. It was halfway down. Not locked. Not unlocked, jammed at an angle. I crossed the room fast and tried it. The metal resisted, then gave a little, then stopped with a gritty click. I tried again. Harder. The door flexed in its frame but didn't open. Daniel came over. Move. He put both hands on the thumb turn and wrenched. His shoulders bunched under the reflective jacket. Nothing. The glass rattled. Don't break it, I said. He looked at me like I had suggested we dust first. The door won't open, because if you snap the mechanism, it may not open at all. It's already not opening. Mara pressed her face near the glass, shielding her eyes to see through the reflections. There's something in the strike plate. What? I asked. I don't know. Metal maybe. I crouched and looked at the gap where the deadbolt slid into the frame. Something had been pushed in there from the outside. A shim, maybe. A sliver of dull steel jammed above the bolt, holding it at a bad angle. Daniel's voice dropped. Someone locked us in. Not the machine, not the phone, not bad wiring. Someone. The word landed heavy and useful. It made the room worse, but it also put walls around the fear. People did things for reasons. Bad reasons, stupid reasons, desperate reasons, but reasons. Mara backed away from the door and looked at the windows. Can we break one? Tempered glass, I said. Maybe. But we're on West 8th. If someone's outside, they already know we're inside. Daniel dug through his pockets and came up with a small folding knife. I can try the latch. You carry that at work? Mara asked. I deliver to back alleys at 3 a.m. Yes, hospital lady, I carry a knife. Don't call me that right now. Fine, the washer knocked. 3 quick thuds. Mara flinched and looked at the clock. How long since the message? Maybe 1 minute, I said. Then stop talking. She was right. That was the thing. Everyone was right in pieces, and none of those pieces fit together into a plan that didn't feel like stepping on a rotten board. Daniel knelt at the front door and worked his knife into the frame. I went back for the breaker panel, and this time Mara came with me before I could tell her not to. I didn't have the energy to argue. The back corridor waited behind the employees' only door, dark, except for the exit sign glowing red over the rear service exit. I flipped the light switch. Nothing happened. Of course, Mara breathed out through her nose. Lights are out back here. Bulb probably. Don't say probably. The corridor smelled different from the front, more chemical, with a damp mineral stink from the water heaters. I clicked on the flashlight. The beam caught stacked boxes of powdered detergent, an old rolling cart with one bad wheel, a milk crate full of lost socks, the mop sink stained blue-green around the drain. The breaker panel was at the end. So was the rear door. The rear door had a push bar and an alarm sticker that had been peeling since I started. Beyond it was the alley, the dumpsters, and maybe Daniel's van around the side if we could get out and loop back. I swept the flashlight across it. The push bar had a mop handle jammed through it, wedged under the metal arms and braced against the floor with a roll of duct tape at the bottom to keep it from sliding. From inside, Mara saw it too. Owen, I see it. Who put that there? I didn't answer because there were only two possibilities, and I hated both. Either someone had been inside before we locked the front door, or someone had gone through the back while I was out front and rigged it without any of us noticing. The second seemed impossible. The first seemed worse. A muffled scrape came from the front room. Daniel shouted, "You guys good?" "Yeah," I called back too fast. Mara whispered, "Don't lie. We're standing. That counts." The breaker panel door was already open. I had closed it 2 nights earlier because Mr. Bell got mad if the inspector came and saw it hanging loose. Now it gaped toward us, gray metal teeth and rows of labeled switches inside. The labels were written in 3 different inks. Washers 1-4, DRYERS East, sign, office. A strip of tape near the bottom said old boiler, do not touch even though the boiler had been replaced years ago. 1 breaker was tripped, not the one for washer 6. The one labeled cam alarm. Mara pointed. Security cameras. Maybe alarm 2. Can you turn it back on? I can. Should you? That was the better question. My thumb hovered over the switch. From the front room came Daniel's voice again, sharper. Owen, Mara, and I ran back. Daniel was standing near washer 6, knife in one hand, staring at the floor. The water leak had spread farther than it should have. It had reached the base of the folding table and was moving toward the wall outlets in a thin, reflective sheet. Washer 6 was no longer silent. It was filling. Unplugged, display dead, door locked. It was taking in water from somewhere behind the wall. I could hear it now, a steady hiss inside the machine, water slipping through the inlet valve like a faucet left open in another room. That's not supposed to happen, Daniel said. No, Mara looked at me. Shut the water off. Valves are behind the machine. Then move it. The supply hoses might tear if we yank it. Then, where's the main shutoff? Back corridor. Then go. I was already moving. The main water shutoff sat near the water heaters, a red wheel valve mounted to a vertical pipe. It was stiff, always had been. Mr. Bell used to say, "Don't touch that unless you want every machine in here screaming at you." I grabbed it and turned. It didn't move. I put both hands on it. My bad fingers protested, sharp pain flashing through the joints. I gritted my teeth and pushed harder. Nothing. Mara tried beside me, smaller hands on the wheel below mine. Together, we turned. The valve gave a 1/4 inch with a shriek, then stopped. Pain ran up my left hand so hard I almost let go. I saw Toledo for half a second. Not the whole memory, just the lift arm dropping, the smell of hydraulic fluid, my own fingers trapped where they shouldn't have been, while my supervisor shouted instructions that came too late. The worst part hadn't been the pain. It had been the waiting. The stupid, frozen second when I knew what had to happen and still needed someone else to move first. Mara said, "Owen." I came back to the corridor, the flashlight trembling in my right hand. "I can't get it," I said. "You can." "My hand, I know, but you can." It wasn't gentle. I needed that. Gentle would have let me step aside. We both pulled again. The valve screamed. My fingers felt like they were being split open from the inside. Then the wheel broke free and spun half a turn, then another. From the front, the filling hiss weakened. Daniel called. That did something. I shut it until it stopped. For a moment, I let my forehead rest against the cool pipe. My left hand pulsed. I flexed it once and instantly regretted it. Mara saw. "You okay?" "No." "Can you keep using it?" "Yes." We went back out. The water had stopped spreading, but it was already under the folding table. Neil had unplugged the soda machine and was dragging the cord up onto a chair. "Good thinking," I said. "Don't sound surprised." "I'm not. You are a little." Mara grabbed the mop bucket. "We need towels." Daniel pointed at his IKEA bag. "Greasy ones. Better than electrocution." He tossed her a bundle. She dropped them in the path of the water, then hissed and pulled one hand back. "What?" I asked. "Something sharp." She lifted her palm. A thin red line opened near the base of her thumb. Not deep, but bleeding steady. Daniel winced. "Sorry, might be a broken zip tie or metal shaving. In laundry, restaurant laundry is a war zone." She wrapped the cut in the sleeve of her hoodie and kept working. The phone buzzed again. Nobody wanted to look. I did. The little screen glowed through the plastic. 5 minutes. Then another line appeared beneath it. "Not water." Mara read it over my shoulder. "Not water." Daniel gave a humorless laugh. "Helpful. Love a cryptic appliance." I looked at the puddle, at the machine, at the dead display. The water wasn't the message. The water wasn't the danger, or not the main one. A new sound came from washer 6. A soft scrape against the glass. Mara straightened. Inside the drum, the wet clothes shifted as if settling. The white towel uncoiled slightly. Something small and dark floated up against the window. At first, I thought it was a clump of lint. Then it turned and showed a label. A hospital wristband. White plastic. Black text. Torn at one end. Mara stepped forward so quickly I grabbed her sleeve. "Don't," I said. She yanked free. "That's a patient band. You can't know that. I see them all day." Daniel leaned close, squinting. "Is there a name?" The band rolled in the shallow water behind the glass, pressed flat for 1 second. Mara read aloud, "E. Harlan." Her voice changed on the name. Not fear exactly. Recognition. I looked at her. "You know that person?" She didn't answer. "Mara." Her lips parted, then closed. "Ellen Harlan, 79, female. I transported her twice last week, radiology and back. She had a blue cardigan and kept asking if her son had called." Daniel looked from her to the washer. Why would her wristband be in a laundromat? Mara's face went pale in a way the lighting couldn't explain. She disappeared from St. Vincent yesterday morning. The laundromat sounds seemed to pull back. Even the dryers felt farther away. disappeared, I said. She was supposed to be discharged to a rehab facility. I heard nurses talking near the elevators. They thought family picked her up. Then the paperwork didn't match. Security was looking. Daniel stared at the band. Why didn't you say anything? Because I didn't connect an old woman from my shift to a washing machine tapping Morse code in a laundromat, Daniel. The phone buzzed again. 4 minutes. Mara reached for the kick panel herself. I caught her wrist. Stop. She could be connected to this. Exactly, which means we slow down. No, it means we open the machine. I kept my grip, not hard but firm. If someone staged this with a missing woman's wristband, they want a reaction. Her eyes shone. And if she's hurt somewhere, then we call police. With what? That silenced me. Daniel pointed at the windows. We break out, right now. We tried the door, not the glass, Mara said. I've got a tire iron in the van if I can get to it. You can't get to it. Can break a window with a chair. Tempered glass may spider and hold. So we keep hitting. While they argued, the phone changed again. This time it didn't buzz. It rang. One thin, distorted chirp, like an alarm dying inside a toy. The inner screen lit, showing not text but a number. Then a timer began counting down from 0330. Daniel backed away. No, see, that's someone messing with us. Mara whispered. It's telling us to call. No, I said, because I saw something else. The old flip phone wasn't calling 911. It was displaying it, like an instruction or a warning. I grabbed the landline again, praying the dial tone had come back. Nothing, just the same faint clicking in the receiver. I held it to my ear longer this time. Click, click, click. Pause, click, click. Pause, click, 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 click. Not SOS. Another pattern. I didn't know enough Morse to read it fast. My grandfather would have been ashamed of me, but I knew enough to feel the terrible pull of meaning inside the noise. Daniel had gone to the front window with a chair from the waiting area. He lifted it over his shoulder. Daniel, wait, I said. He didn't. He drove the metal chair legs into the glass. The impact cracked through the room. Mara ducked. The chair bounced back hard, one leg bent, and Daniel staggered with it. The window didn't break. A pale star appeared in the outer pane, small as a fist. Outside, across the street, a figure moved under the awning of the closed vape shop. Just a person-shaped shift in the rain and darkness. Then gone. Daniel saw it too, his face emptied. There's someone out there, he said. Mara came to the window. Where? Across the street. I don't see anyone. They were there. The phone timer read 0241. Washer 6 knocked again. Not once. Not twice. A steady series now, fast and frantic, rattling the glass in its rubber gasket. Mara said, We're out of time. I looked at the front door jammed from outside, the rear door barred from inside, the water creeping under towels, the patient wristband turning lazily in the drum. A missing woman's name in black text. A phone giving us minutes. Someone possibly watching from across the street. A grounded fear is worse than an impossible one. Impossible things let you surrender to panic. Real things ask you to make decisions. I dropped to my knees in front of washer 6 and popped the lower panel with the pry bar. The metal cover fell forward with a clang. Behind it, the drain filter cap sat where it should. The manual release cord hung beside it, a short red plastic tab covered in dust. I reached for it. Daniel shouted, "Owen." I turned. The rear service door at the end of the corridor slammed open against the mop handle hard enough to crack wood. Once, then again. Someone on the other side was hitting it. The mop handle bent with each impact. Mara whispered, "That door opens to the alley." The phone timer read 01:58. The washer knocked from inside. The rear door slammed again, and this time the duct tape at the bottom of the mop handle tore loose with a ripping sound that made every small hair on my arms lift. Daniel still held the bent chair. Mara held a greasy towel around her bleeding hand. I had 2 fingers hooked through the red release tab, knowing that if I pulled it, the washer door might open on nothing but wet clothes and a stolen wristband. Or it might open on proof that someone had been trying to tell us something. Behind us, the rear door hit again. The mop handle split, and I pulled. The red tab came free with a plastic snap that sounded too small for the decision it carried. For half a second, nothing happened. Then, washer 6 unlocked, not with a clean click, but with a tired mechanical clunk, the kind that says a part has moved after being stuck too long. The rubber gasket bulged as pressure shifted inside the drum. Water pushed against the glass. Mara grabbed my shoulder with her good hand, and Daniel swore from somewhere behind me, still facing the rear corridor with the bent chair raised like a shield. "Open it slow," Mara said. "I know. Slow, Owen. I know." My fingers were slippery around the handle. My left hand throbbed from the shut-off valve, and my right wrist had started trembling from adrenaline. I pulled the washer door a 1/4 inch. Gray water spilled over my shoes. It wasn't a flood, not at first. Just a thick, sour gush of detergent water, colder than it should have been, carrying lint and little black curls of something I didn't want to name. It spread across the tile, met the towels Daniel had thrown down, and soaked into them with a darkening bloom. I pulled wider. A wad of clothes slumped forward and slapped onto the floor. Jeans, a dark hoodie, the white towel, no body, no hand, no face pressed blue against the drum. Mara made a sound that was almost relief and almost shame. Daniel, still watching the rear door, snapped, "What is it?" "Laundry," I said. "And the wristband." Mara crouched beside me, ignoring the water soaking one knee of her scrub pants. She reached in with 2 fingers wrapped in the greasy towel and caught the white plastic band before it washed under the machine. "It's real," she said. "Real as in from the hospital?" I asked. She turned it toward the overhead light. Her lips moved as she read. "Harlan, ELLENM, date of birth. Yeah, it's her." The rear service door boomed again. The mop handle finally gave. It cracked in the middle and dropped from the push bar with a hollow wooden clatter. The door jumped inward an inch before the chain lock caught. I had forgotten the chain lock. Mr. Bell had installed it after a guy tried sleeping in the hallway during a snowstorm, then never used it because the actual alarm was supposed to be enough. Now that little brass chain was the only thing holding the alley out, or holding us in. A narrow slice of rain-dark alley showed beyond the door. Cold air pushed through it, carrying dumpster rot and wet concrete. Daniel rushed the corridor. "Hey, back up." The door slammed again. The chain stretched with a metallic twang. Mara stood, wristband clenched in her cut hand. "We need police now." "No kidding," Daniel said. "You got a carrier pigeon." The old flip phone rang from the counter. One chirp, then another. I looked at the front room. Counter on the right, rows of washers along the left wall, dryers along the right past the soda machine, folding tables in the center, front windows facing West 8th. Behind me, washer 6 stood open in the middle of the washer row, vomiting gray water and someone's clothes. The back service corridor was straight behind the counter, a narrow throat leading to the breaker panel, water heaters, mop sink, and rear door. The front door, 20 feet away, was jammed. Daniel's van and phone were outside. The only working exits had turned into problems with hinges. The flip phone's screen lit inside the sandwich bag. Back room. Mara read it aloud. Back room. Daniel stared at it from the corridor. "No, absolutely not. That's where the person is trying to get in." "Maybe it means the phone line," I said. "What?" "The alarm line, security panel. If cam alarm is tripped, maybe there's a backup cellular unit in the office closet." Mr. Bell mentioned one once. Mara's eyes sharpened. "Can it call out? Maybe. If it has power. If it's not dead. If Mr. Bell paid the bill. That is a lot of if. It's what we have." Daniel backed away from the rear door as it hit again. The chain held, but one screw in the frame had pulled out far enough to show bright raw wood around it. "We have a chair and a window." "You hit the window," Mara said. "It didn't break." "I didn't hit it enough." The flip phone buzzed. Back room. Then beneath it, line cut. The words vanished. Daniel's expression changed. "Line cut. That means someone cut the landline." "Or it's guessing," I said. "Phones don't guess." "No, but people using phones do." That was the thing I kept circling back to. Not magic. Not a ghost in a washer. Someone had set this up. Someone knew the building. Someone knew the landline. Someone knew the breaker panel. Someone knew enough to trap us between choices and time them, so we made the worst one. Mara looked at the wristband. "And someone has something from Ellen Harlan." "Could be stolen laundry," Daniel said. "She disappeared in a hospital gown." "You said blue cardigan." "She wore it over the gown." Rear door hit again, hard enough to knock dust from the top of the frame. The chain screw groaned. First attempt, the alarm panel. It made enough sense that we moved without voting on it. Daniel stayed in the corridor near the rear door with the bent chair. Mara and I went to the tiny office behind the counter. A square room barely bigger than a closet with a metal desk, a dented file cabinet, Mr. Bell's dead calendar from 2 months ago, and a shelf full of receipt paper. The office had no window. It had one door, which opened back toward the washers, and a security monitor mounted high in the corner. The monitor was black. I climbed onto the desk, knocking over a coffee tin of old keys. The keys scattered across invoices and hit the floor like little dropped teeth. "Careful," Mara said, trying. I reached behind the monitor and found the power cable. Plugged in. I followed the wire down to a power strip. The switch glowed red. "It has power," I said. "Then why isn't it on?" I pressed the monitor button. Nothing. Mara shone the flashlight under the desk. "There's a box back here." I got down too fast and banged my bad hand against the drawer handle. Pain flashed white behind my eyes. I bit down hard enough to taste metal. The box under the desk was the alarm unit, beige plastic, with a small green light that blinked once every 5 seconds. A wire entered from the wall. Another led to a squat black module with a stubby antenna. Cellular backup. For one beautiful second, hope came into the room. Then Mara pointed at the antenna. Is that supposed to be attached? The antenna had been snapped halfway through. Not broken by age, twisted. Copper strands stuck out like hair. I opened the alarm box. The panel inside had a keypad and a tiny display. "Com fail." That was all it said. I pressed the panic button. The display changed. No signal. I pressed again, harder. No signal. Mara leaned her forehead against the doorframe. So that's attempt 1. Partial, I said, though I didn't know why I needed to defend it. We know the line and backup were disabled. By someone. Yes. From the corridor, Daniel shouted, "Guys, we ran out." The rear door chain was still holding, but the gap had widened enough for a hand to fit through. Not a full arm, just fingers. Pale fingers, rain wet, feeling blindly along the inside of the door. Mara screamed. Daniel swung the chair. The chair legs struck the door frame, not the hand. The fingers vanished. The door slammed shut from outside, then hit inward again. "Did you see that?" Daniel shouted. "Yes," Mara said. "Human, that was human." The panic in his voice was contagious because it was specific. Not a shape across the street, not a message, a hand, skin, nails, a person close enough to touch us. Then something clattered down at our feet from the door gap. A small white object skidded across the corridor tile and stopped near the mop bucket. Daniel raised the chair again. "Don't touch it." I shone the flashlight. It was a plastic cap, a detergent bottle cap, blue with a scrap of paper stuffed inside. Mara whispered, "That's not a weapon." "Could be," Daniel said. "Some weird chemical thing." I nudged it with the pry bar. Nothing happened. Mara picked it up before either of us could stop her and pulled out the paper. Her hands shook badly now, enough that the paper rattled. "What does it say?" I asked. She unfolded it. 3 letters written in black marker. SOS. Daniel laughed once, high and ugly. "Cute." Mara turned the paper over. On the back was a hospital room number, 412. Her face shifted again. "You know it?" I asked. "Ellen's room," she said. The door slammed. The chain screw pulled farther from the frame. Second attempt, Daniel's van. It came from him this time. My phone is outside. My van is parked on the side street, not the alley. If we can get through the front window or the side restroom vent, I can call. "There's no side door," I said. "I know there's no side door. I unload here twice a month. But there's that little window in the restroom. That window opens into the service alley. High alley wall, but I can fit." I pictured it. The restroom was at the far front right corner, beside the soda machine, and across from Dryer Bank 2. Its window was small and frosted, maybe 16 inches high, 30 wide, with a rusted crank and a mesh screen outside. It opened to the narrow passage between the laundromat and the nail salon, which connected to the back alley. A grown man probably couldn't fit. Mara looked Daniel up and down. "You cannot fit," he bristled. I said, "I can. You have shoulders. I'll make them smaller." "That isn't how shoulders work. I used to climb through kitchen pass-throughs for fun. When you were what, 12, 27? That makes it worse." The rear door hit again. The chain screw tore half an inch. We all looked. Daniel lowered the chair. Fine. Maybe I don't fit. She might. Mara stared at him. Me, you're smaller. I'm not crawling into an alley with someone outside. Not the alley, the side passage. Then you get around front, get my phone from the van. And if the person outside sees me, then you run. No, I said. They both looked at me. No one goes out alone. Daniel's jaw worked. Then what? We wait until whoever's at that door gets tired. I pointed to the office. Security DVR. If the monitor's dead, maybe the recorder still has a drive. We can pull footage later. Later, Mara said. Owen, later is a luxury item. She wasn't wrong. So we tried the restroom window. The bathroom smelled like damp paper towels and the cherry deodorizer puck in the floor drain. The light in there flickered worse than the main room, making the cracked mirror blink us in pieces. Mara pale and angry, Daniel sweating under his jacket, me with wet jeans stuck to my shins, and my left hand curled uselessly against my ribs. Daniel climbed onto the toilet tank first. It shifted under him. Careful, I said. I swear to God, Owen. He cranked the little window handle. Rust squealed. The frosted pane opened 2 inches, then stopped. Screen, he grunted. I handed him the pry bar. He wedged it through the gap and pushed. Metal mesh popped loose on one corner with a sharp ping. Then the tapping started, not from washer 6 this time, from the wall behind the mirror. Tap, tap, tap. Long pause. Tap, tap, tap. Daniel froze on the toilet tank. Mara backed into the towel dispenser. No, the tapping moved. Left to right behind the wall. Then down. It was exactly the kind of sound that let your mind build a hand where no hand could be. Fingers traveling behind plaster, following the pipes, looking for a way through. Daniel whispered, "There's someone in the wall." "There isn't," I said, though my mouth had gone dry. Tap, tap, tap. Then a skittering sound. Then a frantic squeal. A gray blur dropped from the ceiling vent, hit the sink, bounced off Daniel's shoulder, and landed on the floor. Mara screamed again, shorter this time. Daniel lost his footing, slipped off the toilet, and slammed one knee into the tile. The pry bar clanged into the sink. The gray blur shot under the bathroom door. "Rat," I said, breathing hard. It was a rat. Daniel sat on the floor, both hands around his knee. I know it was a rat now. Mara started laughing, not because it was funny, because the alternative was worse. The laugh came out broken and wet, then cut off when another bang sounded from the rear corridor. "Can you stand?" I asked Daniel. "Yeah, give me a second. Your knee hurts like hell, not broken." The bathroom window attempt became partial at best. The screen was loose, but the opening was too narrow, and outside the frosted glass, the side passage was darker than the room. When I held the flashlight through the gap, it caught brick walls beaded with rain, 2 trash bins, a fallen strip of gutter, and a padlocked metal gate at the far end. Daniel looked at the gate and sagged. "That wasn't locked last week. Now it is. Of course it is." We returned to the main room worse than before, Daniel limping, Mara's cut reopened and bleeding through the towel, my hand swelling around the knuckles. Water still glistened across the tile despite the towels. The open washer had drained enough to show the clothes clearly now, heaped inside like something shed. And the old flip phone had changed again. It displayed one line, not her band, Mara read it twice. Not her band. Then the screen went black. She looked down at the wristband in her hand. "What does that mean?" Daniel asked. I said, "Could mean it is Ellen's." "It has her name on it," Mara said. "Could mean it didn't come off her." Daniel leaned against a folding table, testing his knee. "Or someone wants us to doubt everything." "Working," Mara said. The rear door slammed again, then went quiet. That quiet was worse. Daniel noticed too. "Why did they stop?" We listened. The laundromat mapped itself in sound. Front windows ticking with rain, dryers turning on the right, water dripping under washer, 6 on the left, old refrigerator hum from the soda machine now unplugged, but still cooling down, the bathroom fan ticking off balance near the front, and the rear corridor breathing cold air through the gap around the chain. Then a new sound. Metal scraping metal. Not from the rear door, from the front. Daniel limped toward the windows. I followed, staying low without knowing why. Mara came behind us, holding the wristband and bloody towel. At the front door, the deadbolt thumb turn slowly moved. Not enough to unlock, just a twitch. Then another. Someone outside was working the jammed metal shim, trying to open the door now. Daniel whispered, "There at both exits." "Maybe the person at the back moved around front," Mara said. "Or there are 2, I said. Nobody liked that. The flip phone buzzed violently on the counter, skittering inside the bag until it bumped against the cash register. Its screen lit. Dryer 12. We all turned. Dryer 12 was on the right wall, last machine before the restroom hallway. It wasn't running. Its round glass door reflected the fluorescent tubes. A red out of order card was taped above the coin slot because the heat sensor had failed, and Mr. Bell refused to fix it until after the slow season, as if laundry had a slow season. Mara said, "No," Daniel said, "we are not opening another appliance." The phone buzzed again. Dryer 12, then key. I looked at the lost and found drawer behind the counter where the coffee tin of spare keys usually lived. The keys were still scattered in the office from my earlier scramble. I went back, grabbed the whole tin, and dumped the remaining keys onto the counter. Mara watched the front door, while Daniel watched the rear corridor from the middle of the room, turning his head like a man trying to keep 2 dogs from lunging at once. "Which key?" Mara asked. "No idea. Helpful. Mr. Bell labels nothing he can blame on memory." Dryer 12 had a maintenance lock, a little round one below the lint drawer. I tried a small brass key. No. A square-headed one. No. A bent silver one with red nail polish on it. No. At the front door, the shim scraped again. The deadbolt turned another millimeter. Daniel called, "Hurry. You think I'm savoring this?" 4th key. No, 5th. The lock turned. The bottom panel popped open. Inside, behind the lint compartment, was a service cavity full of dust, wiring, and a folded piece of blue fabric. Mara leaned in. "That's hospital linen," she said. I pulled it out carefully. Not linen. A blue cardigan. Elderly woman soft, with pearl buttons and a faint smell of talcum powder under the dryer dust. One sleeve was torn near the cuff. In the pocket was a receipt, damp but readable. Erie Cab Co. Pickup, St. Vincent Hospital drop-off, West 8th Laundromat time, 12:46 a.m. tonight. Mara's face crumpled. She was here. Daniel looked toward the washers, then the doors. Or someone wants us to think she was. I checked the other pocket. There was a laundry card, not ours. A plastic reload card from a different laundromat, with a strip of masking tape on it and handwritten dots and dashes. Morse. I could only read the first part slowly, lips moving, pulling memory out from under panic. Dot dash. A dash dot dot dot. Be no, not letters individually. It was grouped. Mara looked over my shoulder. What does it say? I need time. You have none. The front deadbolt jumped. The metal shim fell inward onto the mat with a thin clink. For a second, the door was free. Then the outside handle turned. Daniel crossed the room in 2 limping strides and slammed his shoulder against the door just as it cracked open. A hand pushed through the gap holding something black and narrow. Not a gun, a screwdriver. Daniel smashed the chair down. The hand jerked back. The screwdriver clattered inside onto the tile. Mara grabbed it before anyone could reach through again. Owen, Daniel shouted. I ran to help him. Together, we shoved the door shut. I twisted the deadbolt, but the damaged mechanism only spun halfway and jammed again. Mara thrust the screwdriver through the door handles and wedged it against the frame like a crude brace. It would not hold long. The old flip phone rang once. The screen displayed, read it. My hands shook as I held the laundry card under the light. The dots and dashes were written in clusters, separated by slashes. I read what I could. Back, wall, vent. Mara looked toward the rear corridor. There's a vent in the back wall. Behind the water heaters, I said. Old dryer exhaust. Sealed years ago. Sealed how? Sheet metal, screws. Daniel pressed his back to the front door, breathing hard. Can it get us out? No, I said, too small. Then why does it matter? I remembered the tapping from inside the closet wall. The ticking. The sound that had not been a person. Pipes, I had said. Pipes exist. Behind the water heaters, the old dryer exhaust vent ran through the exterior wall into the alley. Small enough for sound, large enough for a cable, maybe large enough for a phone line, maybe large enough for someone to pass messages without coming inside. Mara saw my face. What? I think the phone isn't the only thing they hid. The rear corridor chain snapped. Not fully. One screw gave way and fired across the corridor, pinging off the breaker panel. The door opened 6 inches before Daniel, from the front, shouted back. We ran. The point of no return didn't arrive with a scream. It arrived with a piece of hardware failing exactly as metal fails when stressed too many times. The rear door burst inward. Rain blew down the corridor. No one came through immediately. Instead, something rolled across the tile from the alley and stopped beside the mop sink. A small metal canister, hissing. White vapor spilled from its nozzle, low and fast, curling along the floor toward the main room. Mara coughed once, then again. Is that smoke? Daniel shouted from the front. My eyes started burning. Not smoke, chemical. Pepper spray, maybe. Bear spray. Something aerosolized and mean, designed to make people blind and stupid. Front, I yelled. But the front door handle was turning again too. Whoever had trapped us had stopped asking us to choose. They were coming in from both sides. I grabbed Mara by the arm and pulled her away from the corridor as the vapor thickened around our ankles. Daniel abandoned the front door and limped toward us, coughing, one hand over his mouth. The screwdriver brace at the front clattered loose behind him. The rear exit was gone. The front exit was opening. The bathroom window led to a locked gate. The office had no window. The machines lined the walls like heavy metal witnesses, their drums ticking, cooling, draining. And somewhere behind the back wall vent, something began tapping again. Not SOS. A longer message. Faster now. Urgent. I couldn't read it. Not yet. The chemical rolled into the laundromat like weather. At first, it hugged the floor, a pale white crawl over the wet tile, curling around the greasy towels and the open mouth of washer 6. Then it lifted. It found our ankles, our knees, our throats. My eyes burned first, then my nose. Then my mouth filled with the taste of pennies and hot peppers, and every breath turned into a mistake. Move, I shouted, but it came out torn and useless. Mara doubled over beside the folding table, coughing into the bloodied towel wrapped around her hand. Daniel stumbled from the front door with one arm over his face, limping hard now, dragging his bad knee behind him like it belonged to somebody else. The rear corridor was gone in white haze. The front door was opening. A shoulder hit it from outside. The screwdriver brace Mara had jammed through the handles clattered loose and skated across the mat. The damaged deadbolt spun and caught and spun again. Whoever was out there shoved harder. I could see fingers at the edge of the door. Black gloves, not a ghost, not a message from the machines. Gloves from a hardware store, wet with rain. That helped, somehow. People could bleed. Office, I coughed. Daniel shook his head, eyes streaming. No window. Not to hide. Door. He understood half a second after Mara did. The office door was solid core, old and heavy, with a lock Mr. Bell had installed after someone stole $200 in quarters. It wouldn't save us forever. It might save us for 1 minute. 1 minute was a fortune. We grabbed what we could on the way. Mara snatched the old flip phone in its sandwich bag. Daniel caught the bent chair by one leg. I grabbed the pry bar, the Morse-marked laundry card, and the coffee tin of keys, because I didn't know what else could become useful when the world had been reduced to burning eyes and bad choices. We stumbled behind the counter and into the office. I slammed the door. Daniel shoved the metal desk against it with a grunt that turned into a cough. The desk legs screamed across the floor. Mara pushed the file cabinet beside it. I twisted the office lock. The front door banged open in the main room. Cold air rushed in. Rain, street smell. Then footsteps, not frantic, not confused, controlled. 2 sets at least, one from the front, one from the rear corridor. Mara pressed the towel over her mouth. Her eyes were red and wet. Who are they? I tried to answer, but coughing took me. My chest clenched. I bent over Mr. Bell's desk and spat onto an old invoice. Daniel whispered, quiet. Through the office wall came the laundromat sounds, changed by the door between us. Water dripping. Dryers ticking down. The soda machine compressor settling. Footsteps moving across tile. A man's voice said, find the phone. Another voice, closer to the rear, said, door first. Phone first. They called. No, they tried the alarm. Mara's eyes flicked to mine. So they knew. They knew we'd found the alarm box. They knew the phone mattered. They had been watching somehow, or listening, or both. Daniel mouthed, too. I nodded. The flip phone buzzed in Mara's hand. All three of us flinched. She clamped both hands around the bag to muffle it. The screen glowed through her fingers, pale blue against blood and plastic. I leaned close. Vent. Then, now, behind the water heaters, back wall, the old dryer exhaust. On the other side of the office wall, someone kicked the door. The desk jumped 2 inches. Mara choked back a cry. Daniel raised the bent chair. They're coming through. Not yet, I whispered. What does that mean, not yet? I looked around the office. Metal desk. File cabinet. Dead monitor. Alarm box under the desk. Receipt paper. Coffee tin. Keys. A cracked swivel chair. No window. Ceiling tiles stained brown from old leaks. But in the back corner, above the file cabinet, was a square access panel. I had seen Mr. Bell open it once to complain about heat loss. It led into the crawl space above the office, not enough to stand in, but enough for wiring and vent runs. The old dryer exhaust passed through that side of the building before dropping behind the water heaters. Maybe, I wasn't sure. That was the problem. I was never sure until after. The door shook again. This time the lock plate splintered. Boost me, I said. Daniel stared. What? I pointed to the access panel. Mara said, you can't fit. I can get it open. And then we find the vent. Daniel coughed so hard his whole body folded. When he straightened, his beard was wet with tears and mucus. That ceiling won't hold us. It might hold me. You don't know that. No, the door hit again. A crack opened along the frame. Daniel looked at it, then at me. Fine, fast. He laced his fingers despite the pain in his knee and gave me a step. Mara steadied me by the hip with her uninjured hand. I climbed onto the file cabinet, then onto Daniel's hands, then shoved at the access panel with the pry bar. It stuck. Of course it did. I jammed the pry bar into the seam and levered hard. My left hand screamed. The panel popped up, showering dust into my face. I coughed, nearly fell, caught the edge with my good hand. The space above was black and hot and smelled of old insulation. The office door cracked again. A gloved hand shoved a screwdriver through the gap near the lock and began working at the latch. Daniel swung the chair. The chair leg smashed into the screwdriver with a metallic snap. The hand jerked away. Someone outside swore. Go, Mara shouted. I pulled myself into the ceiling. The tile frame bent under my weight. For one floating second, I thought the whole ceiling would give and dump me at their feet. But the joists held. I sprawled belly down over dusty wooden beams, breathing through my sleeve while chemical fumes drifted up from below. Insulation scratched my neck. My bad fingers had gone numb now, which was worse than pain because I couldn't tell how hard I was gripping. Below me, Daniel shoved the desk back against the door. Mara whispered, Owen, I'm here. You see anything? Darkness, wiring, a dead mouse trap, a silver duct running toward the back wall. I see ductwork. Follow it. The flip phone buzzed below. Mara read through coughs. Hurry. The office door exploded inward 1 hinge width. Daniel threw his shoulder into it from inside. Someone outside hit back. Wood splintered. The desk scraped. I crawled, slow at first, then faster. The ceiling space narrowed. Nails stuck through roofing boards above me. One caught my shirt and tore it at the shoulder. I dragged myself over a beam and felt the drywall flex under my knee. "Don't fall," I muttered. Below, through gaps in the ceiling, I could see slices of the laundromat, the tops of machines, fluorescent tubes, the glossy black floor. A man in a dark rain jacket moved near washer 6. He had a hood up and a half mask over his mouth, the kind painters used. Not a monster. A man prepared for his own chemical spray. He kicked through the wet laundry on the floor. "Where's the phone?" he called. The second man at the office door said, "They've got it." The first man turned. I froze above him, pressed flat to the beams. He looked up. For one terrible second, I thought he saw me. Then his gaze moved past. He was looking at the ceiling camera dome near the corner. "Dead, black, useless. Get them out," he said. Trying. The duct ended above the back corridor. I edged forward until I could see the water heaters below through a gap where the ceiling tiles had been removed long ago and never replaced. The rear door hung open. Rain blew in. The chemical canister lay near the mop sink, still hissing weakly. Behind the water heaters was the old dryer exhaust vent, a round metal plate screwed to the wall, sealed with silver tape around the edges. Something tapped behind it. Fast. Insistent. I lowered myself down onto the top of one water heater, slipped, caught a pipe, burned my palm on hot copper, and bit back a yell. Pain flashed bright. I landed badly on the concrete pad beside the heaters, ankle twisting under me. The tap came again, from inside the vent. Tap, 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 pause. Tap, tap, pause. Tap, 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 tap. I couldn't read it. "Easy," I whispered, though I didn't know who I was talking to. I jammed the pry bar under the edge of the metal plate. The first screw held. Tape stretched and peeled with a sound like skin coming up. I levered again. One screw popped free and bounced off the heater. From the main room, the man in the rain jacket shouted back, footsteps, coming toward the corridor. I shoved the pry bar under the plate and pulled with everything left in my hand. The plate bent. A small black object dropped out and struck my chest. I caught it against my shirt. A phone, not the flip phone. Newer, cheap smartphone in a waterproof pouch. Its screen cracked but lit. A charging cable ran from it through the vent and out through a narrow gap to the alley side. The phone was open to a notes app. The top line read, "My name is Ellen Harlan. They are not my sons." Below that, more text. Too much to read in one breath. Footsteps slapped into the corridor. I shoved the phone into my waistband and ducked behind the water heater just as the man rounded the corner. He saw the bent vent plate. Then he saw me. He was younger than I expected. Maybe 30. Pale eyes over a black mask. Rain glittered on his hood. He held another screwdriver in one hand and a roll of duct tape in the other. For a moment, both of us just stared. Then he lunged. I swung the pry bar, not well, not like a hero. I was crouched behind a water heater with one hand burned, one hand half useless, one ankle hot with pain, eyes streaming from chemical spray. The bar caught his forearm instead of his head. He shouted and dropped the screwdriver. He hit me with his shoulder. My back slammed into the heater. Metal boomed. Something sharp caught my ribs. I lost the pry bar. He grabbed my jacket with both hands and shoved me down toward the floor. "You should have left it alone," he said. His voice was ordinary, local, Midwestern flat. That made me angrier than if he had sounded crazy. I drove my knee up. It caught his thigh, not where I wanted. He grunted. I clawed for the pipe beside me, found the hot water shutoff lever, and yanked it down without thinking. The pipe shuddered. A valve squealed. Hot water blasted from a loose service coupling behind the heater, spraying both of us in a sudden fan. He screamed and let go. It wasn't boiling, not movie boiling, but it was hot enough to hurt, hot enough to shock skin and blind him for the second I needed. I grabbed the screwdriver from the floor and scrambled back toward the main room, dragging my bad ankle. "Daniel," I yelled. "Mara." The office door had finally given. The second man had forced his way halfway inside. He wore a gray hoodie under a rain shell, mask pulled up over his nose. Daniel had him around the waist from behind, both of them crashing into the desk and file cabinet. Mara stood near the counter with the old flip phone in one hand and a spray bottle of lemon disinfectant in the other. She sprayed the man in the face. He yelled, recoiling, and Daniel slammed him sideways into the counter. The cash register fell. Quarters exploded across the floor. The first man came out of the corridor behind me, one sleeve dark with water, face red where the spray had hit. "Give me the phone," he shouted. Mara held up the old flip phone. "This," he looked at it. His mistake. I came at him from the side with the screwdriver. I didn't stab him. I couldn't make my hand do that. Instead, I drove it into the meat of his outer thigh and let my weight follow. He screamed, a real human scream. He punched me in the side of the head. The laundromat tilted. I hit the folding table, bounced off, and went down in the wet towels. For a few seconds, all I could hear was the machines. Clicks, drips. The weird Morse rhythm my brain kept trying to make from ordinary damage. Tap, tap, tap. Long, short. No, just water, just breath. Mara shouted my name. I rolled onto my back. The first man limped toward the counter where Mara stood. Daniel was still wrestling the second man near the office door, but his injured knee buckled. The second man twisted free and drove an elbow into Daniel's mouth. Daniel dropped to one knee, blood running through his beard. Mara backed away. Her heel hit the open lower panel of washer 6. She nearly fell. The first man reached for her. Then washer 3 started, Daniel's washer. The one he had half loaded with greasy kitchen towels and never paid for. It shouldn't have started. The lid was open, towels hanging out. But it wasn't really starting a cycle. It was banging because something inside the machine row had kicked on when I yanked that valve or when the breaker tripped back. Pipes hammered behind the wall, hard enough to shake the washers in sequence. Washer 3, washer 4, washer 5, washer 6. Bang, 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 bang. The first man flinched toward the sound. Mara used the second he gave her. She grabbed the wet blue cardigan from the counter and threw it over his masked face. He tore at it, swearing, and she kicked his bad thigh where I'd stabbed him with the screwdriver. He went down, not unconscious, not defeated, just down. Real fights do not end cleanly. They become piles. I crawled toward him and shoved the bent chair through his arms, pinning one wrist awkwardly beneath the seat. He bucked and nearly threw me off. Mara grabbed the duct tape he dropped and looped it around his forearm, and the chair leg messy and fast. "He's moving," she shouted. "I see that. Then help. I am helping badly." The second man saw this and tried to run, not at us, toward the rear corridor. Daniel, still on one knee, grabbed his ankle as he passed. The man fell flat in the water. His chin cracked on the tile with a sound I felt in my teeth. He rolled, kicked Daniel in the shoulder, and crawled for the open rear door. I saw the black pouch phone slip from my waistband and slide across the wet floor. The second man saw it too. His eyes changed. He lunged. I lunged. He got there first. His hand closed around the waterproof pouch. Daniel grabbed him from behind again, but he was weaker now, bleeding and coughing. The man slammed his head backward into Daniel's face. Daniel's grip broke. The man ran into the rear corridor, toward the alley, toward the only way out. Point blank, Mara said, "No." She moved before I did. She grabbed the pry bar from the floor and went after him. "Mara," I shouted. She didn't stop. I forced myself up. My ankle gave and almost sent me down again. I caught the washer row and dragged myself into the corridor after her. The rear alley was rain and chemical burn and dumpster stink. The second man was halfway through the doorway when Mara caught him with the pry bar behind the knee. He went down on the threshold, one hand still clutching the waterproof phone. She tried to pull it away. He turned and swung at her. The blow caught her cheek. Her head snapped sideways. She hit the doorframe and slid down. Something in me went simple. I grabbed the chemical canister from the floor. It was nearly empty, but still hissing. I jammed it under the man's face and pressed the nozzle. A weak white stream spat out. Enough. He gagged, dropped the phone, and clawed at his eyes. Daniel appeared behind me with the bent chair and brought it down across the man's back. Not hard enough to kill, hard enough to fold him onto the wet concrete. "Stay down," Daniel rasped. The man didn't. He pushed up on one hand, so Daniel hit him again. Then he stayed down. For a moment, nobody moved. Rain fell through the open rear doorway. The alley beyond was narrow, fenced at one end, dumpsters to the left, brick wall to the right. No getaway car in sight. No shadowy army. Just wet pavement, trash, and two men who had counted on panic doing most of their work. From the main room, the first man groaned and cursed through the blue cardigan tangled around his face. Mara sat against the frame, one hand pressed to her cheek, breathing in short, sharp pulls. I picked up the waterproof phone. The screen was still on. Daniel leaned over my shoulder, blood dripping from his split lip. "Tell me that calls out." I wiped rain and water from the screen. No service, but there was a recording app. A file sat at the top. Rec 5-1247. I pressed play. An elderly woman's voice filled the rear corridor, thin but steady under static and distant machine noise. "My name is Ellen Marie Harlan. I am 79 years old. If you find this, I am not confused. The men who brought me here said my son sent them. My son is dead. He died in 2018. They took my hospital band and my cardigan. They wanted my apartment keys and the safe code. I told them I forget things. That was a lie. Mara covered her mouth. The recording continued. They don't know I know Morse. Navy husband, 42 years. Washer pipes carry sound through the wall. There's a girl here. She works at the hospital. I saw her badge before they covered my eyes. If she comes, tell her I am sorry. The audio cut to scraping. A man's voice cursed in the distance. Ellen whispered again. Back wall vent. Phone in vent. Cab receipt in dryer. They are not my sons. The recording ended. The corridor was quiet except for rain and breathing. Mara whispered. She was alive. Daniel looked at the two men. Where is she now? The first man in the main room shouted something muffled and tried to roll. The chair scraped. The duct tape stretched. The second man coughed on the threshold, face against the wet concrete. I grabbed him by the collar with my good hand and pulled him halfway back inside. Where is Ellen? He spat and said nothing. Daniel stepped closer, chair raised. Daniel, Mara said, voice rough. He stopped, barely. I crouched near the man's face. Police are coming. He gave a wet laugh. You can't call. I held up the waterproof phone. This has her statement. His eyes tracked it. Fear, real and plain, moved through them. Where is she? I asked again. The old flip phone rang from the main room, once, then again. We all turned. It lay on the counter, screen glowing. Not a text. An incoming call. Unknown number. Mara staggered up before I could move. She stumbled to the counter and opened the phone with shaking fingers. Hello, she said. A pause. Then she started crying. Not loudly, not collapsing. Just tears cutting through the chemical redness on her face. It's her, she said. Daniel and I stared. Mara hit speaker. Ellen Harlan's voice came through small and broken, but alive. Is this the laundromat? Yes, Mara said. Ellen, where are you? I don't know the address. I got out the side when they left me in the van. I'm in a shed. Found a phone in a coat. I called the number I put in the old one. Did you find it? Mara laughed and sobbed at the same time. We found it. Good, Ellen said. That awful thing still worked. Barely. I used to keep it for emergencies. The first man stopped struggling. Daniel looked at him. Van, I understood at the same time. Not Daniel's van. Their van. Ellen had been held in a vehicle nearby, escaped during the chaos, and found some other phone, maybe one of theirs, maybe a burner. She had not been in the washer. She had been using the building's old pipes, vents, and hidden phones to create a trail, because she knew confusion could buy her time. Mara gripped the flip phone. Ellen, listen to me. Are you hurt? I'm cold. Can you see anything? Tools, lawn things, a red mower. There's a road outside. I hear trains. Stay on the line. I reached for my own cell phone without hope. 1 bar. At the rear doorway, with the door open and the chemical haze thinning, the signal had returned. 1 bar was enough. My hands shook so badly I almost dropped it. I dialed 911. This time, the call went through. The operator answered, calm and distant and real, and I nearly couldn't speak. 911, what's your emergency? I looked at Mara on the flip phone with Ellen, Daniel bleeding beside 2 restrained men. Washer 6 open and empty. Water shining across the floor. The old laundromat full of ruined signals that had somehow become a map. My name is Owen Keller, I said. I'm at Suds and Duds on West 8th in Erie. We have 2 intruders down, chemical spray deployed inside, a missing elderly woman on another phone, and we need police and EMS right now. The operator began asking questions. I answered what I could. Daniel sat down hard against the wall, his face gray. Mara kept talking to Ellen, voice low and steady, telling her to breathe, telling her help was coming, telling her she had done enough. The first man groaned under the bent chair. The second man coughed rainwater and pepper spray onto the threshold. And behind the water heaters, the bent vent plate tapped softly in the draft. Not Morse, not anymore, just loose metal knocking against brick. Still, none of us stopped listening. The police got there in 7 minutes, which felt both fast and unforgivable. That sounds unfair. I know it does. 7 minutes is not slow, especially on a rainy weeknight in Erie, when half the streets shine like black ice. And every traffic light seems to last a full chapter. But after I hung up with 911 and kept my body wedged against the back corridor wall with Daniel beside me and Mara on the flip phone with Ellen Harlan, 7 minutes became a country of its own. You could live there. You could get old there. The first cruiser rolled up on West 8th with no siren, just lights flashing red and blue across the wet front windows. For one awful second, the colors painted the whole laundromat like another warning message. The dryers on the right wall were still ticking down from heat. Washer 6 stood open on the left, gray water drying at its mouth. Clothes slumped, half in and half out. Quarters glittered across the floor from the busted cash drawer. Chemical spray had thinned, but every breath still had a peppery hook in it. Mara sat behind the counter with the old flip phone pressed to her ear, one cheek swelling purple, her cut hand wrapped in paper towels and duct tape because we had run out of good ideas. She had gone very calm in the way hospital people sometimes do after the shaking is no longer useful. "Stay where you are," she kept telling Ellen. "Don't come out for anyone unless they say my name. Ask them for my name. It's Mara Voss. Make them say it." Daniel sat on the floor near the front door, one leg stretched out, the other bent. His beard was matted with blood from his split lip. He still held the bent chair across his lap, like the 2 men on the floor might rise all at once if he looked away. They didn't. The first attacker lay by the folding table, one wrist taped messily to the chair frame, blue cardigan twisted around his neck like a scarf he didn't deserve. He had stopped cursing and started doing that thing people do when they realize consequences are no longer theoretical. Breathing shallow, staring at nothing, saving energy for the version of himself he planned to present to lawyers. The second man was face down near the rear threshold, wrists zip-tied with Daniel's own delivery ties from his van bag. I had found them after remembering the broken edge that cut Mara's palm. He coughed every now and then. Nobody checked on him more than necessary. When the police came through the front door, guns drawn and voices sharp, I raised both hands so quickly pain burst through my burned palm. On the floor, one officer shouted, "We called," Daniel rasped. "We're the ones who called. Hands where I can see them." I got down slower than they liked because my ankle had swollen inside my shoe, and my left hand wouldn't flatten properly on the tile. A young officer stepped over me and kicked the screwdriver away. Another moved to Daniel. A third came in from the rear alley with rain on his jacket and found the man on the threshold. Mara did not get on the floor. She looked at the officer aiming past her and said, "I have the missing woman on the phone. She's 79, possibly exposed, possibly injured, hiding in a shed near train noise, with a red mower inside. Her name is Ellen Marie Harlan, and if you scare her, she may hang up." The officer blinked once. Then he lowered his gun just a little. "Keep her talking." Mara nodded, like that had been her plan all along. The next hour came in pieces. Paramedics arrived wearing blue gloves and tired faces. They rinsed our eyes with saline that made the burning worse before it got better. They checked Daniel's knee and told him he needed imaging, which he answered by asking whether his van was going to be towed. They cleaned Mara's hand, pressed along her cheekbone, asked if she had lost consciousness when she hit the doorframe. She said no. Then she said, "Maybe for a second." Then she said, "No." The paramedic looked at her, wrote something down, and did not argue. For me, they wrapped my burned palm and tested my fingers. The swollen ones looked worse than usual, thick and pale under the laundromat lights. A paramedic named Harris asked me if I could feel pressure. "Pressure, yes," I said, "sharp. Everything feels sharp." He gave a small nod, professional and not unkind. That happens. The police separated us for statements, as much as you can separate 3 people in a laundromat full of yellow tape and puddles. I sat on the curb outside under the nail salon awning with a foil blanket over my shoulders, looking at the wet street and Daniel's white delivery van parked half a block down. The rear doors were open. Inside, under a tarp and 2 cardboard produce boxes, officers found a roll of duct tape, a second aerosol canister, a hospital blanket, and Ellen Harlan's apartment keys. They found Ellen 23 minutes after the first cruiser arrived. A patrol officer heard her coughing in a storage shed behind a closed landscaping business near the tracks, 2 blocks away. She had hidden behind a red mower with a stranger's phone she had found in the pocket of a coat hanging by the shed door. She was cold, bruised, and missing 1 shoe. Her wrists had tape marks. Her voice, when Mara put the flip phone on speaker so the officer could confirm location details, stayed steadier than mine had on the 911 call. "I told them my safe had jewelry," Ellen said. "It doesn't. It has papers. My husband's Navy discharge, my son's death certificate, my will. Things people think old women misplace." Mara closed her eyes. The police later told us the 2 men had worked as patient transport contractors for a private medical service that sometimes handled discharges when hospitals were short-staffed. Not St. Vincent employees exactly, but close enough to know the patterns. Close enough to know which patients lived alone, which families showed up, which rooms were quiet. They had approached Ellen after shift change, claimed her son had sent them, and moved her out before anyone matched the discharge paperwork. That was one of the parts that stayed with me. How easy it had been to put on the right jacket and speak in a tired voice and count on everyone being busy. They had taken her first to her apartment, but she stalled them gave wrong codes, claimed confusion, asked for water, asked for the bathroom. Old people get underestimated in ways that can become weapons if they survive long enough to learn the pattern. Ellen had survived a lot. At some point, she got hold of the old flip phone in her cardigan pocket. It was hers, not a planted prop by the men. Her late husband had insisted she keep it charged as an emergency backup years ago, and she never threw it away. The battery was half dead, the service long canceled, but she had used it as a tiny screen, a buzzer, a thing that could still store notes, alarms, and a number. She had hidden it behind washer 6 when the men brought her to the laundromat to scare her into talking somewhere they thought was empty and off camera. The laundromat was not empty. I still don't know whether that saved her or nearly got all of us killed. They had picked Suds and Duds because one of them knew Mr. Bell's nephew and had heard the place had weak cameras, bad cellular reception, and a night attendant who worked alone. That last detail was in the detective's mouth when he told me, but it sounded different in my head. A night attendant who worked alone, a soft part in the system, a hinge. Ellen's Morse wasn't clean. Some of the tapping we heard was pipes. Some of it was washer hammer. Some of it was her when she had been in the back service area before they moved her again. Some of it came from the old phone vibrating against the coin box after she set alarms with labels she had typed in advance. She had not controlled every message the way it felt at the time. The phone had glitched. Water had done strange things to its screen. The not water message had been an alarm label she set after overhearing them talk about using flooding as a distraction. Not her band meant exactly what it said. The wristband was bait, something they had ripped off her and planted to make whoever found it panic and open the washer. The rest was us making meaning because fear demands grammar. Still, when the machines tapped later, I listened. At 4:15 a.m., after statements and photos and paramedics, and the first wave of evidence bags, a detective named Ruiz let me back inside to get my jacket. Detective Lena Ruiz, 48, female, had the blunt kindness of somebody who had spent years asking people to describe the worst hour of their lives in sequence. She walked beside me with a notebook in one hand and said, "You did well tonight." "No," I said. "I almost didn't. That isn't the same thing." I wanted to believe her. Inside, the laundromat looked smaller, more pathetic. The overhead fluorescents still hummed. The rain had stopped. The air smelled of lemon disinfectant, pepper spray, wet clothes, and the metallic stink of disturbed plumbing. A crime scene tech photographed dryer 12. Another bagged the old laundry card with dots and dashes. Washer 6 had been unplugged, drained, and tagged with red evidence tape. My jacket lay on the office floor under a dusting of ceiling insulation. I picked it up with my bandaged hand and looked at the access panel I had crawled through. In daylight, or what passed for it before dawn, it would probably look ridiculous. A square hole, broken edges, dusty beams, nothing cinematic. Ruiz followed my gaze. "You climbed through there, badly. That's usually how people climb through ceilings." I almost laughed, but my ribs hurt too much. Outside, Daniel was loaded into an ambulance after losing the argument with the paramedics. He gave me a thumbs up through the rear window, then winced because even that apparently hurt. Before they closed the doors, he shouted, "Tell Mr. Bell his machines are haunted by code violations." The paramedic told him to stop yelling. Mara rode with Ellen. Nobody asked her to. She simply walked to the ambulance where Ellen sat wrapped in blankets, saw the old woman's thin hand searching for something to hold, and climbed in. Ellen had white hair pinned unevenly, a bruise along one jaw, and eyes bright with exhaustion. She looked smaller than her voice. Mara sat beside her, and Ellen took her wrapped hand very carefully, like Mara was the injured one. "I remember you," Ellen told her. Mara swallowed. "From radiology. You fixed my blanket." That undid her more than anything else had. Her face tightened, and she turned toward the ambulance wall until she could get control of herself. They took both of them to St. Vincent. I went too, but in the front of a second ambulance after Harris insisted on looking at my ankle properly. I spent the ride staring at the ceiling lights and listening to the tires hiss over wet pavement. Every bump sent pain through my foot. My burned palm pulsed under bandages. My left fingers had stiffened into claws. Harris asked if I had family to call. I said, "Later," he said. "That means no." I said nothing. At the hospital, everything became fluorescent again, but cleaner, faster, more awake. Nurses moved through corridors with coffee cups and clipboards. A security guard stood by the admitting desk, looking embarrassed and angry in equal measure. 2 uniformed officers waited outside a treatment room. Somebody had printed Ellen's missing patient notice and taped it near a phone bank, then forgotten to take it down after she was found. I saw it as they wheeled me past. ELLEN Harlan, 79. Last seen, St. Vincent Hospital. The photo showed her smiling politely, as if she didn't want to inconvenience the camera. My ankle was sprained, not broken. 2 ribs bruised. Mild chemical exposure. 1st-degree burn on the palm. The doctor told me to rest, elevate, avoid strain, and come back if my breathing worsened. I nodded like people do when they have no intention of obeying perfectly. Mr. Bell arrived at the hospital at 7:20 a.m. in a Steelers jacket and slippers, hair smashed flat on one side. He was 73, male, and built like a man who had spent his life arguing with vendors and winning through stamina. For once, he had no speech ready. He stood at the foot of my bed, twisting his cap. "They said my alarm didn't work," he said. "They cut the line. They said the backup didn't work either. They broke it." His mouth tightened. I should have fixed those cameras. I was too tired to comfort him properly. "Yeah," he nodded once, accepting it like a bill he deserved. Then he said, "You still got my pry bar." That time I did laugh. It hurt so much I had to press a pillow to my ribs. The legal part stretched beyond that night, of course. It always does. Statements became follow-up statements. Detectives asked the same questions in different rooms. The 2 men got names: Ryan Decker, 34, male, and Paul Nystrom, 39, male. Their faces looked smaller in mugshots. Meaner, too, but less powerful. Decker had worked overflow discharge transport twice at St. Vincent. Nystrom had a burglary record from Ohio, and a cousin who did maintenance for strip mall properties. That explained too much and not enough. Ellen's apartment safe contained no money worth mentioning. Just papers, old photographs, a few coins from her husband's Navy ports, and a sealed envelope with instructions for her burial. Decker and Nystrom had believed a rumor from another patient's family about cash hidden in the building. They had chosen wrong, then kept digging, because criminals are often less clever than committed. Suds and Duds closed for 9 days. When it reopened, Mr. Bell installed new cameras, a new alarm panel, panic buttons, brighter exterior lights, and a front door that could be opened from inside even if someone jammed the lock. He also raised the pay for night shift by $1.35, which he presented like reparations from a small nation. I went back after 2 weeks. People asked me why. That was harder to explain than fear. Fear made sense. Returning did not. But the laundromat was still there, and people still needed clean socks. And if I let that night be the last time I stood behind the counter, then every machine noise in every building for the rest of my life would get to decide where I could go. So I came back. The first night, Mara visited after her shift, though her apartment dryer had finally been repaired. Her cheek had faded to yellow at the edges. Her hand had 3 neat stitches and a small bandage. She brought coffee for me and tea for herself, then sat in the plastic chair near the change machine with her paperback open and unread. Daniel came in around midnight with a knee brace and a bag of towels. "Restaurant spill?" I asked. "Sauce this time," he said. "Less traumatic." Mara looked over. "Is your phone in your van?" He put it on the folding table with exaggerated care. "No, ma'am." We laughed because the alternative was letting the room stay too quiet. Washer 6 had been removed. In its place stood a new machine, bright white, digital, too clean for the row. Mr. Bell had labeled it with a proper sticker this time. The old one was gone to evidence first, then scrap. I did not ask where exactly. I did not want to imagine its drum sitting in some yard with rainwater gathering inside. Around 1:17 a.m., the new washer clicked as it changed cycles. Just once. Mara looked at me. Daniel looked at me. I looked at the machine. Then it clicked again. A normal relay sound. A little plastic tick under the panel. The drum filled. Water rushed. The display showed 26 minutes. Nothing else happened. We all pretended not to notice how long we waited. Later, after Mara left and Daniel finished folding, I found something under the counter while restocking receipt paper. A strip of masking tape had stuck to the back of the drawer, old and curled at the edges. On it, written in faded blue pen, were dots and dashes. Not from Ellen. The ink was too old. Mr. Bell maybe. Some previous employee. Some kid bored during a night shift. I almost threw it away. Instead, I looked it up. It translated to 2 words. Still here. I stood behind the counter with the strip of tape in my palm while the laundromat carried on around me. Dryers turned. Fluorescents hummed. Rainwater dripped from somebody's umbrella onto the mat by the door. The new cameras blinked red in the corners, recording everything and understanding nothing. There are plenty of explanations. There always are, if you are willing to stack them high enough. Old tape, old joke, old building. I put the strip in the lost and found drawer. Then I locked the drawer, checked the front door, checked the rear door, checked my phone signal, and went back to work. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is I Got a Job at a Casino. Rule 9 deals with patrons who don't cast shadows. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first thing I noticed was not the man. It was the chip. A black and gold $500 chip sat on the lip of the roulette table, balanced upright on its ridged edge, as if somebody had placed it there carefully and then forgotten gravity existed. It didn't roll. It didn't wobble. It just stood there, pressed against the green felt, catching the chandelier light in thin flashes, while the wheel clicked down from red 32, black 15, red 19, each pocket tapping under the ball like fingernails on laminate. I said, because that was the full extent of my professional vocabulary at 2:13 in the morning. Does it do that sometimes? The dealer, a narrow-shouldered woman named Marcy Quill, 52, female, did not look up from the wheel. She had silver hair pulled into a twist, so tight it gave her face a permanent expression of polite disappointment. And she had been dealing table games at the Black Mesa Casino outside Reno long enough to know the difference between a real problem and a tourist problem. Her hands kept moving. Left hand flat, right hand hovering, eyes counting bets. "Don't touch it," she said. "It's a chip. And you're new." That was also true. My name is Caleb Ward, 26, male, born in Carson City, and recently returned there with a useless criminal justice degree, $8,000 in credit card debt, and the kind of pride that kept me saying I was between opportunities, instead of living in my older sister's spare room. I had taken the overnight security job at Black Mesa because it paid $19 an hour, came with health insurance after 90 days, and did not ask many questions about why I had dropped out of the police academy 7 weeks before graduation. I told people it was a knee issue. It was. A man had put a training pistol in my face during a stress drill, and I froze so completely that one of the instructors had to lower my arm for me. Since then, I had been collecting reasons not to be responsible for anybody else in an emergency. The casino didn't care. Casinos need bodies. They need someone in a navy blazer to stand under the cameras, point drunk men toward bathrooms, tell bachelorette parties to keep their shoes on, and pretend the whole building isn't held together by carpet glue, stale beer, and probability. Black Mesa sat 20 minutes east of Reno, where the city lights thinned out and the road started pretending it belonged to the desert. The outside was all tinted glass, fake adobe, and a glowing sign of a coyote howling over a stack of cards. Inside, it had no windows except in the buffet, no clocks except on employee phones, and no weather except whatever came in on people's jackets. Cigarette smoke had been banned years ago, but the smell remained in the walls, layered under lemon cleaner, fried onions, spilled gin, and the faint metallic stink of coins, even though almost every machine ran on tickets now. At night, the place shrank. The main floor stayed bright, but everything beyond it, the service halls, the cage corridor, the employee entrance by the dumpsters, went soft and gray. Sounds traveled strangely. A laugh from the sports book could seem right behind you. A slot machine jingle could echo from a hallway where there were no machines. The carpets were patterned with red and copper swirls designed, I assumed, by someone who hated both stains and human balance. "Caleb," Marcy said, still watching the wheel. "Radio it in." "What am I saying?" "Suspicious, Chip." She gave me a quick look then, sharp enough to pin me to the table. "Say Rule 9 check at Roulette 7. The words meant nothing to me, but they did something to the two other employees nearby. Dante Ruiz, 34, male, the floor supervisor for Pit 2, stopped mid-step with a clipboard in his hand. Dante was built like a former wrestler who had learned to smile for customer service reasons. Broad through the chest, clean beard, gold cross tucked into his shirt. He glanced at the chip, then at the man standing behind it. That was when I noticed him. He stood just outside the half circle of light over the table, close enough to play, but not close enough to be crowded. White male, maybe late 40s, maybe 60. It was hard to tell because casino light is kind to nobody and honest with nothing. His suit was brown, old-fashioned but clean, with cuffs a little too short at the wrists. His hair was combed flat and wet-looking. He had one hand resting on the rail, and on that hand, he wore a thick college ring turned inward so the stone pressed against his palm. He was watching the chip too. Not the wheel, not Marcy, not me. The chip. The ball clattered once, bounced, and settled into black 22. Marcy announced it in her smooth dealer voice. Chips moved. Losers sighed. A woman in a sequined Raiders jacket muttered, "Of course," and pushed away from the table with her plastic cup sweating in her hand. The upright chip still did not fall. Dante leaned in close enough that I could smell peppermint gum on him. "Radio," he said softly. I pressed the button at my shoulder. My hand left a damp mark on the little black handset clipped to my blazer. "Security base. This is Caleb on the main floor," I said. "I've got a Rule 9 check at Roulette 7. Static popped. A second later, B answered. Beatrice B. Nolan, 41, female, ran security dispatch from a windowless room behind the cashier cage. She was from Liverpool originally, although she had lived in Nevada long enough that her accent only came out fully when she was irritated, which was often. B wore cardigans no matter the season, and had a talent for making every radio transmission sound like she was personally disappointed in it. "Copy, Caleb. Stand by. Dante, are you with him?" Dante lifted his own radio. "I'm here. Do not escalate on the floor. Repeat, do not escalate on the floor." The man in the brown suit looked up then. Not quickly, not dramatically. He raised his eyes as if he had finally heard a song playing in another room. They were pale blue and watery, His face had fine razor nicks along the jaw, each one dotted dark red. He smiled at Marcy. "Pay out?" he asked. His voice was pleasant, mild, a little hoarse, like he had spent the evening speaking over music. Marcy rested her fingertips on the felt, not touching his chip. "Sir, I didn't see your wager placed. I placed it. The chip wasn't flat on the layout. It was on 22. It was standing on the rail." "It was on 22, he said again, still pleasant. Dante stepped in with the practiced warmth of a man who had calmed down both drunks and millionaires. "Sir, we're going to review the camera angle. Won't take long. Can I get you a water while we sort that out?" The man turned his smile to Dante. "I don't drink water here." That sentence landed oddly, not threatening, not even rude, just too specific. Like there was an entire story behind it, and he expected us to know the ending. Beside me, Marcy's shoe tapped once under the table. The sound was small, a dull rubber knock against metal. I looked down without thinking. That was when I saw why B had told us not to escalate. The table lights through shadows from everything. The chip rack, Marcy's hands, the curved edge of the roulette wheel, my legs, Dante's legs, the Raiders woman walking away with one heel dragging slightly. The man's shoes were polished brown leather. Under them was nothing, or not nothing exactly. The carpet's red and copper pattern continued around his feet without the darker pooling that should have been there. His cuffs cut clean lines in the light. His body blocked my view of the slot machines behind him. He was real. He was standing 5 feet from me, breathing through his nose, blinking too slowly, leaving smudges from his fingertips on the padded rail. But the light did not seem to know what to do with him. My brain offered me answers immediately. Bad bulbs, reflective carpet, the angle of the chandelier, a trick of the mirrored ceiling panels. Maybe he was standing just outside the cone of light. Maybe I was tired. I had been awake since noon, and before work, I had eaten gas station taquitos in my sister's Honda because I was too embarrassed to let her see that my dinner came in a paper sleeve. There is a particular comfort in an explanation that sounds technical. I grabbed it with both hands. "Lighting S weird over here," I said. Dante did not look at me. "Caleb." "What? Don't fill the air." It was the first useful thing anyone had said to me since orientation. The man laughed once, softly. "New hire?" Dante kept his smile. "Everybody's new at something." "Not everybody." The roulette table went quiet in that way only gambling tables can, where nobody admits they are listening, but every chip stops moving. Behind us, the rest of the casino kept cheering and chiming. A slot machine paid out with a bright digital tune. Somewhere in the bar, a woman shouted the chorus of a Shania Twain song before forgetting half the words. The HVAC breathed cold air down the back of my collar. My radio clicked. "Dante," B said, "bring him to hospitality if he's willing." Hospitality meant the small office near the rewards desk, where angry guests got free buffet vouchers and banned guests got told they were banned. It had 2 chairs, a camera in the ceiling, and a panic button under the desk. Dante gave the man a little nod. "Sir, we can handle this off the floor, more comfortable." The man studied him. "What's your name?" "Dante." "No," the man said, "your real name." Dante's jaw tightened so slightly I would have missed it if I hadn't been staring at him for cues like a rookie lifeguard watching an undertow. That is my real name." The man's smile widened. His teeth were small and very straight. "Then yes," he said. "Let S be comfortable." He reached for the upright chip. "Leave it," Marcy said. His hand stopped. For a second, nobody moved. Then he withdrew his fingers, slow and delicate, like he had decided to spare us embarrassment. "As you like." Dante turned his head just enough to catch my eye. "Walk behind us, 2 steps back. Don't crowd him." "I know," I said, although I did not know. The man in the brown suit stepped away from the table. His movement was ordinary. That was the worst part. No glide, no twitch, no strange bend in the knees. He walked like an older man with mild back pain. His shoes made little tacky sounds on the carpet where someone had spilled something sweet, and the cleaning crew had only half won the battle. But as he passed under the next hanging light, nothing followed him on the floor. The choice in front of me was embarrassingly small. I could walk behind Dante, and the man, pretending the lack of a shadow was a lighting issue that better paid people already understood. Or I could say my radio had a problem, peel off towards security base, and let somebody else take the risk. It would have been easy. New guy mistake. Misheard instruction. Got turned around. Nobody would fire me for being useless on my 3rd night. That was the private truth I carried around like a coin under my tongue. I had built a life around being absent at the exact moment I might be needed. I had left the academy. I had screened my sister's calls when her divorce got ugly. I had learned how to stand close enough to trouble that I could claim concern, and far enough away that I could claim ignorance. Dante and the man were already moving past the bank of video poker machines. Marcy looked at me. She did not say anything. She just held my gaze for half a second and then glanced down at the roulette table, where the $500 chip still stood upright, absurd and patient. I touched the radio at my shoulder. "Base," I said. "We're walking." "Copy," B replied. "Caleb?" "Yeah." Her voice came back lower. "Keep your eyes open, not your mouth." I followed. The casino swallowed us in layers. First the music, then the machine chimes, then the voices. The man in the brown suit walked beside Dante toward the hospitality office, smiling faintly at nothing, while every light we passed failed, in its own quiet way, to prove he was there. And none of us touched Rule 9. Not yet. The hospitality office had 2 chairs, a bolted desk, a camera in the ceiling, and a framed poster about responsible gaming that showed a smiling couple walking away from a slot machine. As if anyone had ever looked that relaxed in a casino at 2 in the morning. Dante went in first. "Have a seat, sir," he said. The man in the brown suit paused at the doorway and looked up at the camera dome. It was a cheap, smoked plastic bubble, the kind that made it impossible to tell where the lens was pointing. Most guests never noticed it. Drunks noticed mirrors. Cheats noticed dealers. Angry people noticed exits. This man noticed the camera like it had spoken to him. "Does that record sound?" he asked. "No," Dante said. That was true as far as I knew. The casino recorded video everywhere except bathrooms and employee locker rooms. Audio was a legal headache, B had said during my orientation, and casinos already had enough headache without adding eavesdropping lawsuits to the pile. Good, the man said and sat. He did it carefully, tugging his trouser legs at the knees first. His socks were dark green. His ankles were pale and thin. Ordinary details. That was what kept bothering me. He had dandruff on one shoulder, a coffee stain near his left cuff. One of his shoelaces had been tied in a double knot. Nothing about him matched the way the floor light slid around his shoes, like he was a chair somebody had dragged away. Dante sat opposite him, not behind the desk. Smart, less formal, less confrontational. I stayed by the door, 2 steps inside, exactly where he told me to be. My right shoulder nearly touched the wall. My left ear buzzed with casino noise bleeding through the thin office door. Machine jingles, laughter, the dull repeat of a bass line from the bar. The room itself smelled like copier toner, old carpet, and the orange disinfectant they sprayed on everything after somebody got sick. Dante folded his hands. "Can I get your name?" The man smiled. "You can get many things. Start with the name." Elias Voss. He said it like he expected us to write it down wrong. Dante did write it down, block letters on the incident pad. Elias Voss. Date of birth, June 14th. What year? Mr. Voss looked at him with mild amusement. Every year, I made the mistake of breathing out through my nose. Not quite a laugh, but close enough. Dante's eyes flicked toward me. "Sorry," I mouthed. Mr. Voss turned in his chair and looked at me. He thinks I'm being difficult. "I don't think anything," I said too quickly. "Oh, you think plenty. You're loud with it." Dante's pen stopped moving. The radio at my shoulder clicked once. "Dante," B said, "we've got surveillance on the table. Also, Cage is reporting a variance." Dante lifted his radio slowly. "What kind of variance?" 500 chip unaccounted for, same denomination. Cage count says it should not be on the floor. Dante looked at Mr. Voss. "Copy. Keep reviewing." Mr. Voss rested both hands on his knees. The inward-turned college ring dug a crease into his palm. I could see the letters around the band now, but not enough to read them. "Am I accused of stealing?" he asked. "Nobody accused you of anything," Dante said. "You brought me into a room to resolve a dispute and stationed a frightened boy at the door." I felt heat rise up my neck. Dante's voice stayed even. "Caleb is security. He is a frightened boy wearing security." That hit harder than it should have because it was close. Not exact, but close. I looked through the little rectangle of interior window in the office door. Outside, a couple in matching bowling shirts argued near the rewards kiosk. A cocktail server crossed with a tray balanced at shoulder height. Normal things, normal people. Beyond them, the main floor flashed and chimed and swallowed money. Then the lights flickered. Not a full outage, just a dip. A quick brown shutter that made the slot machines blink, the ceiling bulbs dim, and the responsible gaming poster briefly vanish behind its own reflection. The room came back. A second later, alarms began chirping somewhere in the service corridor. Not loud casino alarms, not fire alarms, smaller, sharper. The kind of repetitive electronic complaint that means a door is propped open or a refrigerator is warm or a panel somewhere has decided to ruin your night. Dante stood. "Stay here," he told me. Mr. Voss smiled at that. The office phone rang before Dante reached the door. He grabbed it. Hospitality. His face changed while he listened. Not fear, calculation. Where? He said. No, keep him off the floor. Close the rope line. I'm coming. He hung up. What? I asked. Cashier cage door fault, Dante said. Outer security gate isn't locking. I didn't understand why that mattered immediately, which tells you how new I was. The cashier cage was the hardened booth where people cashed chips, where the casino kept drawers, tills, markers, paperwork, and the kind of money that made desperate people stupid. There were layers between the public and the cash: glass, cameras, alarms, one-way doors, man-traps, steel mesh, badge access. If one of those layers failed, procedure got ugly fast. Is it a power thing? I asked. Probably. Mr. Voss leaned back. Probably is a hole people fall through. Dante ignored him and opened the office door. The sound outside jumped louder. Beat came on the radio again, clipped and fast. Dante, we have a second issue. Surveillance lost camera C7 for 12 seconds during the flicker. When it came back, the chip at roulette 7 was gone. Marcy's voice broke in, low, angry. It did not move on my table. Marcy, stay off channel unless. It did not move on my table, Marcy repeated. I had eyes on it until the lights dipped. Then it was gone. No hand came in. Dante closed his eyes for half a second. I knew that expression. My sister wore it when she opened a bill she already knew she couldn't pay. The problem had become simple enough for even me to understand. A casino chip that the cage said shouldn't be on the floor had appeared at a table, caused a payout dispute, then disappeared during a power flicker while a cage door had failed. In a casino, $500 was not a lot of money, but a missing chip, a door fault, and a camera blackout in the same 2-minute window was not about $500. It was about whether someone knew how to make the building blink. Dante turned to me. We need to move him. Where? Security base. Mr. Voss stood without being asked. No, Dante looked back. The man's pleasantness had thinned. It didn't vanish, it tightened, like plastic wrap pulled over a bowl. I agreed to be comfortable, he said. I did not agree to be caged. You're not being caged. Security base has no windows. Neither does this room. This room has a door I can see. Dante took one step toward him, not aggressive, just enough to remind him he wasn't in charge. Mr. Voss, right now, we have a procedural issue involving a chip you claimed as a bet. We need you to come with us while we review it. And if I decline, then gaming control may get involved. That was supposed to mean something. To gamblers, gaming control meant regulators, paperwork, exclusion lists, frozen payouts. It meant the fun part was over. Mr. Voss tilted his head. Will they arrive before 3? The alarms in the corridor kept chirping. Dante did not answer right away. I noticed that. What happens at 3? I asked. Dante gave me a look that said shut up in at least 3 languages. Mr. Voss's eyes moved to me. They change dealers, count changes. Certain doors open. Certain rooms go quiet. Ask him. I looked at Dante. Dante's jaw worked once. Caleb, he said, step outside. That was when the fear came back, not as a jolt, but as an old familiar hand on the back of my neck. In the academy, before I froze, I remembered hearing the instructor yell my name 3 times. Ward, Ward, each one farther away. My hands had felt too big. The fake pistol had filled my whole vision. Afterward, everybody was kind in the way people are kind when they're trying not to say your weakness out loud. You had a stress response. Happens to people. You can retest. I never retested. Now Dante was telling me to step outside, and my body loved the idea. Step out, close the door, become hallway furniture. Let the capable adults handle the odd man and the missing chip and the broken cage lock. I stepped into the hall. The door clicked behind me. For 6 seconds, I was relieved. Then my radio hissed. "Caleb," B said. "You alone." I pressed the button. In the hall outside, hospitality. "Good, listen carefully." Her tone made my mouth go dry. "Dante's phone is going to ring in about 10 seconds. He'll be pulled to the cage because Rafe is losing his mind and the outer gate won't seat. When he leaves, you're not to be alone with Voss." "What? Do not stay alone with him." The office phone rang behind the door. I stared through the small interior window. Dante picked it up. Mr. Voss stood near the poster, hands folded, watching him. "B," I whispered into the radio. "Why would he leave me with him?" "Because Dante thinks he can solve everything by splitting himself into pieces." The office door opened. Dante stepped out, already moving. "Cage issue. Stay here. Don't engage. Miguel's on his way from West Entrance." Miguel Aranda," Dante said, impatient. "Security lead. 45 seconds. That was how Miguel Aranda, 48, male, entered the story before I even saw him, as a promise measured in seconds. He was the graveyard security lead, a retired Washoe County deputy with a limp from an old motorcycle wreck and a reputation for smelling policy violations through drywall. He had trained me on my first night and told me the casino had only 2 kinds of emergencies: the ones people caused and the ones people made worse by pretending they hadn't. B said, "Don't leave me alone with him," I said. Dante stopped. For 1 second, the disagreement sat between us in the hall while the alarm chirped and the casino kept pretending nothing was wrong. Dante lowered his voice. "I'm not. Miguel's coming. That's alone for 45 seconds. We have a cage door open. And we have him." Dante's expression sharpened. "You want the cage unsecured?" No, I did not. I also did not want to be the person in the hallway explaining why the odd man had walked away while I had waited politely for backup. The office door opened wider behind us. Mr. Voss stood just inside. "I can wait." His voice was calm, but his right hand was closed now. Not into a fist exactly. More like he was holding something small. Dante saw it too. "Open your hand," Dante said. Mr. Voss looked wounded. "That's impolite. Open your hand." The hallway lights dipped again. This time the flicker lasted longer. Half a second. Maybe 1 full second. The casino sound warped with it, slot music bending down in pitch, HVAC coughing. Somewhere a woman laughing and then saying, "Whoa." Emergency lights came on in little red freckles along the baseboards. When the main light stabilized, Mr. Voss's hand was open. Empty. Dante moved toward him. "Caleb, call Miguel now." I lifted my radio. Before I could speak, a man shouted from the cage corridor. "Dante, now." Dante swore under his breath. Not loud, not performative. 1 sharp word in Spanish. He pointed at me. "Doorway, "Don't enter. Don't let him out. Miguel is coming." Then he ran. He did not run like a panicked man. He ran like a supervisor who understood liability. Down the corridor, past the rewards desk, toward the cashier cage where the alarms were chirping faster now. I stood in the doorway of hospitality, one hand on the radio, the other hovering near the panic button I couldn't reach because it was under the desk inside. Mr. Voss remained in the room. He looked smaller without Dante. Older, tired, even. The little razor nicks along his jaw had dried dark. His eyes had a wet shine that might have been sickness or exhaustion, or the way the overhead fluorescent panels reflected in them. "I'm supposed to wait here," I said. "I heard. So wait." "I am." Neither of us moved. Through the door window, the casino floor carried on in fragments. A guest in a cowboy hat pressed a ticket against a redemption machine and cursed softly when it rejected. A cocktail server bent to pick up a lime wedge. Marcy stood at roulette 7, arms crossed now, no longer dealing. Her table was empty except for stacks of chips and the white ball resting in its track. My radio crackled. Not B, not Dante. A burst of static, then a faint voice saying, 3 minutes. I pressed the side button. "Say again." Static. Mr. Voss's smile returned. "Who was that?" I asked. "You're asking the wrong person. You said 3 earlier. What happens at 3? His gaze went past me, toward the main floor. "Your casino inhales." I tried not to react. He continued, conversationally, like we were sharing a bench at a bus stop. "Every system has a rhythm. Shift change. Drop team. Count room prep. Cash drawers moving. Doors opening for people who are too tired to notice who walks behind them." That was grounded enough to be worse than any impossible explanation. "You know our schedule. Everyone knows schedules. They're just promises people make by repeating themselves." A sound came from the service corridor behind me. A rolling metal clatter. I turned my head, just a little. At the far end of the hall, beyond the rewards desk, a chip cart sat half out of a secure doorway, one wheel trembling against the tile. A woman in a red cage vest was trying to push it backward, while Dante and another man worked at a steel gate that had jammed open at an angle. The man had to be Rafe Chen, 39, male, the cage shift manager. I had seen him once in the employee dining room, eating soup without looking up from his phone. Now his face was shiny with sweat, and his tie had been yanked loose. Dante shouted something I couldn't hear. The cart shifted. A white plastic chip tray slid off the top. It hit the floor and cracked open. Chips scattered across the tile in a hard, expensive rain. Every gambler within 30 feet heard it. Heads turned. A man near the rewards kiosk took one step toward the sound, then another. That was the concrete problem right there, bright and ugly. Loose chips on the floor, a cage gate faulting, guests watching, staff spread thin, and a possible thief or cheat in the hospitality office with me between him and the exit. Time sensitive did not feel like a phrase anymore. It felt like a fuse. I spoke into the radio. "Base, we have loose chips outside the cage. Guests are noticing." Be answered immediately. "Miguel is 10 seconds out. Hold position." Mr. Voss said, 10 seconds is a story people tell frightened boys." I turned back toward him. "Sit down," he blinked. The words surprised both of us. I felt my pulse in my throat, but I said it again. "Sit down, Mr. Voss." He took one step toward me. I did not move, not because I was brave. I want to be clear about that. I did not move because, for one strange second, my fear had nowhere to go. Behind me, the casino had become a spill of money and opportunity. In front of me stood a man who knew too much about timing. If I stepped aside, I would be doing exactly what I had practiced for years, being absent. Mr. Voss leaned close enough that I could smell him. Not rot, not sulfur, nothing dramatic. Just hair tonic, old wool, and a sour medicinal smell like aspirin chewed dry. "You don't know Rule 9, he said. "No, but you're following it anyway." "I'm following Dante. That may be worse." A heavy hand landed on my shoulder from behind. I nearly swung. "Easy," a man said. Miguel Aranda had arrived. He was shorter than I expected, thick through the middle, with close cropped gray hair and a face that looked carved around permanent suspicion. His limp made one foot drag slightly on the carpet, but his grip on my shoulder was steady. He took in the office, Mr. Voss, my position, the hallway, all of it in one glance. Miguel Aranda, 48 male, is not how people introduce themselves in real life, but that is how I remember him now. Security lead, ex-deputy, gravel voice, bad hip. Eyes like he was always reading the fine print on danger. "Caleb," he said quietly. "Good. Step left." I stepped left. Miguel filled the doorway without seeming to try. "Mr. Voss," he said, so he knew the name already. Mr. Voss looked delighted. "Deputy Aranda. Not deputy anymore." "No, of course." Miguel's face did not change, but the air did. "You've met?" I asked. Miguel ignored me. "Hands where I can see them." "They are where anyone can see them." "Then we agree." From the cage corridor came another shout, then a rising murmur from guests. The kind of murmur a crowd makes when it has smelled weakness in a system designed to feel invincible. B's voice came over the radio. "Miguel, we need bodies at cage. Guests are clustering. Surveillance says at least 2 unknown males moved toward the spill." Miguel pressed his radio. "Send west entrance. They're handling a medical at slots. Possible seizure." Miguel looked at me. There it was again. The splitting of people into pieces. He needed to secure Voss. He needed to protect the cage. Needed to keep guests away from loose chips. He had one rookie and a hallway full of bad timing. Mr. Voss made a soft, sympathetic sound. "Your casino is exhaling now," he said. Miguel took one step into the office. At the same moment, the lights went out. Not a flicker this time. Out. The whole casino dropped into emergency red and slot machine backup glow. Screams jumped up from the floor, mostly startled, some delighted, a few genuinely scared. Machines began beeping in error tones. Somewhere glass broke. The air conditioning cut off, leaving behind the sudden exposed hum of people breathing, shifting, swearing. The hospitality office went dark, except for the red line under the door and the tiny green power light on the ceiling camera. Miguel said, "Caleb, door." I reached for it. Mr. Voss moved, not impossibly fast, not like a monster, like a man who had waited for darkness and rehearsed the distance. His shoulder hit mine. Pain flashed through my collarbone. I grabbed fabric, caught the back of his suit jacket, and heard stitching tear. Miguel lunged, his bad leg knocking the chair sideways. The office door slammed into the wall. Mr. Voss slipped through. I held on for half a breath. Then his jacket came apart in my hand. He was in the hallway. Red light cut him into pieces. "Stop," Miguel shouted. The man did not run toward the casino floor. He ran toward the service corridor and the unsecured cage. Behind him, through the red emergency glow, I saw something fall from the torn jacket lining and bounce once on the carpet near my shoe. A black and gold $500 chip spun flat, rattled in a tight circle, and stopped with the casino logo facing up. The same chip. Maybe. Miguel shoved past me into the hall, but he slipped on the fallen chair leg and caught himself hard against the wall, pain wrenching across his face. "Caleb," he barked. The command froze me for one clean, horrible second. Then Dante shouted from the cage, "He's coming this way." And the emergency lights began to strobe. The first thing I did was not heroic. I bent down and picked up the chip. Even with the emergency lights strobing red across the hallway, even with Miguel shouting and Dante yelling from the cage, some stupid trained part of my brain saw casino property on the floor and thought, evidence. My fingers closed around the black and gold edge. It was warm. Not body warm, machine warm, like it had been sitting on top of a printer or under a lamp. Miguel grabbed my blazer and hauled me upright. His face had gone gray under the red lights, and one hand was pressed to his bad hip. "Pocket," he snapped. "What?" "Pocket the chip and move." I shoved it into my blazer pocket. The weight of it hit my ribs with every breath. Ahead of us, the corridor split the casino in half. To the left was the main floor. Roulette, blackjack, banks of slot machines, the rewards desk, the bar beyond it glowing blue under backup power. To the right, past a short stretch of patterned carpet and a staff-only sign, was the cashier cage corridor. Tile floor, steel mesh, badge doors, the count room entrance, and a service hall that eventually led to loading docks, employee lockers, and the dumpsters outside. Elias Voss had gone right, toward the money, toward the places guests weren't supposed to know existed. Dante stood 20 yards down the tile corridor near the half-open cage gate, one arm out to keep a cluster of guests back. Loose chips glittered around his shoes. Rafe Chen crouched by the jammed gate, trying to guide the lower track back into place. A red-vested cashier had both hands up like she was stopping traffic, her mouth moving fast, probably telling people to step away in the calmest possible voice, while her eyes said she wanted to scream. The emergency lights pulsed again. Each flash broke everything into still pictures. Dante turning, Rafe sweating, guests craning their necks, and Voss, brown suit torn at the shoulder, walking, not running now, past the cage corridor like he belonged behind every locked door in the building. "Voss," Miguel barked. Voss did not turn. Miguel keyed his radio. "Base, subject, is moving eastbound from hospitality toward service corridor. Lock down count room and east hall." B's answer came under static. "Count room is locked. East hall door shows open." Miguel stopped limping forward for half a beat. "Say again." "East hall door shows open. Badge log says maintenance override at 2:08. Rafe looked up from the gate. "That's impossible. Maintenance left at midnight." Voss reached the staff-only door at the end of the cage corridor. It should have required a badge. It opened before his hand touched the handle. Not by magic. A green access light blinked on the reader, and the lock gave a clean electric click. Someone had opened it for him, or something in the system had. He stepped through. The door began to swing shut. "Caleb," Miguel said. I knew what he meant before he said it. "Go." My shoulder throbbed where Voss had slammed into me. My collarbone felt loose and hot. Every part of me wanted to stay near the public floor, where there were witnesses and light and people whose worst decisions were probably financial. Dante looked at me from the cage. "Don't lose him." That helped and hurt. I ran. The staff-only door closed just as I reached it. I caught the handle, yanked, and for half a second it didn't open. My badge. I fumbled at my belt clip with fingers that had gone thick and clumsy. The radio cord snagged under my lapel. Behind me, a guest shouted, "Hey, is the casino closing?" And somebody else laughed too loudly. I slapped my badge against the reader. Red light. Access denied. "Come on," I said, and tried again. Red. Miguel reached me, breathing hard. "Use mine." Pressed his badge over the reader. Green. The door clicked open. That was our first attempt to solve it. Contain Voss in the service corridor before he reached anywhere important. Simple. 2 security guards, 1 fleeing subject, doors we controlled. It failed in the first 10 seconds. The service corridor behind the cage was a long, windowless artery painted a shade of beige chosen to hide handprints. To the immediate left were 2 locked rooms, surveillance equipment storage, and the key control office. To the right was the count room wall, solid and unmarked, except for a steel door with a camera above it. Straight ahead, the corridor ran about 60 feet to a T-junction. Left at the T went to employee lockers and the break room. Right went toward the loading dock and trash compactor. Fluorescent fixtures overhead were dead, leaving only red emergency strips low on the walls and the green dots of exit signs. Voss was halfway to the T. "Stop where you are," Miguel shouted. Voss stopped. That was the part that made my feet stumble. He turned slowly, hands visible, expression almost regretful. "I'd like to," he said. "I really would." Miguel kept moving toward him with one hand out, palm low, the way cops approach dogs and armed men. "Then do it." The count room door behind us buzzed. Once, then again. Rafe's voice came over the radio, high with panic. "Miguel, why is count room getting an open signal?" Miguel did not look back. "No one opens that door." "I'm not touching it," Rafe said. The steel door to the count room made a heavy internal thunk. Miguel froze. Voss smiled at me over Miguel's shoulder. "You're all looking the wrong way." The count room door did not open. It had not opened. Later, B would confirm it never cleared the lock. But in that moment, the sound did exactly what it was supposed to do. Miguel turned his head. I turned mine too. Voss ran, not toward the loading dock. Left, toward employee lockers. Miguel cursed and lunged after him. His bad hip betrayed him almost immediately. His right foot dragged, caught the rubber baseboard, and he hit the wall with his shoulder. I kept going past him, not because I wanted to be first, but because momentum had become easier than thought. The T-junction opened into another hallway with lower ceilings and worse air. On the left, men's locker room, women's locker room, employee restrooms. On the right, break room, vending machines, staff bulletin board, time clock. Straight ahead, a door marked hotel connector, authorized staff only, leading to the attached 4-story casino hotel. Voss was already at the hotel connector. The door should have been locked too. This time it did not open for him. He slapped the crash bar once. "Nothing," I shouted. "He's blocked." That was the first time all night I sounded useful. Voss turned. For 1 second, he looked like an old man cornered in a workplace hallway. Torn jacket, damp hair, no shadow visible under red emergency light, because under red emergency light, nobody had a proper shadow. That thought arrived late and unpleasant. Maybe that had always been part of it. Maybe the table lights, the polished carpet, the glass, the angles, maybe we had built a ghost out of bad lighting and fear. Then he reached into the wall-mounted first aid box beside the break room door. He must have opened it earlier. The latch was already loose. He pulled out a pair of trauma shears, not a knife, not a weapon from nowhere. A cheap pair of blunt-nosed medical scissors with black handles, and a hooked blade meant for cutting clothing. He held them backward, blade against his wrist, like someone who knew they were bad for stabbing, but good for making people hesitate. I stopped hard enough that pain shot through my shins. "Drop it," I said, my voice cracked. Voss looked past me. Miguel was still limping down the corridor. Too far, too slow. "I don't want to hurt you, Caleb." My name in his mouth felt worse than the shears. "How do you know my name? Everyone has a badge." He nodded at my chest. I hated that this was reasonable. He stepped sideways toward the employee lockers. A door opened behind him. I flinched so hard my shoulder hit the wall. A woman screamed. For half a second, I thought someone had been waiting inside the locker room. Someone else involved. Someone with a weapon. Someone stepping into the red light with no face. Then the figure stumbled out holding a phone flashlight and a half-eaten granola bar. It was Tanya Bell, 29, female, a cocktail server from Boise, who worked the casino floor in black slacks and a red vest, now barefoot with one shoe in her hand. She had been on break when the power went out. Her mascara had smudged under one eye, and her phone flashlight shook so badly it made the hallway jump. "What the hell is happening?" she said. Voss used the scream. He shoved through the men's locker room door. I went after him. Second attempt, block his access at the hotel connector and pin him in the employee hallway until Miguel arrived. It also failed. The men's locker room smelled like deodorant, damp towels, and floor drain. Rows of dented blue lockers made 3 narrow aisles. Benches ran between them. Emergency light from the hall reached only the first few feet, so Tanya's phone beam became the only clean white light in the room as she stood in the doorway behind me, breathing fast. "Tanya, get out," I said. "I'm not staying in the hall with him." "He's in here. That's worse." Voss moved somewhere deeper in the lockers. A metal door clanged, then another. He was opening them, not hiding carefully, but making noise on purpose, scattering the room into echoes. I could hear my own breath inside my ears. Miguel reached the doorway. "Caleb, back out. We hold the exits. There's another exit. Shower door to laundry chute hall." Of course there was. Casinos were all exits until you needed one, and then they were all locked. I moved down the center aisle, phone in one hand now, radio in the other. My light caught uniforms hanging from open lockers, a pair of work boots, somebody's family photo taped inside a door, a gym bag spilling socks. Every object seemed briefly human. Dark figures shifted at the end of the aisle. I raised the radio like it was useful. Stop, the figure swayed. Then a mop bucket rolled into the light. It had a black jacket draped over the handle and a towel tied around the top, which made, in the bad light and through my panic, a hunched person. It bumped gently against a bench and stopped. Tanya made a small broken sound. Miguel said from behind me, "Cleaning crew uses them to move uniforms." "Easy," he said it for me. I appreciated that later. At the time, I hated him for making me feel foolish. A locker slammed near the showers. Voss had doubled back. We ran toward the sound, but he had already gone through the shower area. The tile was wet from the automatic floor sprayer, and I slipped immediately, both feet skidding out. My hip hit the tile. My elbow cracked against the wall. Pain flashed white, clean, and nauseating. Miguel grabbed the back of my blazer again and kept me from going fully down. "Up," he said. "I'm up. You're not." "I'm getting there." Voss's voice floated from beyond the shower exit. "You're wasting time." We pushed through into the laundry chute hall, a narrow passage behind the locker rooms where towels and uniforms were bagged for pickup. The air was hotter there. The emergency lights did not work at all, but a green exit sign at the far end gave the walls a sick aquarium glow. To the left was laundry storage. To the right, a service elevator. Straight ahead, a door to the hotel back hallway. The service elevator doors were closing. I saw Voss inside, not his face, just one brown sleeve and the edge of his hand withdrawing from the button panel. Miguel shoved his arm between the doors. They bounced back open. For one bright second, we had him. Then the elevator dropped, not with the doors shut, with them open 6 inches, as if the system had accepted a command before completing safety checks. The floor of the car slid downward out of alignment, revealing darkness and greasy metal behind the gap. Miguel yanked his arm back just in time. The doors slammed closed. The elevator continued down, cables whining. Miguel stared at the doors. That elevator should be locked out during power fault. Could he override it? Not alone. There it was. New fact. New trap. Not alone. My radio clicked. B's voice was distorted now, thinner under interference. "Miguel Caleb, I've got Voss on service elevator 2 heading basement. Also, I've got a bigger problem." Miguel pressed the button. "Bigger than what?" "Basement camera grid is down. Not flickered, down, the basement." I had been in it once during orientation, and only the parts new hires were allowed to see. Under Black Mesa, beneath the casino floor and hotel lobby, ran a concrete maze of loading bays, storage cages, electrical rooms, surveillance cables, old plumbing, and employee routes. It connected to the parking garage through a secured stairwell, and to the count room through a money elevator that only cage management could use. It was colder than the main building, and always smelled faintly of wet cardboard and ozone. "Lock stairwells," Miguel said. "Trying," B replied. "System is slow. generator is cycling. Dante cut in, breathless. Cage gate is seated. Spill contained. We're moving guests back. Do you have him? Miguel looked at the elevator doors. No. A pause. Then Dante said, Miguel, I know. No, listen to me. Marcy just checked the wheel. I leaned against the wall, elbow throbbing. Dante continued. The ball from roulette 7 is gone. Miguel looked at me then. I did not understand the importance until I saw his face. First a chip, then access failures, then the cage. Now the roulette ball. Small things, portable things. Objects nobody would miss immediately unless they knew exactly when to look. The kind of things you could use to test timing, cameras, procedures, and people. Or the kind of things that meant something inside Rule 9. What does that mean? I asked. Miguel ignored the question again, which was becoming an answer by itself. He pressed the elevator call button. Nothing, again, nothing. It's locked below us, he said. B came back. Stairwell C is still open from basement to parking garage. Badge reader isn't responding. Miguel swore. That stairwell comes up where? I knew this one from orientation because I had gotten lost there. East side, I said, by the employee smoking area, then out to the side lot. And if he gets outside, B asked. Miguel did not answer. He turned to me. We take the stairs. My badge didn't work on cage. Mine will. Your hip. My hip is not the subject. But it was. He had sweat at his temples now. His face had tightened with every step. The limp was no longer subtle. He could move, but not fast, and the building had become a race between a man who knew its weak points and the people responsible for pretending there weren't any. We headed for the stairwell off the laundry chute hall. Tanya followed for 3 steps, still barefoot, still holding her shoe. Miguel turned. No, I'm not staying here. You're going to the break room, you're closing the door, and you're calling B from the wall phone. The wall phone's dead. Then scream until someone useful hears you. Tanya looked at me. I wanted to tell her something reassuring. What came out was, don't go into the locker room. She gave a short, hysterical laugh. Great, wonderful. Then she went back. We badged into the stairwell. Green. The stairwell was concrete, unpainted except for yellow stripes along the step edges. Emergency lights worked there, but barely. They hummed overhead, each one throwing a weak cone downward. The air smelled like dust, metal railings, and old cigarette smoke pulled in from the side exit over years. We descended. 1 floor, then another. My elbow pulsed. My shoulder hurt. The chip in my pocket knocked against my ribs with each step, a small, hard reminder that I had become part of the evidence whether I wanted to or not. Miguel took the stairs sideways to protect his hip. Halfway down, he said, Rule 9 is not about ghosts. I didn't say ghosts. You were thinking it. Everyone keeps saying he doesn't cast a shadow. People say lots of things when they don't understand lighting. Then what is it? Miguel stopped on the landing between floors. His breath came rough. Rule 9 is an old internal flag. It means a patron is using environmental blind spots. Glare, reflective surfaces, dead camera cones, backlit areas. They look wrong on the floor because they've chosen places where your eyes and the cameras disagree. I stared at him. So it's a cheat code. It's a person who knows the room better than staff. That was worse in its own way. Why call it shadows? Because casino people love stupid names. Below us, a metal door slammed. Miguel lifted a hand. We froze. Footsteps echoed from the basement landing. Slow, coming up. Miguel pulled me back against the wall beside the stairwell bend. He put one finger to his lips. His other hand hovered near the radio. The footsteps rose. 1 step, 2, 3. A shape appeared below, stretched tall by the emergency light. Brown. I tightened around the radio. Then the shape coughed. Security, a voice called. Please don't shoot me. A man came into view wearing a brown maintenance coverall, not a suit. He was carrying a toolbox and had a flashlight clenched between his teeth. His name, patch read Lenny. Lenny Walsh, 61, male, night maintenance contractor, had a bald head shiny with sweat and the baffled expression of someone who had been blamed for machines his whole adult life. He removed the flashlight from his mouth. Generator panels throwing faults, he said. I got called from home. Why is everyone running? Misdirection. Explainable, terrifying anyway. Miguel lowered his hand. You used a maintenance override at 2:08, Lenny frowned. I wasn't here at 2:08. Who has your override code? Nobody. Think harder. Lenny looked offended, then frightened. My tablet went missing last week. I reported it. Miguel's face closed. Who took the report? Dante, I think. Or maybe Rafe. I don't know. I filled out a form. The trap tightened another notch. A stolen maintenance tablet could explain the doors, the elevator, maybe even parts of the power cycling if someone knew enough to interfere with panels or trigger faults remotely. Not supernatural. Not impossible. Worse. Planned. B's voice broke across the radio. Miguel, Voss just appeared on basement camera B6 for 2 seconds near electrical. Then camera dropped again. He's moving towards stairwell C, the one leading to the parking garage. Miguel started down again. Lenny, get upstairs and find Dante. Tell him maintenance tablet is compromised. My tablet. Move. Lenny moved. We hit the basement door hard. Miguel badged us through, and the point of the building changed completely. The basement was not red carpet and gold trim. It was concrete, pipes, metal shelving, and noises with no decoration. Fans thudded behind walls. Water ticked somewhere steadily. A forklift sat parked beside stacked boxes of bar napkins. The corridor ran straight ahead toward electrical, left toward loading dock, right toward stairwell C and the parking garage access. The ceiling was low enough that pipes made me duck. A camera dome above us hung dark. No little red recording light. Miguel noticed it too. We don't chase blind, he said, then immediately started chasing blind. We went right. At the far end of the corridor, the stairwell C door stood open. Beyond it came cooler air and the faint smell of exhaust. Parking garage. Retreat was still possible then. We could have stopped at the basement junction. Called Reno police. Locked what doors still responded. Let Voss run into the lot with a stolen chip and whatever else he had taken. No heroics. No basement chase. No rookie proving anything. Then B's voice came through, small and strained. Caleb, Miguel, I've got Marcy on the floor saying a kid is missing. Miguel stopped. What kid? A boy from the bowling shirt family. 7 or 8. last seen near Reward's desk during the blackout. The hallway seemed to narrow around the words. Dante came on, voice urgent. We're checking bathrooms and floor. Mother says he followed the man with the funny ring because the man said he dropped a ball. The roulette ball. My hand went to my pocket where the chip pressed against my ribs. At the open stairwell door, something small rolled out of the darkness. White, smooth, clicking lightly over the concrete. It curved once, hit the toe of Miguel's shoe, and stopped. A roulette ball. From inside stairwell C, below the level of the parking garage landing, a child began to cry. Not loud, not theatrical. A thin, frightened sound swallowed by concrete. Miguel looked at me, and for the first time all night, he did not give an order. He didn't have to. Once a child was in the stairwell, this was no longer a casino loss prevention problem. It was no longer a strange patron, a missing chip, a camera failure, or Rule 9. The door behind us clicked. I turned. The basement fire door we had come through had just shut, and the access reader beside it went dark. No green, no red, nothing. Behind the stairwell C door, the boy cried again. Miguel drew one hard breath through his teeth, shoved the roulette ball into my free hand, and stepped into the stairwell. I followed him. There was no hallway left to retreat to. Stairwell C smelled like wet concrete, exhaust, and old cigarette smoke baked into paint. Miguel went first because he was Miguel, because he had spent the whole night acting like pain was a scheduling issue, and because the crying was coming from below us. He held the railing with his left hand and his radio with his right. I followed 2 steps behind with the roulette ball in one hand and the chip in my blazer pocket knocking against my ribs. The door shut behind us. The sound was final. No casino music now. No slot chimes. No drunk laughter rising from the floor. Just the buzzing emergency light above the landing, the distant thump of building machinery, and a child trying not to sob too loudly. Hey, Miguel called down, voice steady. Security. Coming to you. Stay where you are. The crying stopped. That was worse. We descended 1 flight toward the basement level, then another half flight toward the parking garage landing. The stairwell was narrow, with a switchback halfway down and a metal handrail that had gone slick from humidity or too many palms. Emergency lighting blinked weakly on every other landing. The shadows it made were ugly and practical, stretched by angles, broken by railing bars. For the first time all night, everyone had shadows. Mine shook against the wall. Miguel's was hunched and uneven. At the next landing, we found the boy. He was crouched against the corner where the stairwell wall met the parking garage door, knees pulled up, one sneaker untied. White male, 7 or 8, wearing a blue bowling shirt with the name Tyler stitched in red thread over the pocket. His cheeks were wet. His hands were gray with dust. In front of him, on the concrete, lay 3 casino chips in a crooked little line. Bait. Bill stopped 3 steps above him. Tyler, he said. The boy nodded so hard his chin bumped his knees. I'm Miguel. This is Caleb. We work here. Are you hurt? Tyler shook his head. Did the man bring you down here? He said my dad dropped a ball. Tyler's voice was tiny and rough. He said I could help. Miguel's face didn't change, but something in his shoulders did. He looked past Tyler at the parking garage door. It was propped open, by a black rubber wedge. Cool garage air moved through the gap. Beyond it, I could hear the faint beep of a truck backing somewhere outside, maybe at the loading dock, maybe farther away. The smell of exhaust was stronger there. "Caleb," Miguel said. "Yeah, take him up." The instruction hit the stairwell and came back wrong. I looked up at the dead access reader beside the basement door above us. The way back had locked behind us. The only way up was the same route, through doors we weren't sure would open, past hallways where cameras were dead. Only way out was through the parking garage door beside Tyler. "You take him," I said. Miguel looked at me. Not angry, not yet. "I'll hold Voss," I said, and even as I said it, I knew it sounded like a boy playing brave in front of a mirror. Miguel lowered his voice. "No, you can barely move." His jaw tightened. "I can move enough, Miguel." The radio spat static. B's voice came through in strips. "Hear me, Miguel. Caleb, we lost basement repeater Dante is police en route, police en route." Good words. Useless words. Reno police could be 10 minutes away, 15:3:20. Inside a concrete stairwell with a child and a man who knew every weak point in the building. En route meant nothing you could hold. Miguel pressed his radio. "B, we have the boy. Stairwell C, garage landing. Voss unknown. Need door access restored now. Static." Then Voss spoke from beyond the parking garage door. "Not unknown." Tyler clapped both hands over his mouth. Miguel shifted immediately, putting his body between the boy and the door. I moved down to the landing, shoulder burning, as I turned sideways against the wall. The door opened wider. Elias Voss stood in the gap between stairwell and garage. The red emergency light from behind us cut across one side of his face. The garage light behind him was white and fluorescent, buzzing hard enough to make the air feel gritty. In that lighting, his shadow fell long across the concrete at last, thin and broken by the doorframe. There he was, real, a tired older man in a torn brown suit, holding Lenny's missing maintenance tablet in one hand and a short metal tool in the other. Not trauma shears now. A flathead screwdriver with a worn yellow handle. That was almost worse too. A screwdriver belonged to the world. You could buy one in a gas station. "Step away from the kid," Miguel said. Voss sighed. "I never touched him. Lured him. I asked for help. He's 7, old enough to follow rules." Miguel's face hardened. "Put the tablet down." Voss glanced at it as if he'd forgotten he was carrying it. "This old thing has caused your friends a lot of embarrassment. You used it to open doors. I used what your casino left lying around. Put it down." Voss looked at me then. His gaze dropped to my blazer pocket. "You kept the chip." I didn't answer. "And the ball." My fingers tightened around it. Miguel noticed. So did Voss. "There's a reason these things are small," Voss said. "Small things pass through systems. People don't notice them until they need to explain where they went." "You're done," Miguel said. Voss smiled sadly. "I was done 12 years ago, Deputy." The word landed heavily. Miguel's radio hissed. B's voice broke in and out. "Caleb, if you can hear, parking garage east camera shows 2 vehicles by employee exit, 1 white van. 1. Voss moved his thumb across the tablet screen. The stairwell light flickered. Tyler whimpered. Miguel stepped forward. "Don't." Voss raised the screwdriver, not high, not dramatic, just enough to show he could make a bad decision quickly. "I don't want the boy," he said. "I want the way open." "To where?" Miguel asked. "The count room. You're in the wrong direction." "Am I?" That was when I understood the map wrong. Stairwell C went to the parking garage. Yes. Employee smoking area, side lot, outside. But the garage also connected to the hotel service elevator bank. The same bank that ran down to the basement and up near the hotel office. If Voss had the tablet and someone waiting in the garage, he could bypass the main floor, get into another secured route, circle back behind the count room while everyone chased him outward. He wasn't escaping. He was looping. Miguel understood at the same time. His eyes flicked to the garage behind Voss. A white van sat idling 20 yards beyond the door, half hidden behind a concrete pillar marked E2. Its headlights were off. Its side door was cracked open. Exhaust curled low along the floor. I could not see the driver. A second vehicle, a dark sedan, sat farther back near the ramp. Coordinated, not alone. Voss had not been the whole threat. He was the part we were meant to look at. Miguel said, "Caleb, when I say, take Tyler through the door behind me and run up. There's no access." "I'll make access." "How?" He didn't answer. Voss watched us exchange this with mild interest. "You're still doing it," he said to Miguel, "putting boys between you and the hard part." Miguel's face changed then, only a little, but enough. "What happened 12 years ago?" I asked before I could stop myself. Voss's smile thinned. Miguel said, "Caleb." "No," Voss said. "Let him ask. He likes explanations. They calm him." I did not like how well he had me. Voss tapped the screwdriver against the tablet's edge. Tick, tick, tick. Deputy Aranda here chased a man through a casino once. Different casino. Smaller, worse carpets. Man was stealing chips and using camera gaps. Deputy thought he had him boxed in. Sent a young security guard to cover a service door alone. Miguel's breathing had gone loud. Voss continued. The guard got stabbed. The thief got out. Your deputy retired soon after. Your brother stabbed him, Miguel said. The stairwell shrank around that. Voss's pleasant mask twitched. My brother died in prison. He put a kid in a coma before he went there. He was a thief, not a monster. You brought Tyler down here. Voss looked at the boy, and for the first time something like shame crossed his face. Quick, almost useful. I needed noise, he said. Miguel moved. It was not a tackle. His hip wouldn't allow it. It was a hard, ugly lunge from 3 feet away, shoulder first, one hand grabbing Voss's wrist with the screwdriver. Voss reacted fast. Too fast for his age, but not impossibly. He twisted, and the screwdriver scraped down Miguel's forearm, opening a red line from wrist to elbow. Miguel grunted. Tyler screamed. The tablet hit the concrete and skidded toward me. I moved without thinking. Not toward Voss, toward the tablet. Voss kicked at it. His shoe clipped my fingers instead. Pain cracked across my knuckles. I grabbed the tablet case with my left hand and rolled onto my side as Miguel drove Voss into the doorframe. The garage beyond erupted. A horn blared once from the white van. The side door slid open. A man stepped out in a black hoodie and blue nitrile gloves. Adult male, maybe 30. Mask over his lower face. He had a small crowbar in one hand. Not a gun. Thank God, not Not a gun, still enough. Eli, he shouted. Move, Eli. Not Mr. Voss, not Elias. The man in the hoodie started toward the stairwell. I looked at Miguel. He had Voss pinned awkwardly against the doorframe, but Voss still had the screwdriver. Miguel's forearm was bleeding freely now, dripping onto the concrete. Tyler was curled against the wall, hands over his ears. The tablet screen glowed in my hand. I knew nothing about maintenance systems. Nothing. I could barely badge into the right doors, but Lenny's tablet was still on an access panel screen. Big blocky buttons. East Hall. Cage outer. Service elevator 2. Stair C hotel connector. Some buttons were green, some red. One yellow. Stage door hold. No, not stage. Stair C door hold. I jabbed it. A prompt appeared. Confirm release. Release what? The man in the hoodie crossed the garage, crowbar low. Voss saw the tablet in my hand and shouted, no, that was enough. I hit confirm. The parking garage door slammed. It was a heavy fire-rated door, spring-loaded, and it swung with a metallic crash between us and the hoodie man. The crowbar struck the other side a split second later, hard enough to dent the panel inward. Miguel lost his hold when the door hit Voss's shoulder. Voss fell into the stairwell. The screwdriver skittered across the landing and bounced down 3 steps. I kicked it farther without aiming. It clanged into darkness. For one breath, we had him down. Then Voss drove his elbow into Miguel's bad hip. Miguel made a sound I had not heard from him all night. A real one. He folded sideways, gripping the railing, face gone slack with pain. Voss crawled toward the dropped tablet. I still had it. He came at me on his hands and knees, and there was nothing ghostly about him. His breath smelled sour. His eyes were wet with panic. His torn jacket dragged behind him. The college ring on his hand flashed under red light. Tyler screamed. He has the funny ring, the ring, turned inward, all night. I looked at Voss's palm. The ring stone was not a stone. It was a small black rectangle set inside the band. A chip, a magnet, a key fob, something electronic maybe. Something he had been hiding against his skin, pressing near readers, turning outward only when needed. The green access lights, the doors opening before his hand touched. The tablet was part of it, but not all. He lunged. I swung the roulette ball. That sounds ridiculous because it was ridiculous. A little white ball in a fist is not a weapon in any respectable sense. But desperation has no respect. I drove my hand forward with the ball trapped between my fingers and hit him across the cheekbone. The ball cracked against bone. Voss recoiled, more surprised than injured, but it gave Miguel enough time to grab his ankle. Ring, I shouted. It's the ring. Miguel understood immediately. He twisted Voss's wrist. Voss fought like a man fighting not to be arrested, but erased. He clawed at Miguel's injured forearm. Miguel hissed and held on. I dropped onto Voss's shoulders, knee slipping on concrete, bad elbow exploding with pain as I tried to pin his arm. The garage door shook under another crowbar hit. Boom. Tyler sobbed. Boom. The door's latch rattled. Voss bucked. My chin hit the concrete. My teeth clicked together hard enough that sparks went through my jaw. Warm blood filled my mouth from a bitten tongue. Miguel shouted, Caleb, take it. I grabbed Voss's ring. It would not come off. His finger had swollen around it, or the ring was sized tight on purpose. I pulled, he screamed. I pulled again and felt skin shift under metal. I can't turn it. I twisted the ring outward. Voss went still, not completely, but enough. The black rectangle inside the band faced up now. Embedded against the underside was a tiny RFID module, cracked at one corner, taped into the setting. A homemade access trigger, maybe cloned from the missing tablet's credentials, maybe paired to it. I didn't know. Miguel ripped his radio off his shoulder with his bloody hand and smashed it down on the ring. Once, twice, the plastic face cracked. Voss screamed on the second hit, not because of the device, because Miguel's strike had broken or dislocated his finger. The ring bent sideways, ugly, trapped half on him and half broken. The garage door stopped rattling. On the other side, the hoodie man shouted, "Eli." Distant now, B's voice came through the fallen radio, thin but clearer. Door lock restored. Police 2 minutes. Dante moving to East Garage with officers. Hold if you can, hold if you can. Miguel laughed once, breathless and bitter. Voss lay pinned under us, sobbing through clenched teeth. Blood ran from his cheek, where the roulette ball had split the skin. His finger jutted at the wrong angle. Miguel's forearm dripped onto Voss's sleeve. My shoulder burned so badly, I thought I might throw up. But Tyler was alive. The garage door held. Then the dark sedan engine revved outside. Tires squealed somewhere beyond the door, echoing up through concrete. A crash followed. Not huge, not cinematic. A blunt vehicle impact, metal into metal, then a grinding scrape. The hoodie man cursed. Footsteps ran away. The white van peeled out a second later, engine whining up the garage ramp. No sudden saviors. No perfect arrest. The accomplices were leaving. Miguel tried to push himself upright and failed. "Stay," I said, then realized I was talking to everyone. Voss gave a wet little laugh from the floor. "You think this is the crew?" he whispered. I looked at him. His face had changed. The old pleasantness was gone, and underneath was exhaustion so deep it almost looked honest. "What?" he swallowed. "I told you. Small things pass through systems." Miguel pressed his knee harder into Voss's back. "Shut up." Voss turned his head enough to look at Tyler. "I'm sorry," he said. Tyler cried harder. That was the worst thing he could have done. Not threaten, not laugh. Apologize. It made him human in a way I did not want. Above us, a door opened. Voices flooded into the stairwell. "Security, police, Kid S down here," boots thundered from above and below. Blue-white flashlight beams cut across the red emergency light. Dante came first from the basement side with 2 officers behind him. His face went slack when he saw Tyler, then tightened when he saw the blood. "Caleb," he said, "move off him." I didn't realize I was still pinning Voss's shoulder. I rolled back and nearly fell down the stairs. An officer took my place, knee down, cuffs out. Voss did not resist. He had spent everything. Miguel slid down against the wall, holding his forearm, his bad leg stretched stiffly in front of him. Dante scooped Tyler under the arms, but did not lift him too fast. "Hey, buddy," he said, voice soft in a way I had not heard before. "Your mom is upstairs. We're taking you to her. You did good." Tyler clung to him. I sat on the landing with blood in my mouth. The cracked maintenance tablet beside my knee, and the roulette ball still somehow in my hand. The ball had a red smear on it. Voss's blood, mine too, maybe. A Reno officer, female, 30s, asked me if I could stand. I nodded, then didn't. My body had voted differently. Miguel looked across at me. For a second, neither of us said anything. Then he tapped 2 fingers against the concrete. Not approval exactly. Acknowledgement. I leaned my head back against the wall and listened to the stairwell fill with people, police radios, Dante murmuring to Tyler, an officer calling for medics, B's voice still trying to reach us through static, the garage door rattling once more in the wind from the open ramp. The conflict was over in the obvious way. Voss was cuffed. Tyler was alive. The door was locked. The accomplices had fled, but they had fled empty-handed or close to it. No count room breach. No child taken into a van. No new body in the basement. Still, as the officers lifted Voss to his feet, his broken ring caught the emergency light. The little black module inside had cracked open. There was no magic in it, just wires, tape, and planning. That should have comforted me. It didn't, because someone had built it. Someone had tested it. Someone had known our doors, our cameras, our shift change, our blind spots, our habits, our fear. And as they walked Voss past me, he leaned just close enough to speak without the officers hearing. Rule 9 was never for me, he whispered. Then he smiled with blood on his teeth and let them take him upstairs. The first ordinary sound I heard after they took Elias Voss upstairs was a printer. Not sirens, not crying, not the clatter of handcuffs. A printer. Somewhere beyond the stairwell, in an office or security room or cashier station, an old laser printer woke up and started chewing paper with a dry, stubborn rhythm. CHK, CHK, CHK. Like the building had decided that if it could still print incident reports, then maybe nothing truly serious had happened. I sat on the stairwell seat, landing with my back against the wall and my knees bent wrong, holding a paper towel against my mouth, while a paramedic named Nora Klein, 36, female, looked into my eyes with a penlight and asked me to follow her finger. "Don't move your head," she said. "I'm trying not to. You keep moving your head. I'm following your finger. With your eyes, hun." Nora had a calm, flat Nevada voice and black hair tucked under a blue knit cap. She smelled like antiseptic and coffee. She did not seem impressed by casinos, injured security guards, or men who hid electronics in jewelry. That steadiness helped. It made the landing feel less like the place where I had almost let a child get taken, and more like a place where people filled out forms, checked pupils, wrapped wounds, and complained about access doors. My tongue had stopped bleeding, unless I talked too much. My elbow had swollen into an ugly lump under the sleeve of my blazer. My shoulder felt like someone had wedged a hot coin under the joint and twisted it. Nora pressed 2 fingers along my collarbone, and I made a noise I would have denied later. "Not broken," she said. "Feels broken. Lots of things feel broken at 3 in the morning." That sounded true enough that I shut up. Miguel sat one landing below me, refusing the stretcher with the weary politeness of a man who had refused medical care professionally for decades. His forearm was wrapped in thick gauze, already showing a pink stain through the first layer. A paramedic was trying to convince him to go to the hospital for stitches. Miguel kept saying, "In a minute," which meant no in every language. Dante stood near the open basement door, talking to 2 Reno police officers and 1 Nevada gaming control investigator who had arrived in a gray windbreaker over a dress shirt. The investigator was Laura Penn, 44, female, compact and severe, with a notebook small enough to fit in her palm and eyes that moved like cameras. She had already taken the broken ring from an evidence bag, photographed it, sealed it again, and asked 3 questions that made Rafe Chen look like he wanted to crawl into the nearest trash compactor. Rafe was upstairs now, escorted by another officer, not arrested, but not free either. That was the phrase I heard Dante use. Not free either. Tyler had gone up before all of us. His mother came down as far as the basement door and was stopped there by police, which was wise because she looked ready to run through anyone between her and her son. When Dante carried Tyler up, she made a sound I had never heard from an adult before, a cracked animal sound that rose out of her before words could. Tyler buried his face in her neck. Father, a red-eyed man in the matching bowling shirt, kept saying, "I was right there, I was right there," as if repetition could close the gap in time. No one blamed them out loud. No one had to. A casino is built to steal attention in legal increments. Lights, bells, free drinks, cards, tickets, screens. The little false almost of a machine stopping one symbol short. A child could disappear in that kind of noise, even without a man like Voss guiding him by the shoulder with a story about a dropped ball. Later, I learned Tyler had not gone quietly at first. He had hesitated near the rewards desk. Voss had shown him the roulette ball in his palm, then dropped it, then let it roll just far enough into the staff corridor that a helpful kid would chase it. The missing chips placed in the stairwell had been for me and Miguel as much as for Tyler. Breadcrumbs, distraction, proof of movement, a way to make us believe the action was always one step ahead of where it really was. Small things pass through systems. I hated that the line kept being useful. By 4:20 a.m., the casino floor had mostly reopened. Not fully. Not the cage. Not the East Service hallway. Not Stairwell C, but blackjack resumed, and so did slots, because casinos recover faster than people do. Guests who had screamed during the blackout were now telling the story with bigger gestures over comped coffee. A woman complained that her machine had been about to hit when the power dipped. A man asked whether emergency evacuation meant his buffet voucher was still valid. The carpets looked the same. That bothered me most. No matter what happened, the carpets looked the same. I gave my first statement in security base with an ice pack on my elbow and dried blood at the corner of my mouth. Security base was smaller than I expected after hearing B's voice come out of it all night. 3 monitor walls, 2 desks, a coffee machine with a hand-lettered sign that said "Clean your own crimes," and a corkboard covered with old memos, staff photos, and a printed emergency contact list curling at the edges. B. Nollins sat at the main console with a headset pushed around her neck, cardigan sleeves rolled to her elbows. Her face was pale under the monitor glow. She was 41, female, and for the first time since I had met her, she looked her age. "You look like hammered rubbish," she said. "You sound worried." "I'm furious. It's adjacent." I sat beside her while Laura Penn asked me to walk through the night from the upright chip onward. She did not interrupt much. She let silence sit after my answers, and I found myself filling it with details I had not meant to say. My badge failing at the first service door, the warmth of the chip, Voss asking Dante for his real name, Miguel telling me Rule 9 was about blind spots, the way the elevator dropped with the doors not fully closed. At that, Laura's pen stopped. "Repeat that." I did. She looked at B. B pulled up service elevator logs. The screen showed timestamps, access pings, fault codes, and maintenance overrides that meant nothing to me, but made both women go still. "That should not be possible," B said. Laura's mouth tightened. "I'm getting tired of hearing that." The legal part unfolded in pieces. Elias Voss was taken to renowned regional medical center first, under police guard, for his broken finger and facial cut. After that, charges would include burglary, kidnapping, or child endangerment, depending on the district attorney's language. Assault with a deadly weapon for the screwdriver, conspiracy, and a list of gaming-related offenses long enough that Laura Penn sighed before reciting them. His accomplices were not caught that night. The white van had false plates. The dark sedan was found abandoned 2 miles east near a self-storage lot, wiped clean enough that the officer describing it sounded personally offended. The broken ring device turned out to be ugly, but clever. Not magic, not even especially high-tech. A cloned RFID module mounted under a college ring setting, connected to credentials lifted from the missing maintenance tablet. The tablet had been stolen from Lenny's truck 8 days earlier. Lenny had reported it, but the report went into the general maintenance queue instead of security escalation, because the employee who entered it chose the wrong category in the system. "Lost equipment," B said, staring at the screen. "Not access compromise." Laura wrote that down. Rafe had seen the ticket and assumed maintenance would deactivate it. Maintenance assumed security had. Security never saw it. Dante had signed one form during a rush and did not remember it. That was how a casino with cameras on every inch of felt ended up blind in the places that mattered. No single villain there, just fatigue, software, habit, and everybody trusting the next person in line. That felt almost worse. Voss had a past, of course. People like him usually do. His real name was Elias Voss, 62, male, formerly barred from 2 casinos in Nevada and 1 in California, under different exclusion lists that did not talk to each other well enough. His brother, Martin Voss, had been arrested 12 years earlier after a botched casino theft in Sparks, the one Miguel had mentioned in the stairwell. A 19-year-old security guard named Adam Price had been stabbed near a service door and survived with brain damage after losing too much blood before medics reached him. Miguel had been the deputy on that case. He had not sent Adam alone. Not exactly. That was what Dante told me later in the employee dining room while we both held coffee. We did not drink. Miguel had told him to hold a door. Martin Voss had doubled back. Those are different things on paper. They probably feel the same at 3 in the morning if you're Miguel. He quit 6 months after, Dante said. He said retired. People pick the word they can live with. Dante's shirt had dried sweat at the collar. There was a smear of someone else's blood on his cuff. He kept looking toward the dining room entrance, as if expecting another alarm to come through it wearing shoes. "You okay?" I asked. He gave me the kind of look supervisors give when employees ask questions above their pay grade. Then he rubbed both hands over his face. "No," he said. "You? No. Good, normal response." We sat with that. After a minute, he said, "You did good." I laughed, and it hurt my tongue. I hit a man with a roulette ball. Improvised use of available equipment. That going in the report? Absolutely not. Across the room, Marcy Quill sat alone with a paper cup of tea, still in her dealer vest, hands folded around the cup, though she did not drink. When I went over, she looked up at me as if she had been expecting me eventually. "You still have your fingers?" she asked. "Most of them." "Then you did better than some." I sat across from her. For a while, we listened to the vending machine hum. "I thought it was real," I said. "What was?" "The shadow thing." Marcy's eyes shifted toward the ceiling light, then back to me. "It was real enough, but not like that." "No," she said, "not like that." She told me Rule 9 had started as a joke among old dealers, a shorthand for people who stood where cameras hated them, directly under chandelier glare, beside reflective slot banks, in the narrow strips between light pools. Some cheats learned a floor the way card counters learned true count. They knew where surveillance lagged, where staff sightlines crossed badly, where shadows broke up on patterned carpet. Patrons who don't cast shadows, she said, are usually patrons who know exactly where to stand. Usually, Marcy did not smile. "Caleb, I am too old and too tired to pretend people don't make things stranger by talking about them." That was the most comfort she offered. I took it. Miguel finally went to the hospital at 5:10 a.m. after B threatened to call his daughter. He passed me near the employee entrance with his arm wrapped, his limp worse now that adrenaline had drained away. Morning had started to lighten the desert outside. Not sunrise exactly, just the black sky thinning to charcoal behind the casino sign. "You should get checked properly," he said. "So should you." "I am. Because B made you." "Correct." He looked past me toward the main floor. The slot machines reflected in the glass doors, bright and busy, making the dawn outside look fake. "You froze in the stairwell," he said. I swallowed. "For a second. Everybody freezes for a second. That's not what they said at the academy. The academy likes clean stories." He adjusted the sling the paramedic had forced on him. "You moved after," he said. "That's what counts." I didn't know what to do with that, so I nodded. Miguel started toward the waiting ambulance, then stopped. "And Caleb, yeah, don't let them make you feel better too fast." That stayed with me. By noon, Black Mesa had issued a statement about a security incident involving unauthorized access attempts, and praised the swift response of staff and law enforcement. There was no mention of Rule 9, No mention of a child lured into a stairwell. No mention of an old man in a brown suit who had walked through the casino's confidence like it was an unlocked door. Tyler and his family left before breakfast, escorted through a side exit to avoid the guests filming near the lobby. I saw them from the security office monitor. Tyler had a blanket around his shoulders. His mother held one of his hands, his father the other. He looked smaller than he had in the stairwell. Voss was in custody. The tablet was evidence. The ring was evidence. The chip was evidence too. Laura Penn took it from me in a plastic bag, and when it left my hand, I felt lighter and not better. I went home at 1:30 p.m. after giving 3 statements and signing 2 forms I barely read. My sister was at work, but she had left soup in the fridge with a note that said, "Don't be proud, microwave IT." I stood in her kitchen for a long time, still wearing my torn blazer, and watched the microwave plate turn in slow circles. When I slept, I dreamed of small sounds: a chip rattling flat, a roulette ball clicking downstairs, a printer waking up. 3 days later, Black Mesa reopened Stairwell C. They replaced the access readers, added cameras, changed every maintenance credential, fired nobody officially, though Rafe resigned 2 weeks later, and Lenny stopped leaving tools in his truck. Dante got quieter. B became even more unpleasant on the radio, which I understood as care. Marcy kept dealing roulette 7 and told every new dealer to stand half a step left of the chandelier glare. I kept the job. That surprises people when I tell it. It surprised me too. I did not stay because I became brave. I stayed because leaving would have made the story simpler than it was. I had frozen. I had moved. Both were true. The casino had failed. The casino had held. Both were true too. The first time I walked the main floor after returning from medical leave, I stopped at roulette 7. The new 500 chips sat stacked in the rack, clean and flat. Marcy saw me looking and tapped the felt once with her fingertip. "No upright nonsense tonight," she said. "Good. You checking shadows now. Trying not to. Try harder. You'll drive yourself mad." I almost laughed. Then I looked down anyway. My shadow fell across the carpet, broken by the red and copper pattern, cut into pieces by the table light. Marcy's did too. So did the cocktail server S. So did the tired man in the Raiders hoodie pushing $20 across the felt. All normal. Almost. Across the aisle, near the reflective side of a slot machine bank, a woman paused under a bright ceiling fixture to adjust her purse strap. For a second, her shadow vanished into glare and carpet pattern, and the polished brass trim of the machine beside her. Nothing supernatural, nothing impossible, just angle and light and a human eye hungry for meaning. Still, my hand went to my radio. I did not press the button. The woman moved on. Her shadow returned. Behind me, Marcy said, "Caleb." "Yeah," eyes open. I turned away from the slot bank. "Not my mouth," I said. She smiled faintly. Casino kept breathing around us. Cards sliding, chips clicking, ice dropping into glasses, guests laughing too loudly because money makes people perform. Above it all, the lights hummed. Steady, indifferent, bright enough to hide things. And somewhere in the updated Rule 9 binder, printed fresh and placed behind the security desk, someone had added a line in black ink beneath the official procedure. Do not assume the person without a shadow is the one you are meant to watch. No one admitted writing it. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming.